the other party took action against him. At that time, he felt a bit strange. But here we are, intentionally provoking the exorcism of the hall master. This makes him even more suspicious. If the other party is really powerful, I don't even know how to deal with the head of the hall. Any strength can be easily crushed. There's no need to do so much unnecessary. Later, Emperor Aota was beaten so badly, I'm almost out of breath. It doesn't bleed either. Therefore, at that time, Zhang Xian was almost certain in her heart. I just don't dare to take risks. I want to continue verifying. The witch soul was captured by the other party when it arrived. I found out that this guy still hasn't shown any intention of taking action yet. Still discussing conditions. Even threatening Zhang Xian by ignoring the lives of others. It can be considered completely clear. It's white. This ruthless person is not as terrifying as imagined. Perhaps even the strength of the Blue Sky Emperor is inferior. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been hidden all the time. Don't come out and control these soulless golden people. Killing people everywhere. This guy just wants to pretend to be a master. The army that subdues without fighting. I want Zhang Xian to submit. If it were someone else's words, I'm afraid I really fell for it. But he may never dream of it. If you install 13, then, this pervert is a professional. However, at this moment, Zhang Shui also arrived at the earliest wall drilled by Emperor Aotian. I reached out and touched it. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face as he clarified the mechanism. Just point to flowers as arrows. Move forward repeatedly. Billion 7 down. Immediately after, I saw a passage appearing on the flat wall. There are stone steps spreading downwards inside. So he turned around and ordered a clone. You move forward. I heard the clone of this later. Immediately revealed a proud and coquettish expression on his face. Reply to the teacher. You don't have to worry, I'll be there to protect you. If you really can't do it, then, I'm coming out to be the master. You can be a clone. After finishing speaking, he looked at Zhang Xian with a contemptuous expression. Just lift your foot and walk ahead. But as he walked, and while mocking, he said, I dare. As the true ruler, you must be wise and courageous. Only with exceptional strength can one achieve it. Being afraid of hands and feet when doing things. I dare not even walk through a passage. How can you live up to my powerful clone? Zhang Xian became more and more enthusiastic as she listened to him speak. It's also quite awkward. So I just responded with a good word. Impressive, but it's still wise to be careful. Upon hearing this, the clone continued to sneer and said, what's there to be careful of? Do you think I'm afraid of these ghosts? Really, it's just that he hasn't finished speaking yet. I just saw a huge iron fist hammer coming over. A Kajalan with big eyes. The series of tragic stories triggered by it. Just now, clone mocked Zhang Xian for not daring to even glance at her. I dare not go down the front passage. What are you supposed to be? Just replace the person directly. However, Zhang Xian saw that the more he spoke, the more boundless he became. Just make him be careful. But the clone still has a fearless expression. The response says there's nothing to be careful about. Do you think I'll be scared? Only the clone has just stepped out of the last stone step, arriving at the underground palace. I haven't waited for him to see clearly what this hall looks like yet. I just saw a huge fist and punched it over. This punch, I smashed the clone's head on the spot. So he hurriedly rushed towards the direction of his fist, and let out a roar of his meow. Who attacked me? Stand up for me. Immediately after, I saw 4 people rushing out, standing in front of him. One of them is the guy who launched the surprise attack. However, Zhang Xian caught up later. I just saw a few things standing in front of me. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Why does this look like a mechanical puppet? This craftsmanship is very exquisite, not to mention, the minimum strength is also above the mid-stage of exorcism. And the clone has just recovered its head on this side. Just rushed towards the puppet who just attacked him, accompanied by a series of sounds. I saw each of them as a puppet. I have been punched more than 10 times in a row. Huge power. Pressurize the air around and make a loud noise. Cracks have also appeared on the ground, but none of them took a step back. However, Zhang Shui, who witnessed this scene, my eyelids twitched uncontrollably a few times. The strength of this puppet is greater than that of the previous Blue Sky Emperor. Not weak at all, and there are 3 heads next to it. Once united, add yourself and your clone to the Golden Cauldron. They are also not opponents. But just as Zhang Xian was thinking about how to deal with it, the cruel voice came from around again. Do you still think I can't kill you now? Upon hearing this, as soon as Zhang Xian looked up, she responded. Are you saying you want to rely on these puppets? This made the ruthless person sneer. No matter what method is used, as long as it can kill someone, that's the best way. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just shaking your head and sighing, it seems like you've admitted it too. Relying solely on one's own strength cannot kill me. And at this moment, there are ruthless people in the Heavenly Way strategy. Also speaking to Zhang Xian through consciousness, Master, I have confirmed it. He is my head and eyes. The brain contains memories. That's why he knows so much. I can even remember the incident of trapping the ancient corpse. Just the head and eyes cannot fight. At most, he can only persuade some subordinates to take action for him, or use some soul secrets. So he hasn't appeared yet, always using this despicable tactic. After explaining, it seems clear to Zhang Xian now. So he continued to advise, it's just the master. You also need to be careful. Although the combat power of the brain is not strong, but the memory is good. I know a lot of things. It's probably difficult to kill it and win. The most crucial thing is, the brain is the center of the body. I always followed orders back then, like the kings and soldiers in the alien race, has a special power to oppress. I'm afraid when I get close, it is highly likely that they will not be able to withstand it, will involuntarily obey his commands. Listen here. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment. So I asked, are you afraid to confront him head-on? At this point, the ruthless person explained that it was true. Master, let's not talk about his strength yet. Even if it's lower than me, it's okay. But as a brain, he has innate control ability. I can't compete with it either. It is easy to be controlled by it. Unless he loses consciousness. Let my thoughts sink in. Zhang Xian heard that the other party was going to lose consciousness. I couldn't help but give a bitter smile. How could this be done? The other party's thoughts can easily pull oneself into a black hole. It shows his strong consciousness. Now I want to erase this route. This was an impossible task to complete. However, the content of their communication in Shanghai was quite extensive. But it only takes less than half a breath. And the three-headed puppet was just at the moment when Zhang Xian was stunned. He was also surrounded. And one of them didn't react when he saw the other person. Just raise your hand and swing a punch. Rampage power crushes down. Feeling the impact, Zhang Xian's spirit moved. I didn't chat with the ruthless anymore. Immediately shout and request Yuan Ding to hurry up. The voice hasn't finished yet. I saw Lu Ding's butt. I just bumped into the puppet in front of me, accompanied by a loud bang. I saw the puppet company take a few steps back. I just haven't had a chance to relax for Zhang Xian yet. The remaining two puppets rushed over again. Zhang Xian saw the situation. My face turned pale. Raise your hand and point towards the clone. The attack came flashing as he said he was Zhang Xian. I'm just a clone. You guys go find him. However, one of the puppets hesitated for a moment. Just walk towards the clone. Cooperate with the one just now to launch a joint attack. Blink time. I beat my head into Yu Bing, deep fried round and flat dough cake, again. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Quickly let the clone continue to persist. Take care of this one yourself before going to help him. Upon hearing this, the clone who was originally very angry. I know this guy didn't intend to sell himself. I feel much more comfortable now. So he tried his best to drag the two puppets along. After all, as an immortal, he doesn't need to defend himself at all. Get started and hit. But even so, I could only draw with two puppets. Even the ruthless person hiding in the dark didn't expect it. The strength of this clone is surprisingly strong. Then he coldly snorted and said, it's a bit interesting. Just no matter which one of you is a clone. Who is duty? Don't even think about leaving here today. But just when he wanted to continue speaking, suddenly seeing Zhang Shui beside her, she hurriedly shouted, Nini, what are you doing? Hurry up and give it to me. Go ahead and hit him. However, upon hearing this sound, I suddenly became so anxious. The clone couldn't help but look towards the main deity. After taking a glance, I couldn't help but freeze in place. Isn't this puppet going to chase after him? Now kneeling before my lord with a face full of admiration. What is this supposed to do? The more I look at it, the more I feel that a clone is not right. Just fighting with two puppets on one side. Listen carefully on one side. What exactly did this guy say? Listen carefully. Only then did I realize. My lord has been talking to the puppet kneeling on the ground. What else did Gu say? Go boldly. The teacher will love you. What nonsense am I talking about? At this moment, the clone almost fainted on the spot. But I just finished speaking. I saw the puppet kneeling on the ground suddenly fall together. He rushed straight towards his own direction. Seeing this scene, the clone's face darkened. Immediately scared and trembling with fear. Just when I was thinking about where to run, I just saw this puppet. I have already fought with another cow beside me. In an instant, they fought fiercely and couldn't be separated. No one is allowed to let anyone. After watching it, the clone couldn't help but twitch its lips. So he no longer paid attention to these two guys, turning his head to look at another puppet. Just as I was about to rush up, I saw that I had already arrived in front of the other person. With a special charm in his voice, he said as a puppet, can only listen to others' thoughts. How sad this is. Listen to me. You just need to do this. Soon, the puppet in front of us will be the same as the one just now. Kneeling before him with a sincere expression on his face. Go ahead and have a big drink with my lord, shout. This puppet, just straight towards the puppet in the battle against Jin Yuanding, rushed over. However, After finishing these tasks, Zhang Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he understood the heart of a teacher. Make no social distinctions in teaching. Even Zhang Zhouxiao's weapon is a puppet who says he wants to become a disciple. Having one's own thoughts. Naturally, it's even simpler. At this moment, the clone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Your move is too powerful. Dealing with puppets is unstoppable. It's much stronger than actual combat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian turned her head to look at her clone. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. So the two of them mocked each other. At this point, Zhang Xian no longer paid attention to the clone, the two tigers. I don't watch the battles between puppets either. Activate the eye of reason and look around. I looked around and didn't find anything, so I was about to carefully search for it. I heard the cruel voice again, relying solely on the giver's heart. Shurian Tianshou can bewitch my puppet. You are indeed as invincible as Kong, Snake God. But do you think I've fought Kong multiple times? Is there no defense at all? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately turned her head and looked not far away. I only realized after watching for a while, the two puppets that were just collected suddenly shook a few times. Immediately after, his head exploded on the spot and he fell to the ground without getting up. At this moment, Zhang Xian's face immediately darkened. Little does one think, the other party actually has a backhand in the puppet they are refining. Just when I thought the other person was smart, I only saw the remaining two puppets. He rushed over even crazier. After all, they all have spirituality. Watching my companions die tragically, they also felt the crisis of their lives. At this moment, the action becomes even more violent. However, the clone and Jin Yuanding on the side, under the crazy attack of these two reckless guys. Exit after Lian Lian. The ruthless person who saw this scene exclaimed excitedly, now, I really want to take a look. How else can you resist? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just shake your head and sigh, what's so hard to resist? I want to deal with them. Isn't this a very simple thing? After speaking, he rolled his wrist. The magic armor and magic ants appeared before my eyes. Immediately after, just order them to capture the two puppets. However, upon hearing the command, the puppet turned into a puppet. Two black chess pieces flew straight over. In the blink of an eye, he crawled into their eyebrows. Soon after the demon entered its body. The two puppets immediately lost their combat ability. After shaking a few times, he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. And the ruthless person who saw this scene probably froze in place. Not long after, I just heard his trembling voice slowly echoing from all around. Did you use Heart Demon just now? This is Zhang. One also smiled and replied, that's right. Although demons cannot erase the spirit of puppets, I can't make him listen to me either. But I want to trap the other party for a period of time. It's still easy to make it unable to fight. Upon hearing this, the ruthless snorted coldly and said, very good. Can you block two puppets? But can you stop so much? As soon as the words leave the hall, I heard the sound of a mechanism slowly echoing. Immediately after, we saw hundreds of puppets. I ran out from the newly emerged passage on a wall. At this moment, the ruthless person burst into laughter and said, I have so many puppets. Do you have so many demons? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, just keep shaking your head and apologize. I really have it. As soon as the words fell, I saw a flickering shadow. Blink time. A bunch of star demons appeared in front of me, and immediately rushed towards the puppet ahead. At this moment, the demons are crazily fighting for the heads, afraid of not getting points. So in the midst of many demons vying for supremacy, the puppet hasn't arrived yet. They all lay on the ground one by one. At this moment, the ruthless person was directly infuriated and went crazy. He wants to refine these puppets. I don't know how many materials and treasures have been exhausted. I thought I could become the main force. Invincible. Ever victorious. Easily kill this guy in front of you. But how could he meow? They have already prepared a backup plan. However, the Jin Yuanding beside him also came up to him at this moment. Looking excitedly at Zhang Xian, I asked the owner a question. How about I beat them all to death? Otherwise, I'm afraid the demon won't be able to control them. Charge over again. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also shook his head helplessly. A sigh cannot kill anyone, although these are all puppets. But there is also their self-awareness. If we kill everyone, I really can't bear it. How about this? I'll see how to handle it. After speaking, after a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly took a few steps forward. Immediately after, I saw him wave his big hand. We'll lie down. All the puppets on the ground are put into storage rings. The ruthless person hiding in the dark saw this scene. I'm also so suffocated that I can't say a word. He meows. Who could have imagined that a master could be such a bandit? Is this processing? Didn't you come to steal it? At this moment, Zhang Xian also sighed with emotion. To transform so many puppets. Let them abandon evil and turn to good. This is also a great and immeasurable achievement. I have also made great contributions to the Ming Shi Tang. After speaking, the ruthless person in the dark stopped talking. I also know that the other party was knocked unconscious by my own anger, so he no longer paid attention to him. How many steps? Just arrived at the mechanism where these puppets walked out just now. The chief doctor pushed open the door. Push it open and take a look. Or is it a direct downward channel? Still let the clone walk ahead. I followed behind him. Continue walking down and enter. This pervert in front of me. Accidentally. This awakened the brain that could destroy the entire continent. Next, we'll see how the pervert survived. Just now, Zhang Shen dispatched over 100 puppets from ruthless individuals. After earning the storage ring, just arrived in front of an office. Still let the clone walk ahead and lead the way. Quickly arrived at the underground palace on the next level. But I found out that this is not a hall. But there are countless small rooms. It seems that there are also many roads. The most crucial thing is that there is no end in sight. I don't know how far it has spread underground. It seems like the entire island is filled with rooms. See here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but freeze in place. You can tell from his eyesight. These maze-like rooms. They are all forged from special materials. It is estimated that a significant cost has been incurred. If there were so many puppets before, the cost was not small. So these rooms must be even bigger. At least tens or hundreds of times more than puppets. The more I think about it, the less I understand. What's the use of having so many rooms here? Zhang Shui no longer worries too much at this moment. Carrying a clone and a golden dome, just continued walking along the maze-like passage and entered. If it were someone else, I estimate that I will faint soon. Just Zhang Xuanyo's discerning eye. You can see the disappearing thin line in the sky, still appearing intermittently. Followed behind for nearly 10 minutes. I don't know how many rooms I passed by. It appears again, in front of a downward spreading stone gate. At this moment, the two of them did not hesitate at all. Just keep going down. I felt a strong killing aura, rushing forward with a surge. It's like tearing apart everyone's consciousness. The clone can still withstand it. The golden dome kept shaking. Li Ran can no longer resist. Although he was promoted to the rank of mid-level holy rider, the strength has reached the late stage of being out of the body. But after all, it's just spirituality, not the soul. Faced with the fierce killing intent of the alien race, it still seems too weak. Upon seeing this, Zhang Xian placed him in a storage ring. Then he continued walking forward with his clone. Quickly passed through the passage and arrived at an underground palace. I saw a square box hanging in the middle. There are also 4 iron chains embedded in the wall. The surging killing spirit. It was released from here. See here. They both know that the ruthless person is here. Being able to emit such a strong killing aura. The power of bloodline has already surpassed that of Emperor Aotian. So he knows. Only ruthless people possess this condition. And underneath the box is an altar. Only used with Zhang Shengang. The appearance of dealing with Emperor Aota is similar. It's just a bigger volume. There are strange patterns carved on it. It also means disinfection and sterilization. It seems that as long as someone approaches, they will be directly killed in two. The clone picked up a stone casually upon seeing the situation. I threw it towards the altar. Just the stone hasn't arrived yet. Several sword rays emanated from the altar as they approached. In an instant, the stone turned into powder. Seeing this terrifying scene, Zhang Xiandan executed. The altar in his hand is used to arrest souls. But this one in front of me looks like a killing squad. Can easily kill people. The sword aura just now. Even if he enters it, it will definitely be chopped into minced meat immediately. In other words, whoever wants to get closer to the iron box now, they will be strangled on the spot by the sword. Even if they know the other party is inside the box. Can't get close. It cannot be cracked either. After pondering for a moment, I just passed on the knowledge I learned recently to my clone. Finish these tasks. The two of them walked around in all directions, carefully observed the material of the wall. Zhang Xian just reached out her finger and lightly touched it. Immediately after, just finish reading the books that come to mind. Just arrived at a corner of the room. Sighing, I sat down. I don't know how long it has been. Mori saw that my lord suddenly did this. He also walked over with confusion. Ask him what he's doing. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked up with a slightly pale face. The response said that I always have questions that I can't understand. Everyone likes to contemplate facing the wall. Consider the universe of heaven, earth, and space. Human events are as uncertain as the weather. I heard the other person say that. The clone was also stunned for a moment. He meows. I still have the skill to think about the universe and the vicissitudes of life when facing a wall. Why didn't I know before? After roast in my heart. Don't disturb me anymore. Just turned around and left. Time flies. About an hour passed. Zhang Xian just exhaled a murky breath. Stand up slowly. And when the clone saw the original, he rose up. Except for the things in the middle here, no other agencies were found. And this may be the lowest level of the island. I told him to listen. After speaking, I saw my lord nod. Just asked him what to do next. Whether it's difficult or not, violence is necessary. To destroy the Heavenly Palace Lot General. Can you release the ruthless person? At this moment, Zhang Xiankai responded by saying that he should find a way to destroy this altar. As long as the altar is destroyed, I guess the Heavenly Palace Lot will naturally open. After explaining these, Zhang Xian came to the altar. Wrist flip. I took out a long sword without spirituality and threw it over. Blink time. This sacred artifact was torn apart and shattered by sword chi. The clone can see that even the sacred artifact is vulnerable to attack. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. After all, the sword energy released just now. He knows that although his body has been chopped up, it can also reassemble. But the soul is not yet that powerful. If we really go in and destroy it, I estimate that the soul will also be completely wiped out. And Zhang Xian, who had thrown away her long sword, watched the altar move. After a moment of contemplation, with just one flip of the wrist, a pile of formation flags were taken out. So my body shook. The whole person immediately suspended in mid-air. Immediately after, throwing hundreds of formation flags in different directions. After setting up the formation, I saw Zhang Xian speak softly. A giant spirit formation immediately formed. After seeing the formation, the clone couldn't help but marvel in its heart. This method is not worth his ability to come up with. After all, the altar is an 8-level formation. Extremely powerful. I want to set up a formation that can destroy the opponent. It's really difficult. But with this giant spirit array, it's different. Although he can gather spiritual energy for the altar, it looks like a composite formation. Can make it more powerful. But everything has a certain tolerance. Even the 8-star formation is the same. The altar already has ample spiritual energy and power. No need to supplement. And if we do it now, the gathered spiritual energy will become more and more abundant. The altar will not be able to withstand the energy inside. However, just as he was lamenting about it, Zhang Xian wants to speed up the gathering speed of the formation. I casually dug out tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones and threw them over. At the moment when the spirit stone and formation merged, the earthquake immediately formed a huge force. A big spiritual storm rises into the sky, stirring the entire underground palace constantly. Immediately after, I saw the storm of spiritual energy. He crawled straight into the altar, accompanied by a roar. The originally silent altar immediately began to operate. The light keeps flickering. In the blink of an eye, it's like an inflated balloon, continuously expanding and becoming larger. The next second, I saw that the altar could no longer bear it. Directly explode from it. The clone's eyes lit up upon seeing this scene. Then he exclaimed in surprise that he had succeeded. However, Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief after destroying the altar. So with just one move, the leader collected all the righteous energy into the ring. After finishing these tasks, I'm planning to go to the Heavenly Palace to take a look. Suddenly felt, the aura of killing has become even stronger than before. At the same time, I also heard a wild laugh. I said, Zhang Xian, it seems that my approach of bringing you over was correct. Thank you for helping me break free from the confinement. I, a ruthless person, can finally blend into the sea, roaming through the heavens and earth. As soon as these words are spoken, their bodies seem to be imprisoned. A magnificent force crushed and stopped. At this moment, the clone finally understood. The other party is not trapped in the box, but in the altar. Zhang Xian saw the situation, immediately put the clone into the storage ring, simultaneously unleashing a powerful attack of the flying demon claw. Break open the confined space in front of you. Following that, the travelers operate without boundaries. A body flash appeared at the end of time. Quickly, Zhang Xian took less than 10 breaths. We found the Lord of Xingtang and others. However, after they saw Zhang Xian appear, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Just haven't finished waiting for them to be happy yet. Zhang Xian shouted loudly, everyone, come with me quickly. Quickly led by Zhang Xian, everyone walked out of the underground palace. He also left this small island. Arriving at the earliest island, they just got their feet firmly established. I saw the small island behind me shaking more and more violently. Immediately after, the entire island rose into the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone is stupid. But they haven't finished being shocked by this yet. The entire island is flying higher and higher. Suddenly, there was a sudden jolt. Directly came a 90-degree flip. At this moment, after the shopkeeper saw the small island suspended in midair clearly, startled and trembling all over his body. Then I was startled and let out a sound. Isn't this an island? It's a human head. Upon hearing this, everyone should look up carefully, accompanied by the scattered soil above the island. The entire island. Indeed, it looks like a skull flying in the air. Those two springs of water are exactly the two huge eyes from before. Immediately after hearing the head, he burst out laughing wildly. I've finally come to life as a ruthless person. How do you want to die? I can help you all. As soon as these words are spoken, a strong pressure immediately confined the entire space of the island. Everyone is unable to escape at this moment. Feeling the disregard for this power, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. This is an out-of-body environment. Peak, everyone heard that it is the peak's strength. It's full of anxiety. They asked one after another what to do now. Just haven't waited for someone to respond yet. What should we do? I saw this huge head in front of me, sneer at Zhang Xian. You're smart. Can come up with the technique of breaking the formation to destroy the altar. The means are very clever. Just because of your intelligence. It also freed me from doubt. Ha ha ha, how about it? Didn't you always want to kill me? Why did you personally release me? Do you feel regretful now? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I gritted my teeth and responded with regret, saying that I was right. I deeply regret it. It's just that it's already like this. Regretting is useless. I'm just a little curious. Who made that altar? How can I trap you? Listen here. The ruthless person hesitated for a moment. I can imagine that they are also about to die in front of me. It doesn't matter anymore. So I explained the whole story once again. The beginning and end of the matter. After listening, Zhang Xian finally realized. Originally, over 2,000 years ago, when the ruthless person just woke up. Not even Xingyu mirror. But later on, I met the Qingtian throne. Use him to teach him the witchcraft and soul art. The other party keeps being attacked by ruthless people. I don't know how many days I spent catching the engineer and the alchemist during this period. Collecting countless treasures is necessary to forge this skull. Just during the casting process, Emperor Qingtian wants to turn against the tide. Start designing to replace cruel memories. After completing the skull creation, he is ruthless and wants to be resurrected with combat power. We must spread our thoughts throughout the entire island. This will lead to a brief coma. So the Blue Sky Emperor took advantage of this time, using the altar to secretly seal the ruthless person. But even ruthless people are not foolish. Before this, he also left a thought in Emperor Qingtian's mind. As long as the other party dares to harm him, you can make him lose both his appearance and spirit. So the two of them have been deadlocked until now. After all, the alien race is not like the human race. They are only loyal to the spiritual master. I won't care too much about the teacher. So the Blue Sky Emperor treats the cruel people who have benefited from him in this way. In terms of their worldview, it's not considered a major rebellion. After understanding these, Zhang Xian still has one thing that she doesn't understand. What kind of backstop does it have? Can prevent a dignified and ruthless person from killing him. Later, I learned from the ruthless crowd that, previously, Emperor Qingtian had a puppet, found news of the passing down of heavenly blessings, and when the cruel man found out, I also want to borrow the hand of Emperor Qingtian to collect neatly. In that case, he can break away from this kind of person, the state of being a ghost or not. It's also easy to retrieve the other scattered parts of him. At that time, we need to restore our peak state. Even surpassing the stock corpse is an easy task. However, after understanding these, Zhang Xian's heart, suddenly moving in the middle. So he spoke up and asked, you said a puppet loyal to Emperor Aotian. Find out this message. Even Vice Hall Master Tianqing doesn't know. So the status of this puppet should not be low, right? This is even a cruel person who sneers. Don't try to trap me anymore. This person is only loyal to me now. Even if I know, it's useless. Speaking of which, even cruel people don't want to say anything more. After all, he has finished explaining what he should have explained, then let out a big laugh. Knowing so many secrets, you can also hit the road now. Immediately after, I saw a powerful force descending from the sky. Everyone suddenly felt rapid breathing. My chest is about to explode. Can you believe it? As the ruler of a city, the emperor. But it was flooded by a teacher's butler. What kind of teacher is this? Only his butler dares to be so lawless. Just now, this huge head, like Zhang Xian and others, the ceremony of passing down the blessings of the Qingtian emperor and the heavenly blessings to the world. After explaining, accompanied by his wild howl, a powerful force descended from the sky. The pressure made it difficult for everyone to even breathe. They also suffocated them to the point of almost exploding. The wizard and the hall master immediately took a step forward. The true chi in the body rushes out crazily. Protect everyone in the center. Blocked the spreading force of oppression. Wu Shikai shouted anxiously at Zhang Shikai. We'll carry it for you. Hurry up and find a way to escape. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook his head and responded, saying to flee now. If the island is completely suspended before, if you turn around and leave, perhaps we can still escape. But it's already too late now. He said so many secrets. Do you really think he's a chatterbox? Do you want to find someone to confide in? After all, what the other party just said. Too many secrets involved. Too shocking and outrageous. Make everyone forget about escaping for a moment. Now everyone has heard Zhang Xian say this. I just realized. The other party is trying to delay time. At this moment, Zhang Xian continuing to explain. His mind has just escaped from repression. Want to rule such a huge island? It takes some time, so I deliberately used these messages to attract our attention. He also took advantage of this period to completely control the head. Even if we can break out of such a huge swamp now, we can't escape either. It's possible that they might fall into dangerous places due to anxiety, seeking a path of self-destruction. The priest beside heard him say so. I couldn't help but ask Teacher Zhang, since you know this is the case, why didn't everyone escape just now? However, Zhang Xian did not respond to his question, but instead, take a few steps forward and look at the head in midair. You also know that we definitely can't escape. With your current strength, we also resist. No, I just want to know now, who exactly is the puppet you're talking about? Upon hearing this, the cruel person's mouth curled up. With a flash of his gaze, he responded by saying, to be honest, under these circumstances, do you still care about this matter? Stars and determination may not be as good as Kong's back then. It's about the same. I'm a bit reluctant to kill someone like you, a genius. Okay, as long as you're loyal to me. Sacrifice your soul. I can not only tell you, I'll keep you alive. In the future, I acquired a talent that has been passed down through generations. I can take you to search for the spring and autumn annals, help you become the eternal teacher. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook his head and said that he wanted me to be loyal to you. One day teacher. Lifetime renowned teacher. I can't do anything about joining the alien tribe. It's just that the puppet doesn't matter if you don't say anything about it. If I'm not mistaken, he is the Emperor Chu Tianqing of Qingyuan Imperial City, right? After speaking, ignore the shock of the head. Just continue to analyze. The information is even more well-informed than Vice Hall Leader Tianshine. Must hold a high position. My teacher is a true master. The owner of the dog hall was also killed in the Qingyuan Emperor City. Then only this emperor, your majesty. However, after listening to the analysis, the ruthless person no longer covered up. So he coldly laughed and said, truly worthy of being a renowned teacher in heaven. Thinking is indeed fast and agile. I figured it out right away. The ruthless person just finished speaking. Everyone listened dumbfounded. Zombies are masters of the heavenly blade. Regarding this, they can't believe what the other person is saying is true. After all, Master Tian Blade is an unparalleled figure in history. The entire mainland of famous teachers, for tens of thousands of years. Only Kong has appeared before. And currently, the person who is with them is. However, the ruthless person was unaware of the crowd. Why just laugh out loud? Don't you know yet? Oh my god, Zhang Xian, you did a great job of confidentiality, didn't you? I'll tell you. He is a renowned teacher in heaven. An existence recognized by the heavenly emperor, as long as he can survive. Accompanied by an increase in cultivation. Definitely capable of becoming a teacher for eternity. But now there's no chance left. I have fought against Kong Shi many times. I am very familiar with his methods. Even if you have many ways now, it's also futile for me. I've figured it out. If you submit to me, you can never die. Otherwise, not only will you die, your students and family and friends, they will all be killed completely. To be honest with you, before you came here, I have informed Chu Tianxing. Let him arrest your students first. If nothing unexpected happens, now it's under control. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's face changed. With a cold gaze, he looked at the other person. I asked, did you catch my student? However, after receiving a positive response from the other party, Zhang Xian snorted coldly. Do you think he said that? I will believe it. My students are practicing in the warrior hall. There are so many warriors protecting us. Even if Chu Tianqing wants to take action, he doesn't have the courage to do so, even if I light up. This matter is cruel, so let's just laugh out loud. Yes. If Chu Tianqing were to take direct action, that definitely won't work. But if invited in the past, I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian's psychology suddenly began to panic. Zhang Bai. He actually came here before. I only have doubts about Chu Tianqing. We also sent famous teachers to keep an eye on it. Without concrete evidence, nothing can be done. As an emperor of a city, if I personally invite my students to visit the palace, Liu Yang should have no reason to refuse. If this were to arrive at the palace, there's really no other way. Now, the masters of the Master Teacher Hall and the War Teacher Hall have both arrived here. Even if you want to save someone, it's difficult to do so. However, the cruel person saw Zhang Xian's solemn expression. Just keep laughing and say okay. I'll give you time to make a decision. Surrender to me. You and your students can both live. I can also teach you the complete Witch Soul secret technique. Help you become the eternal teacher. If you don't submit, then I'm sorry. Your students may only have a dead end. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's expression was solemn. he is now in a dilemma. However, the scene returned to 3 days ago when the battle hall of Qingyuan City was located. Zhang Xian and his team have just left recently. Shu Tianqing went to Zhanchi Hall and found store owner Zhou, on the grounds that his daughter wanted to introduce her to Zhang Xian's disciple. I want to meet Lu Yang. Okay, invite him to your house as a guest. So the shop owner Zhou quickly found Lu Yang, explained the situation. After obtaining the other party's consent, take him to the store to meet with the city lord. However, Shu Tianqing saw the other party coming, starting with various rainbow farts and free snacks in gold yuan. It's hard for Lu Yang to refuse. I reluctantly accepted it. So that's it. Shu Tianqing successfully invited the other party to attend the dinner party. Not long after, Lu Yang followed the guards to the banquet hall. I found a seat and sat down, and Chu Gongzi learned that he was a direct descendant of Zhang Xian. I also took the initiative to come over and say hello, and introduce himself as the 77th prince of the royal family. After the two got to know each other, and politely exchange a few drinks with each other. But at this moment, Lu Yang suddenly felt a slight tightness in his eyelids. I fainted as soon as I shook my body. Immediately after, just heard Shu Tianqing shouting not far away. Someone locked him up in a dungeon. Isolation and communication. Block all messages. The Prince of Chu was immediately stunned when he saw the situation. Then he hurriedly asked his father, the emperor, "What's going on here?" The available answer is to keep him away from this matter. But the Prince of Chu knows how powerful this Zhang Xian is. If anything happens to the students who detain him, the other party must have caused a big problem. So multiple attempts at persuasion were unsuccessful. Father firmly ordered a group of guards to drag him away. At this moment, he also knew, no matter how much you ask, you won't get any results. Since it is so, it's better to quietly tell Zhang Shi about this matter. In case of any conflict in the future, it can also be adjusted from middle note. Think of it here. I have made a decision in my heart. After attending a normal banquet, return to your residence. Not long ago, just quietly slipped out of the room, website, and walked towards the cafeteria. Quickly arrived at the other party's residence. Upon seeing his butler, he learned that Zhang Xian was in seclusion. Hesitation for a moment. Seeing no one around, we set up sound insulation and stillness. This is why Lu Yang was captured by his father, the emperor. I said it out loud. However, after understanding the situation, Sun Chang, my face immediately darkened. After all, he knows very well. My own young master. Treat oneself and several disciples as if they were oneself. If something really happens, I'm afraid the entire royal family will be turned upside down. At this moment, he was very anxious in his heart, externally claiming that the young master is in seclusion. But he knew he had gone to a faraway place. I won't be able to come back in a short period of time. In the meantime, what really happened to Lu Yang? Wait for him to come back and tell the young master what to bring. So I thanked the other party for informing me. I turned around and walked back. Soon Sun Chang found store owner Zhou. Tell him about Lu Yang's detention by the royal family, and have him send someone to the palace to rescue people together. Just the Zhou store. I think this matter is significant. It also involves the relationships of multiple forces. It is easy to trigger conflicts. Need to report to headquarters in advance to make a decision. At this moment, Sun Chang noticed that the other party had various concerns. Just wave your hand and let it go. As soon as he turned around, he left his residence. We will soon arrive at the place where the poison master is placed. However, Elder Su and others saw him coming. She greeted him with a happy expression on her face. And Sun Chang didn't have time to chat with them for a few moments. I just explained the purpose of coming here to everyone. After understanding the situation, everyone did not hesitate. Elder Su quickly customized the battle plan as well. Time flew by in an instant. Here, a group of drug masters led by Elder Su and Sun Chang, secretly carrying a supreme cool breeze umbrella weighing over 500 pounds. Leaving the warrior hall, quickly arrived on the windward side of the palace. After observing the wind direction and location, Elder Su, just say hello to everyone. Immediately after, I saw the poison master soaring into the sky. Spread out the poisonous powder. About an hour passed. Elder Su observed with divine intervention. After discovering that everyone inside had fallen into a coma, just tell everyone that we can start infiltrating the palace now. At this moment, Sun Chang suddenly thought of something. So I told everyone to first find the emperor. I'm going to castrate him. However, within the royal family, Shu Tianqing over here. Political platform. After explaining the ritual of how the subordinate tortured Lu Yang, I saw the subordinate who had withdrawn suddenly fall to the ground and unable to get up. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianqing's heart trembled. Immediately take a few steps forward and approach the other person. Just when I was about to see what happened, my body suddenly shook, just exclaiming that it's not good. This is the Supreme Breeze umbrella. After all, he still remembers this feeling. 20 years ago, the poison used by the alien tribe when entering the palace. Once smelled, it immediately becomes as soft as mud. Even half a step out of the sheath is difficult to escape. That's how they were captured back then. Being tortured to the brink of death by that blue sky emperor. The final soul sacrifice. Being a puppet of the other party is the only way to escape. At this moment, I saw him holding back the dizziness in his mind. Take out one of the pills and put it in your mouth. Just after taking the pill, more than 10 breaths have passed. There is still no sign of detoxification. Chu Tianqing's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. This is clearly the antidote given by the Blue Sky Emperor. Why is it useless? However, just when he dug up other antidotes and wanted to try them out, just heard a sound coming from outside. This medicine is refined using the techniques taught by the master. The medicinal power is more than 5 times stronger than before. The ordinary antidote is completely useless. Just die this heart, right? Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianqing immediately turned around and looked over. Then I saw a group of people walking over. So my eyebrows raised. Just shout loudly, this is Qingyuan Palace. How dare you attack the emperor? This is already a great rebellion. No forgiveness for sin. But he hasn't finished shouting yet. I heard someone shouting no forgiveness for sin. I forgive you, sir. Immediately after, Gu Tianqing's eyes darkened. He was beaten up and flew backwards. The whole person fell off after hitting the pillar. However, despite enduring the pain, he stood up. Seeing that the person who hit him was none other than Sun Chang, I couldn't help but scream in surprise. After Sun Chang saw the other party recognize him, showing a frightened expression on his face, I just sneered and said, "What's wrong? Are you scared when you're strong?" At the same time, he pulled out a dagger and walked up to the other person. "Blame you, you bastard. Dare to capture Lu Yang. I will castrate you now." After cursing, he turned his head to look at everyone. "Call out a few people to help me hold him down. I won't scrap this second-hand product. I don't trust Sun anymore." So Sun Chang ignored the other party's plea for mercy. Persuasion from Elder Su and others, still flooding the Chu Tianqing. After finishing these tasks, Sun Chang and a group of poisonous masters suppressed Chu Tian. Okay, we quickly found the dungeon where Lu Yang was being held. You can see him being tortured to the point of almost dying. Quickly took out the pill left by Zhang Xian. Dress Lu Yang up. Lu Yang, who will soon recover from his injuries. Looking at Chu Tian, who was being suppressed by everyone in front of him, he walked up to the other person with a face full of anger. "Raise your hand." He suddenly swung the fist of Heavenly Tao and pounded it over. This big back just wants to pretend to be 13 in front of the old ghost. He just didn't expect the pervert to be absent. The consequences of pretending to be 13 would be so tragic. Just now, Sun Chang submerged the Chu Tianqing. Just press him to the dungeon to find Lu Yang. However, after Lu Yang recovered from his injuries, looking at the Chu Tianqing in front of me, in a fit of anger, he threw a punch of the Heavenly Tao at the opponent. Just as I was about to make my second punch, I heard Su Changlao beside me exclaim that it was not good. He's already dead. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yang was initially taken aback. Immediately after, I saw the other person's face full of fear. So I leaned in and took a look. I just realized he had stopped breathing. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. No matter how he fucks or shameless the other party is. After all, he is the Emperor of Qingyuan, who was granted the title of Imperial City. Your Majesty, a lesson can be given. Make it unable to survive. Seeking death is not possible, but it is also possible. But if we kill him directly, this is a violation of the rules. This made Elder Su ponder deeply. I couldn't help but say something. Now it seems like things have gone wrong. However, Sun Chang thought for a long time. I don't know what to do. Also, let Lu Yang on the side not worry for now. What's there? Let's talk about it after contacting the young master. So let's go back to the cafeteria first. But they just left. In the corner of the palace, a figure struggled a few times to stand up. I can't stand steadily even after standing for half a day. Adjusted for almost 3 hours. After the medicinal power of Qingfeng umbrella weakens, I barely stood up now. Then he quickly left the palace. I rushed back to the renowned teacher's hall. The screen has arrived at the master teacher hall. And the old man in front of us. It's the quasi-8-star famous teacher who came from Chengdi City in the past. At this moment, Song Xian, I saw him looking at a group of elders, shouting loudly, Dog Lord and Deputy Lord Tian were killed. So many 7-star masters have died. You didn't actually go find the murderer. Instead, it's making it seem like nothing happened here. Forgetting the responsibility of a renowned teacher. Still showing inertia. It's simply a twisted and evil trend. I think you should also tidy up the distribution of Qingyan. Where is Wu Rufeng? Didn't the owner of the dog hall say to let him temporarily hold the position of hall leader? Where are the people now? The elders were scolded until they all lowered their heads. I dare not even breathe the air. After all, this Master Song represents the headquarters. In addition, he is also a renowned teacher with nearly 8 stars. Under the wrath. Who dares to speak up and refute? Not long after, an elder slowly responded, saying that countless hall leaders. He's in seclusion. Upon hearing this, Master Song is even more angry. Okay, this is for him. That's really good. Something so big happened. Surprisingly, I still have the mood to go into seclusion. As the head of a branch, he still has the face to go into seclusion. I don't care what he's currently closing. Immediately find him for me. And Zhang Shui, who successfully set sail, bring it to me together. After reprimand, someone asked Song Shijian why he brought Zhang over. Just keep humming coldly. What do you think we should do? Everything that has happened recently in your distribution is related to him. I want to see it with my own eyes. What kind of holy is this guy? Being able to conquer a renowned teacher's hall, a titled imperial city, is so restless. After all, before he came here. Also, everything about Zhang Xian in Qingyuan City. Make it clear. I also know everything. It was all caused by his butler Sun Chang. At this moment, one of the elders heard the other say so. After responding, he walked out. However, and Chang Lao has just returned from the palace after the gentle breeze dissipated. Later learned that Song Shi had arrived. Also come directly to Datong's side. Then he looked at him and said, Master Song, under the guidance of Anrufa, I have something to report to you. After obtaining the other party's consent, just take those people from Sun Chang and Poison Hall last night. Sneak into the palace. Lu Yang punched and killed Chu Tianqing with one punch. I said it out loud. After understanding the situation, Song was very angry. Just order a few elders. Go bring Zhang Xian and his students over. Shortly after, several elders returned. Not with the two of them, but he just brought his butler Sun Chang to the front of Master Song. After communication between both parties, only then did Master Song realize. The reason why Zhang Xian didn't come is not because she was in seclusion, but with Wu Shi and others. Go hunt down the murderers of the Dog Hall Lord and these people. Afterwards, his face softened a bit, but when he learned that Lu Yang had quietly left Qingyuan City, I was instantly infuriated to the point of bursting. Roar and immediately search the whole city for me. Bring this escaped murderer to justice. Regardless of life or death, they must be brought back to me. And you, a little butler, surprisingly leading someone to use a pen to sneak into the palace at night. The same crime is unforgivable. Someone, please suppress this Sun Chang for me first. Once Lu Yang is caught and tried together, hearing the other party make such a decision, Sun Chang suddenly shouted angrily with a displeased expression on his face. Press me down. We still need to arrest them. Young master, how brave you are. Do you know who our master is? Upon hearing this, Master Song, with a wave of his hand, he angrily rebuked me. I don't care who your master is. The emperor commits a crime. Same crime as commoners. Press it down on me. However, Sun Chang has not yet spoken up to refute it. It was blocked by a force. Why can't Xiao say anything? Immediately after, the two famous teachers came up to them. Just push him away directly. At this moment, Master Song ignored Sun Chang, whose face was full of anger. As soon as he turned around, he continued to instruct the other elders. Bring over all the poisonous masters who released the poison. Just what happened in Qingyuan City these 2 days. Zhang Xian was not aware of the matter. At this moment, he still looked at the suspended head in mid-air. Tell Chu Tianqing to invite Lu Yang. Then imprison him. Used to blackmail me. This is indeed a good approach. I just don't quite understand. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Chu Tianqing. Why should I be loyal to you? This is very talented. Coldly chuckled. Why isn't this because of your renowned teacher hall? He, as a complete emperor. According to reason, it should be a command to the world. No one does not obey. But there is your renowned teacher's hall here. What is this, your Majesty? No matter what you do, it all depends on your facial expressions. To be honest, he's already had enough. So we have this inner demon. I will further control it. I want to subdue him. For my use. Do you think it's difficult? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, suddenly stunned. He doesn't know how to refute this either. After all, he knows what the ruthless person said is right. Being able to become the ruler of a country, it must be a great talent and strategy. What do these people do? All are subject to the restrictions of the Mingshi Hall. This is undoubtedly a long sword hanging around the neck. He could be killed at any time. Who could it be? I'm sure everyone will feel unwilling. I clearly became an emperor, but I have to obey others' orders. The dissatisfaction among them will definitely increase. Ultimately, it will be difficult to contain. I thought about it for a moment. Zhang Xian also secretly shook his head inside. This Chu Tianqing only sees his own power being suppressed. Have you ever thought about it? If there is no Mingshi Hall, Qingyuan Imperial City must have been divided by other imperial cities long ago, or be extinct by the alien race. PG is not here. Mao Jiang is attached. There is no Mingshi Hall. How could there be a strong imperial city? It's just that although the other party said it simply, But Zhang Xian knows. The fact is definitely much more complex than this. The reason why this Chu Tianqing sword is off course. Must have experienced something. Only in the end did he form the inner demon. Make it impossible for him to remove. This was only used by the Blue Sky Emperor and the Ruthless, causing a big mistake. However, the ruthless person at this moment is too lazy to continue talking nonsense. Just ask Zhang Xian to respond quickly. Otherwise, he would have taken action. But Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. I shook my head in response, saying that although I spoil students a lot, but they want to use them to blackmail me. Let me return to the Xuanyi Ling clan. You still think of me too simply, as a renowned teacher. Make oneself an example. Learn from oneself. If I had surrendered, how can we better educate students? A better role model for others. How should I teach them? If they can't distinguish right from wrong, if he gets killed instead, it can only indicate a lack of proficiency in learning. Even if killed, that's also helpless. As soon as these words are spoken, many people know, not even being swayed by using the other party's students as threats. This firm mindset, it's almost impossible to conquer. So I stopped talking nonsense, accompanied by a roar. A tremendous force poured in. Wu Shi and Xingtang Master used their energy masks. Firstly, feel the impact brought by this pressure. Both of them immediately blushed, immediately spew blood wildly. However, Wu Shi, who gritted his teeth and persisted desperately, at this moment, he also shouted loudly, Zhang Shi, hurry up and take everyone with you. But Zhang Xian's response at this moment was that she didn't have to leave. He's procrastinating, am I not? Then he looked at the head, laughing, do you think you've already won now? Upon hearing this, the ruthless person immediately looked at the other party. I noticed that his expression showed no signs of worry or panic. Instead, it carries a strong sense of confidence. This suddenly gave him an ominous premonition in his heart. So Chai Lixing asked him what he meant. And Zhang Xian also had a nonchalant expression on her face. The response said it's nothing. You've told me so much. Isn't it just to completely control the entire island? So I'll tell you so much. It's also to delay time. Otherwise, do you think I'm idle? Alright, I won't leave you with ink stains anymore. It's been so long now. You haven't left yet. Are you coming? Everyone heard this, immediately observed the surroundings. After looking around, not even a ghost shadow, and even ruthless people know. This guy has cheated once before, causing Emperor Qing Tian to be stabbed through the chrysanthemum with a sword. Now I want to bluff again. If there were really any helpers, I must have been here long ago. How could we wait a little longer before coming? So he coldly laughed and said, I thought you really had some help. It turned out to be just a show of strength. If there isn't one, then I won't be polite. As soon as the words fell, I saw a fierce force pouring down. Just the huge head hasn't been smashed yet. Everyone saw him suddenly stop. I couldn't help but shake it. At this moment, the ruthless man also realized that something was wrong. Just scream out loud. What's going on? What have you done to me? However, upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Xian, I just smiled faintly and responded with a question, did you? It's nothing. I just gave you a 0 on this island. Actually, earlier, when Zhang Xian and her clone were at the bottom layer of the island, he used the library to check the walls around him. Surprisingly, it was discovered that the entire island is a hole. Got these? Just imagine the path you have walked in your mind. Draw it all out. After understanding what's going on. So he spent an hour on it. Inspire this heavenly palace item. His movements are very subtle. At that time, cruel thoughts were still trapped by the altar. So I didn't notice it. Later, he released cruel thoughts. He is trying to delay time. I want to spread my thoughts throughout the entire island. Control the head. Zhang Xian is naturally very willing. Because the more he integrates with the island, it is equivalent to the more spiritual fusion with the ignited spirit. It will become you with me. I have you in me. This is like the former hall leader. Like Zhang Zhouxiao growing plants. Even more difficult to divide. And at this moment, the ruthless person heard the other party say so. My whole head feels to explode normally. So there was a scream of terror all over his face. Are you saying that you have inspired such a large island? After all, he is also very familiar with this profession. Even if it's a 9-star awakening master. At most, only a long sword can be given. Let's wake up with things like the skull top. And every spiritual awakening consumes a great deal of energy. Need to rest for a long time. The puppet crafted by the celestial palace master. The diameter is 2 or 3 kilometers. Activate this thing. How many times do we need to ignite the flames? How could he do this? Think of this. A fierce roar filled with anger in the eyes of a ruthless person. Even if it awakens, what's the point? I can also kill you. Accompanied by his roar. The head suspended in mid-air struggled for a moment. Just keep smashing at Zhang Xian. But at this moment, standing still, Zhang Xian raised her hand. Just chop boil. When the words spirituality are spoken, immediately, the entire head was covered in green plants. However, it is greatly disturbed by spirituality. At this moment, his thoughts also began to become confused. Like a split personality. I can no longer control my own power. Just a wizard who witnessed this scene, head of the hexing hall and others, all dumbfounded in their eyes. After all, in their eyes, a spiritual awakening master has always been synonymous with weak combat effectiveness. It can be considered as an auxiliary in the auxiliary profession. How could you think of it? This auxiliary profession can still be used so effectively. And I feel like I'm being played like a monkey. At this moment, there was an extremely angry roar. Do you think these ordinary spirits can assimilate me? Are you kidding? After I kill it, I can also kill you. Just stand there and wait for me to die. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook her head helplessly. I responded with a shout to exterminate these spirits. You can do it, but you don't have a chance anymore. As soon as the words fell, I saw a book in his palm. After casually opening it, a finger and heart slowly soar into the air. The big back staff in front of me. I have a powerful master of my own. Just flood the emperor. Okay now. Now it's not just him. Even the participants were pulled onto the stage and beheaded in public. Can be his perverted master. I can really watch my butler helplessly. Was someone beheaded? Just now. After Zhang Xian awakened the cruel head. But cruel people believe that these ordinary spirituality. He can quickly clear it out. At that time, we can also kill everyone. But Zhang Xian shook her head and responded with an undeniable response. You can indeed do this. But you don't have a chance. After finishing speaking, he dug out a book of heavenly Tao. Immediately after, I saw the fingers and hearts in the book soaring into the air. Subsequently, it emitted a strong aura of killing. Cover the entire island. Head visible. I no longer have the calmness and composure I had before. Instead, panic appeared, and shouted with disbelief on his face. How could you have other parts of me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but laugh. Are you joking? If I could sense it for you, my own divine strategy, won't it become street goods? However, the fingers and heart suspended in mid-air. Ignoring the shock of the head, a thought came out. I just crawled straight in. At this moment, Zhang Xian turned around and instructed everyone to leave here first. After all, two ruthless individuals are vying for control over their bodies. It's bound to be very powerful. They can't help here either. Maybe there's still danger. Why don't we leave first? Go to a farther place and wait. Everyone heard the command. Although I don't understand the situation, but the pressure around seems to have been relieved, and they can only do as Zhang Shi said. So that's it. Under the leadership of Zhang Xian, the swamp where everyone will leave soon. It only stopped when it reached a distant hill. At this moment, everyone turned back to look at the huge head. Like stars, only a tiny bit remains. Point size. At this moment, Wuxia couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian. I asked a question. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Zhang Xian explained that this teacher of Qing Tian Emperor, he is a super strong existence who has fought against Kongshi. It has reached the point of rebirth with drops of blood. I happen to have captured another part of his body. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone is stupid. They don't know how to understand at this moment either. The zombie in front of us, a super strong presence who has fought against terrifying corpses. Isn't this something that has survived since ancient times? This can still be subdued. And now we have to sacrifice another part of this zombie. How strong is he really? How perverted is it to have such a means? Zhang Xian saw everyone's expressions. I quickly explained what happened today. Please do not spread it outside. Everyone only reacted upon hearing this, so he nodded repeatedly in response. After all, what happened today was too shocking, even if they really say it out loud. I don't think anyone would dare to believe it. Zhang Zhouxiao, who had been dull for a long time, stood beside him. At this moment, I couldn't help but wonder in my heart. Just look at the other person and ask Zhang Shi, are you really a renowned teacher? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian also knows that explaining anything now is useless. A special aura immediately emanated. Other underworld masters besides wizards. Everyone feels this. It gives people an impulse to worship and pay homage. Everyone was so excited that their bodies trembled. Unable to extricate oneself. They can't believe it. I actually lived in the same era as the renowned teacher Tian Blade, and they have also experienced so many things together. However, Zhang Zhouxiao's face turned pale beside him at this moment. A mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. I used to treat the other party as a target of competition. I hope to surpass it one day. It seems impossible to do it now. He meowed and compared himself to a master swordsman. Then I thought about it for a moment. I also felt relieved about losing, giving Tian Run, a renowned teacher, neither injustice nor shame. At this moment, the head of the hall slowly spoke about today's matter. A big household must have 3 traitors and 7 mouthfuls. Never expose it. Upon hearing this, everyone began to rise up as a renowned teacher. Zhang Xian thanked everyone upon seeing the situation. I won't say much anymore. Just look up ahead in the sky. Half an hour later, the struggle gradually weakened. The fierce face before has gradually changed. I just breathed a sigh of relief. So I asked everyone to wait here for a moment. Go on your own, come on. After speaking, he quickly returned to the island. Just arrived. The cruel intent of the heart will be erased. The other party's ceremony was told to Zhang Xian, but I was also seriously injured myself. Need to sleep for a period of time to adjust the state. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian. First, I breathed a sigh of satisfaction. You can see the huge head in front of you. I couldn't help but ask such a big question. How can I take you away? The ruthless person who heard the inquiry responded that it was simple. Then I saw a huge head. Just shrink and drill directly to the side of the heavenly way. Zhang Xian couldn't help but furrow her brow when she saw this. I wonder if this book of heavenly Tao still has this ability. Then I flipped through the book. I can see the head and heart. And the fingers are all in the book. Zhang Xian happily collected the book of heavenly Tao. Then he returned to the crowd. This time I came to Jibei Marsh. Although it was extremely thrilling for him, the harvest is also extremely rich. Leaving aside the fact that the integration of ruthless individuals will inevitably lead to a significant increase in strength. Just talking about hundreds of puppets that have been unsheathed in the near to mid-term, it can definitely become a great fighting force. If we were to completely tame it. Once released, there will be 6 remaining weights. In the early days, even the strongest would probably be beaten by the sea. The most crucial thing is, these puppets, different from the puppet of the alien race that was subdued last time, they belong to the category of artificial goods, without any aura of the alien race. Even in the Master Teacher Hall, it's okay. Use it casually, don't worry about anything. And when Wu and others saw him come back, I asked Zhang Shi with a puzzled expression on my face. What about that island? Zhang Xian shook her head in response to the words. This matter involves a lot. You guys shouldn't ask anymore. After all, Zhang Xian doesn't want to deceive the other party either. Lies will eventually be exposed. It's better not to say anything than that. And now the situation here has come to this. It can also be considered as coming to an end. After discussing with the agent later, Zhang Xian handed over the body of the Blue Sky Emperor, and have the wizard recount what happened here. He made it all by himself. Just report upwards. After hearing the arrangement, the wizard and everyone also know that this matter is significant. I also understand in my heart what should or should not be said, so I didn't ask any more questions. This is a technician. Let the wizard go back to the renowned teacher's hall in the far north with him. Can communicate through video communication. Report this matter more intuitively to headquarters. So that's it. Everyone sits in the flying beast of the hall master and leaves. And Zhang Xian rode the flying beast alone. Go back to Qingyuan City. After all, he is also very worried about Liu Yang's matter. However, on the way of flying, he returned to the beehive. Conduct a soul search on Emperor Qingtian. Something quickly learned from his memory. It's similar to what the ruthless person said. Later, it also appeared in his memory. Obtain the holy domain passed down to him by the ruthless man. A 5-level witch soul technique. Therefore, he cultivated the witchcraft souls technique to the 2nd level of the holy realm. And the 3rd and 4th levels require the essence and spirit stones to cultivate. He currently doesn't have it either. So it stopped. Although the witch soul master profession has great benefits, but reaching the 5th level out of body realm, many people have reached the pinnacle. Breakthrough in Nanjing. After all, exorcism is the biggest challenge. Less than 1 person out of 10,000 can pass the thunder's power. This Qingtian emperor is able to practice hard until he is unsheathed. In the later stage, it can be said that he is a genius among geniuses. However, Zhang Xian is practicing the heavenly Tao witch soul. It is inherently yang attribute. After merging with Taiyin, it becomes even stronger. It shouldn't involve this issue. Besides, his soul was also tempered with lightning earlier. So the situation encountered by the witch soul master, it's not a big problem for him. It's just that there aren't enough books in the library right now. It is also impossible to converge into the 5-fold martial arts of the heavenly Tao witch soul. But there will be new knowledge pouring in later on. I believe we can also complete the integration soon. However, after understanding these things, Zhang Xian no longer paid attention. Transfer the puppet that previously received the storage ring. All of them were released. Let the demons leave one by one. Let's start taming with the help of Yen Tianshou. Less than 3 days. These guys are all loyal to Zhang Xian, become his loyal subordinate. However, Zhang Xian is still on her way to Qingyuan City. Wu Shi has already arrived at the extreme north city, and offers sacrifices to the hall master. After also organizing a series of image application ceremonies, in front of the 2 of them, the phantom of an old man slowly appeared. This person is none other than the renowned master of the Imperial City Alliance, 8-star renowned teacher He Xian. At this moment, he asked what had happened. You need to use imaging to communicate with me. Upon hearing this, Teacher Wu immediately bow and report back. And Lord Xiaoqing, formerly known as Master Teacher Hall Father and Hall Master Wu Rufeng, apply for video communication today. It's because Tian Cheng and the Dog Hall Master and many famous teachers were killed. Now the truth has come out. I am specifically reporting to you. Upon hearing these words, Lord He's face turned pale. Let the other party continue speaking. So he released the body of Emperor Outyan without any issues. Just reincarnate Vice Hall Master Tianqing from a single thought. There are over 100 traitors in the Mingshi Hall, and everything about Emperor Qing Tian has been revealed. And list the top 10 kings of the entire Qing Tian lineage. It's all Zhang Xin alone. Report on the killing of them one by one. However, the explanation is clear. After the deeds of Chu Zhangxian, Lord He was very happy. There are such outstanding talents within the Alliance Empire City. Alone, it destroyed the plan of the alien race to invade the human race, save countless renowned teachers from disasters. His contribution is unparalleled, so I just announced directly. Grant to Zhang Xian the specially appointed elder position of the Imperial City Alliance famous teacher hall. It was also the sealing of my teacher, becoming the head of Qingyuan Mingshi Hall, and get an opportunity to come to the Imperial City Alliance for further studies. Meanwhile, many famous teachers who participated in the assassination of Emperor Outyan, both warriors and warriors will be rewarded. 6 days have passed in a blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhang Xian was already riding a flying beast, arriving over Qingyuan City. Just on the way back, he received 2 messages from Sun Chang. Firstly, they reported how they killed Chu Tianqing. Secondly, Lu Yang ran away from home. After understanding these, Zhang Xian actually knows. The person was not killed by Lu Yang. After all, he knows. His Majesty the Emperor has already sacrificed his soul to a ruthless person, willingly become the puppet of the other party. Once the other party dies, he naturally cannot survive either. So he felt that at most it was just reckless rescue. With his adventurous influence, there shouldn't be any major issues. He just sent multiple messages to Sun Chang. I haven't received any response. This also made him anxious. He was deeply puzzled by this. So when we arrived over Qingyuan City, immediately control the flying holy beast. Fly straight towards the residence of the warrior hall. But as soon as I came back, I saw that young Master Ruowan's face was full of anxiety. And emotionally excited, he welcomed her up. I quickly asked him what had happened. At this moment, Lord Ruowan quickly responded by saying that the dean, something big is going to happen. Lu Yang killed His Majesty Chu Tianqing. The entire Qingyuan Imperial City caused a sensation. A famous teacher surnamed Song was executed at noon today, in the square outside the palace, to publicly execute the participant, accompanied by the rebellious butler Sun Chang and many drug masters. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, the pupils couldn't help but contract. I asked again with a face full of bruises, do you mean Master Teacher Hall wants to kill Sun Chang and many poisonous masters? At this moment, Ruowan quickly nodded, responded positively, and said Xian, everyone who knows has passed. I am planning to rob the court. I'm the only one staying here now, waiting for you to come back. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian immediately called out to leave. Let's go to the square. So he stretched out his big hand, just grabbed the young Master Ruowan, flying straight towards the square of the palace. After all, Zhang Xian knows that time waits for no one. These guys who don't know the height of the earth. Although its combat power is astonishing among its peers, but the strength is too low. So many people didn't even win a single and a half games. How do we solve this? If it really causes trouble, things are difficult to handle. However, during the flight, Zhang Xian, I also learned from the mouth of Lord Ruohuan, this Master Song, he is a quasi-8-star renowned teacher from Qinchong Imperial City. Since Chu Tianqing died, countless ministers, nobles, even soldiers surround and make trouble outside the famous teacher's hall every day. Master Teacher Hall cannot withstand the pressure from outside. Only then did this judgment be made. And Lu Yang has been missing since that day. All the famous teachers sent by the teacher hall have not been found yet. If Lord Quan and the others don't know where Lu Yang has gone, the reason why this Songsher wanted to publicly kill Sun Chang and others, the purpose is also to use public opinion to force him to appear and grab it. Okay, give an explanation to Qingyuan Imperial City. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian also knew. His Majesty the Emperor was killed by someone. So many guards have been stung with poison. If we don't handle it properly, it will definitely cause even greater conflicts, lead to bigger waves. I just want to kill Sun Chang no matter what. They will never allow it, unless you step on your own body. However, just as they were on their way, at that time, the square outside the palace was crowded with people. Accumulated at least 100,000 people. A huge high platform stands among them. Sun Chang, Elder Su, and others who are being detained above, also imprisoned in cultivation. It seems that he could be publicly executed at any time. And the members of the Xianxian society in the audience. I saw them all being pressed up. Everyone looked anxious and didn't know what to do, although they arrived here early in the morning. But those who imprison the other party are all holy domain powerhouses, elders who are more destined for the divine realm. Their strength is beyond saving lives. I can't even get close. At this moment, Song Chao also responded with a serious expression, saying, I don't know what to do either. Sun Chang is the steward of the dean. Last time, I didn't hesitate to make a big fuss for him at the Zhongqing Palace. So highly valued. If that's the case, kill the dean for no reason. It's not causing such a stir yet. When the strongest king encounters the strongest king, do you think you'll be beaten to death? Will it still be said to be dead? Just now, Zhang Xian and Prince Ruohuan, when flying from the warrior hall to the palace square together, I have also finished understanding the recent situation. They just haven't arrived at the square yet. Sun Chang and a group of drug masters were also taken to the high platform. At this moment, everyone in the Xianxian society below was also anxious. I don't know what to do. One of the members angrily cursed. The people in the station hall. They have all received the favor of the dean. It's also half a student. Why do we need them this time? But there's not a single person who can stand up. At this moment, Song Chao shook his head and responded that he couldn't blame them. Several shop owners in Zhanshi Tang. A few days ago, I went to ask for someone. They were all detained by this Songshi, and issued the Mingshi order. All the soldiers in the war hall must stay inside the hall, not allowed to come out. Otherwise, it would be a violation of military discipline. After all, a strategist is equivalent to, it's the army of renowned teachers. Military orders always come first. This quasi-8-star renowned teacher from the Qinzhong Empire. I personally issued the order to become a renowned teacher, equivalent to issuing a military order, even if they are unwilling. No matter how much I want to help, I dare not act rashly. It is the duty of soldiers to obey orders. Warriors are no exception. And the member who was very angry just now. At this moment, he also said in confusion, if they hadn't joined in, it may be difficult for us to save people just by trying to do so. At this moment, Song Chao responded with a serious expression, I also know. But regardless of the outcome, now we can only rely on ourselves. After all, publicly solving the problem is already a capital offense. Shen Shenhui and others also came with a dying heart, so involve the people from the war hall. It's not a good thing either. But while Song Chao was lost in thought, a sound came from behind. Who said you can only rely on yourselves? Why don't you treat us as brothers so quickly? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately. Only then did I realize that thousands of people had arrived, and the leader. It is precisely the common hobby and conversation of the warrior hall. However, after seeing the person clearly, Song Chao couldn't help but ask why you all came. Isn't it strictly forbidden to leave the warrior hall? Hearing inquiries, Shihao smiled and said, we have received the order, but the other party is a commanding warrior, and from now on, we will. He is no longer a warrior. Upon hearing this, Song Chao's whole body couldn't resist for a while. I couldn't help but clench my fists tightly. At this moment, he only felt a warm current flowing in his heart. 4 warriors. How honorable is this identity? After these days of contact, he knows very well. And now, in order to save Sun Chang, without hesitation, let go of the persistence and glory in your heart. Now it's not just Song Chao. The Xianxian society heard Shihao say so. Their eyes are all red one by one. At this moment, the soldier also spoke up and said, a command from the renowned teachers hall was issued. Soldiers have to comply. But if we still want to save people, we have to resign from our identity. In this way, you don't have to be bound by commands. Song Chao's classical Chinese once again made his heart sour. At this moment, he knew he was thinking. Persuasion will pale in comparison to anything else. So he, who wanted to speak, couldn't say anything for a long time. And Xiao Qin on the side looked to the members of the Xianxian society for this matter. Speaking of teacher Zhang, he's not just your dean, he is also our teacher. Without him, our strength cannot reach the current level. It's impossible to understand that martial arts can still be used in this way. His impartiality and selflessness. As beneficiaries, we cannot remain indifferent. However, Shihao saw that the other party still had a face full of interference. Just agree with me. Zhang is the most broad-minded teacher I have ever met. It's my blessing to be able to learn from him. Now his people are in trouble. If we don't take action, do we still have to wait for someone else? At this point, he took a step forward and pounded his shoulder. Keep talking, isn't it difficult? You don't even consider us brothers. After listening to these words, Song Chao took a deep breath. Just suppressed the gratitude in my heart. Just nodded in response to a few people. So a few people began to discuss how to take over the ceremony. After discussion, Sure, how prepared the 10,000 star formation in advance. I sent it to everyone. Let everyone master it quickly. Later, whenever Master Song reads out the charges, activate a joint attack to subdue him. So they discussed a solution together. I waited for some more time. I heard an old man hovering above the high platform. Tell everyone to approve the 8-star spiritual master Song Xian. The Sun Chang below me, fire and poison hall. Everyone poisoned and killed the royal family of Qingyuan Imperial City at night. Title, Emperor of the Imperial City. Your Majesty, his crime is extremely heinous. Now sentenced to beheading. Public execution. Speaking of which, Master Song looked around again. I didn't find Liu Yang, who had fled, present. Just give me a cold drink. It's already noon now. Immediate execution. As soon as these words are spoken, the series of beheading knives on stage slowly floated up. It seems like it could fall on Sun Chang at any moment, on the heads of Elder Su and others. At this moment, while in the audience, he shouted loudly and started to fight. Accompanied by his shout, countless true chi immediately gathered together, formed a true chi dragon. He charged straight towards the zombies in the air. However, the zombies who witnessed the scene, I didn't expect someone to come and rob the court, and he also did it himself. So his face darkened. He raised his hand and suddenly pressed down on the incoming attack. Immediately after, I saw a violent force attack the true chi like a giant dragon, imprisoned in mid-air. After all, the pinnacle of strength has been unleashed, approaching the field infinitely. Entering here is no longer something that can be resisted by a large number of people. At this moment, Songshi, who blocked the attack, sneered and rushed to rob the court. Aim at an 8-star renowned teacher and get started. I will kill all these people now. I'll see how you can save me. Immediately after, I saw him raise his other hand, just gently move downwards. Countless suspended beheading knives immediately chopped off the necks of Sun Chang and others. But the knife stopped again before it could be cut. Then I heard a hurricane rolling up, a cold sound, echoing in everyone's ears. The person who killed me, Zhang Xian. I want to ask, how many heads do you have? As soon as the words fell, I saw him flying in mid-air, like a heavenly god. It gives people a suffocating impression. It seems that just one rebuttal will lead to a catastrophic disaster. The audience below witnessed the soul of the dean. Everyone was so excited that tears welled up in their eyes. At this moment, everyone also holds the big stone that has been weighing on their hearts for many days. Put it down. And the execution of Song Shijian, suspended in mid-air, was interrupted. With a displeased expression on his face. You're Zhang Xian, aren't you? Snorted coldly. It's best if you can come. This way, I also saved a lot of trouble. As a renowned teacher, you, no matter what, good disciple. Let him commit violence and evil deeds. The severity of his charges. No need for me to say. I'm sure you should also understand. I think you are a talented person. Not in Qingyuan City during this period. I don't know about this matter. You can be treated leniently, as long as these people are personally executed. After the righteous killing of relatives, I will apply to the headquarters. Let me show you some leniency. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian raised her eyebrows, just angrily rebuked me and made me destroy my family for righteousness. What you said is very noble. Upon hearing the other party's tone, Songshi's face darkened. He shouted sternly, what's wrong? Do you want to rob the court like them? You are a renowned teacher. Pay attention to your identity and behavior. Now I'm giving you a chance. It's because your talent is not weak, and you have made contributions in the Master Teacher Hall. Don't waste this opportunity yourself. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian responded with a disdainful look on her face. Let's leave this opportunity to yourself. As soon as the words fell, I saw the violent aura emanating from him soaring into the clouds. Grandmaster seized the situation. Wave your big hand. With anger between his eyebrows, he let out a cold drink. I'll give you face. Don't be ungrateful. And Zhang Xian. At this moment, he also walked down the high platform step by step from mid-air. At the same time, angrily rebuking to give face. I, Zhang Xuanhe, once needed someone else to give face. Upon hearing this, Songshi suddenly became angry. He originally thought that the other party could successfully explore. He's a super genius. That's precisely why. Special care. Give sufficient preferential treatment. But if this guy doesn't know how to be grateful, it's okay. There's no etiquette at all now. How dare you say that? This simply doesn't take oneself seriously. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. Just shout out in anger, good Zhang Xuanhe, how dare you act recklessly in front of me? Don't think you broke into the branch of Qingyuan famous teacher hall. Some talents can do whatever they want. In the Song dynasty, Xuanzhuan, 8-star renowned teacher, following orders from headquarters, come to handle the affairs of Qingyuan branch. You, a 7-star teacher, speaking impolitely. Frivolous behavior. Where is etiquette? However, Zhang Xian arrived on the high platform. At this moment, he looked up and glanced at the other person. Just respond by saying I don't know what etiquette you're referring to. I only know they don't deserve to die. Upon hearing this, Master Song sneered coldly. Should you die? It's not your the final say. Kill a city's emperor, causing unrest. But killing them several times is not an exaggeration. As a renowned teacher, you should know these. I advise you not to break the rules. Be self-destructive. After speaking, Master Song no longer paid attention to the other party. Raise your hand a bit. The decapitation knife that fell before is suspended again. At the same time, behead Sun Chang and others. It just hasn't fallen yet. I heard a series of crisp noises. Immediately after, these over 100 large knives exploded simultaneously. They all shattered into powder, flying down from the air. Seeing this scene, Song couldn't bear it anymore. It's really bold to curse again. I finally know. The always stable Qingyuan Imperial City famous teacher hall. Why did you have such a big problem as soon as you arrived? It's a mouse that spoils the whole pot of porridge. You have no rules at all. Absolutely lawless. Can Zhang Xian hear this? I let out a big sigh of breath all over my body. Eyes are like electricity, with an irresistible aura and power. Congratulations. Shut your mouth. Do you want to tell me the rules and etiquette? Great, I'm Zhang Xian investigating the real culprit. Block the conspiracy of the Yilingyuan. When slaying Emperor Aota. Where are you? I, Zhang Xian, am not deep into the world. When in crisis, saving many famous teachers. What are you doing? I, Zhang Xian, impart knowledge. When many famous teachers break through their damage in cultivation. Where are you? As a quasi-8-star renowned teacher. I don't want to find a way to track down the real culprit. Not dealing with the truth of many famous teachers being killed in the famous teacher hall. But here they shout and shout. Borrowing power to do evil. Who gave you the courage and power? How are you? Something dares to point fingers in front of me. Upon hearing these words, Master Song, the whole person was so angry that their face turned red. But I couldn't speak in silence. And on Zhang Xian's side, still sternly rebuking Chu Tianqing, he defected to the alien race. Tian Chang is a clone of the emperor of the alien clan. Go Tianza, as the top player of the hall owner. Firm trust. Make the entire famous teacher hall full of smoke and dust. You're not going to investigate. But here is an ignorant butler to me. Chasing relentlessly. Catch a few poisonous masters and don't let them go. I just want to ask. Is this the right granted to you by the Master Teacher Hall? Upon hearing these words, Master Song wants to speak up. But it was interrupted again. Master preaches the world. Establishing the profession of a renowned teacher. I want people to show off their martial arts skills clearly. Thus channeling. It's even more about teaching by example. Teach to the world. This is why he was honored as the eternal teacher. Everyone admires it. Teacher profession. The purpose is to emulate Master Kong. Abandoning the forest sea of the world. Open up the wisdom of the people. My disciple Liu Yang hasn't even reached the holy realm. Do you think you can kill? Half-step unsheathed, forbidden to the strong. Chu Tianqing, as the lord of a city, so easily killed. Is there still a need for the existence of Qingyuan Imperial City? Don't tell me it was caused by the use of poison by the drug master. If my message is correct, they're using Qingfeng to disperse, right? 20 years ago, the alien race attacked. It was caused by this drug. The entire Qingyuan Imperial City almost collapsed. I have failed once before. Doesn't the royal family have any precautions against this? Are you really unprepared? I still join the alien race. Or maybe it's some other issue. This kind of account closure. How can the Imperial City defend human territory? Listen here. Master Song is completely stunned. He doesn't know anymore. What can be used to refute what the other party is saying? And Zhang Xian ignored his calmness. With a wave of his big hand, he continued to shout and shout. You don't know how to handle things. What should be dealt with? I don't know what to do. But he couldn't afford some small things, and the guards didn't understand. Obey the Grand Prince. The temptation of Chen. Act according to their wishes. Not distinguishing the middle. Not distinguishing right from wrong. The guard died. As a quasi-8-star renowned teacher. Not dealing with the issue of the renowned teacher's hall. Disregarding the lives of multiple colleagues. Causing panic among people. There is no distinction between primary and secondary guards. Disregarding the rebuttal of Zhan Shirtang. Trapping the shop owner and soldiers. Misuse of power. Randomly issuing orders. Affects the reputation and dignity of the renowned teacher's hall. Guard abuse of power. Song Xian, what face do you have to call yourself a quasi-8-star famous teacher? Listen to all these questioning words. Master Song's face turned red. A mouthful of blood spurted out with it. The whole person almost fell from mid-air. Xian, who witnessed the scene, he and the warrior Tang Zhongrun looked at each other one by one, beating with a face turning white. The dean is such a meow cow. No move was made. Just a few words. I almost sent this old man away. However, Sun Chang, who was imprisoned. At this moment, he also shouted excitedly, I lost it. In terms of oral skills, is my young master stronger? This pervert in front of us is trying to avoid taking the blame on himself. Shameless enough to use weapons. Beating the other party's lifeblood. Just now, Zhang Xian arrived at the square outside the palace. Seeing the old man in front of me. I want to kill my butler and others. Just a series of verbal movements. Spray the other person until their face turns red. Blood spurted wildly. I almost fell in mid-air. However, Sun Chang, who witnessed this scene, excited and joking about the importance of putting effort into words. My young master is still stronger. Elder Su, speaking in classical Chinese, hurriedly asked, sir, what should we do now? Upon hearing this, Sun Chang, I just yawned nonchalantly and responded, saying, don't worry now. Didn't I say it before? The young master will definitely come to our rescue, even if he doesn't take action. My grandfather will also take action. They won't just watch me get into trouble. They're in our heads. I can't drop it. Zhang Lao's classical Chinese is very speechless. He was detained. My mood is very depressed. He's good. Now at the guillotine, it feels like a vacation. Shaking his head helplessly, he exclaimed in gratitude. Your mentality is really good. But in my heart, I am grateful for the benefactor in front of me. But I couldn't help but have some doubts. He didn't seem like that before. He is brave and decisive. Exceptionally intelligent. Calm down without losing dignity when encountering major events. And why is it like this now? However, Lao Su was contemplating on this side. Why is there a significant difference in Sun Chang's way of doing things before and after? Elder Song, who had vomited blood here, regained consciousness. Just looked at Zhang Xian again, angrily rebuked, saying that he was indeed sharp-tongued. Whether what you're saying is true or not remains to be verified. But Sunshine conspired with the people in the poison hall to launch a surprise attack on the Qingyuan royal family. Confuse and kill tens of thousands of people. The evidence of Emperor Qingyuan's visit to Chu Tian is conclusive. Beyond all doubt. What if we don't kill? How to follow the rules tomorrow? If everyone were to do this, what is the majesty of the Master Teacher Hall? How can human hearts be stable? Then as soon as he turned his head, he looked down at the many famous teachers below. With a wave of his hand, he announced to continue waking up. However, Zhang Xian saw that this old guy still wanted to take action. I'm too lazy to say more. As soon as you look up, shout loudly. Since you won't listen to dissuasion, it's okay. Can you help me bring him down now? Song Xian heard the words, instantly turning from anger to blood. Then he looked down at Song Chao and others. Just respond with disdain, relying solely on them. You also want to hit me. Although there were many people who came to rob the court this time, but the strength is too low. They are all complicated little guys with 7 or 8 layers of complexity. Not to mention 10,000. Even if it's 30,000, 50,000, or even 100,000, it's also difficult to hurt half of his hair. After all, there are 6 remaining layers. Domain realm, also known as invincible realm. As long as the field expands and becomes invincible, I am no longer afraid of crowds and power. Although he has not yet reached this level of strength, but it is also infinitely close. So people of this level are important to him. No matter how many come, they never take it seriously. At this moment, he sneered coldly. It seems like you still don't know the strength of a quasi-8-star renowned teacher. How terrifying is it really? Speaking of which, I saw him grab it in the air as soon as he lifted his palm. Immediately afterwards, a thought spread out in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Song Chao and others. Under this powerful pressure, the members of Xianxian Society and Warrior Hall, it's like being suppressed by a mountain. They froze in place one by one. Don't even bother attacking. I can't even make a move. However, upon seeing this scene, Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The strength is indeed terrifying. Just who said they had to take action? Upon hearing these words, Song Xian was initially taken aback. Not them, who is that? But I haven't waited for him to speak up yet. Just rush down below. A scorching dragon of true chi rushed towards us. Seeing this scene, he's completely foolish. He didn't expect it. The person who took action was actually someone from the renowned teacher's hall. There's no need to be shocked about this matter. I gritted my teeth and suddenly raised my hand to fight back. This move comes out. Heaven and earth undergo a sudden change. A powerful and suffocating energy descended from the sky, accompanied by a loud roar. I only saw the moment when 2 streams of energy collided. I feel it on Master Song. Make a sound of broken ribs. Immediately after, I saw him hit on the chest by a giant dragon, soaring straight into the sky. However, on the high platform, Zhang Xian, watching the old guy soar into the sky, he also shook his head helplessly. Although you are a quasi-8-star renowned teacher, but all the famous teachers in Qingyuan Imperial City Famous Teacher Hall, they are all my students. How could you have a chance to beat me? After all, when Zhang Xian broke into the hall earlier, all the famous teachers have listened to his classes. There is also a sense of doing things. In addition, successfully breaking through the hall, many famous teachers can unconditionally obey his commands. At this moment, Zhang Xian also ignored it. Flying in the air, the old guy, with a flick of his body, he came up to Sun Chang and others. Wave your big hand. Just crush all their shackles on me. After finishing these tasks, just a sigh made you feel wronged, so I ignored their excitement. Just instruct everyone. Go down and meet the members of the Xian Society first. I still need to handle the affairs here before making any decisions. At this moment, the people who heard the command no longer spoke much. We jumped down together. However, Song Xian, who was flying in the air, at this moment, the whole body emits a strong pressure, rapidly descending downwards. At the same time, he roared with a fierce expression on his face. I won't teach you a lesson. I don't believe Song. And the famous teachers in the audience saw him rapidly declining. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Did he use a palm technique that fell from the sky? The renowned teacher beside heard this. Just responded with a pale face. The palm technique that falls from the sky. I didn't see it. I only saw a skull top falling from the sky. Many famous teachers around were all stunned when they saw this. Then he looked up above Song Xian. I took a glance at it. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. They looked at each other with disbelief on their faces. People are flying ahead. The scene of chasing from behind. However, I haven't waited for Song Xian's grip to fall in front of Zhang Xian yet. The Jin Yuanding chasing behind. Kick the other person's legs with just one kick, accompanied by a mournful cry. The Song family is like a cannonball. Smash a large hole directly from the ground in the air. At this moment, lying on the ground, he curled up into shrimp, moaning incessantly with a pale complexion. Seeing this scene, the many chrysanthemums in the audience are tightly packed. The corners of the mouth also twitched a few times at the same time. Although everyone doesn't know how he feels, it's just a simple glance. Everyone felt the pain to the point where they couldn't breathe. However, struggling to stand up from a curled-up state, Song Xian, at this moment, his eyes were boiling with murderous intent. Xian Jin Yuanding, a roar that seemed to tear it apart. I'm going to kill you. But he hasn't finished venting yet. The nearby Jin Yuanding's aura flickered. I just sat down on his face with my butt down. However, seeing that the other party still wanted to launch a surprise attack, Song Xian, his face darkened. Just gently tap upwards. The Jin Yuanding was immediately nailed to mid-air. Immediately afterwards, I saw him flip his wrist. With a long sword in hand, he slashed through the air. This move comes out. Swordsmanship in full swing. Like being able to split heaven and earth apart. Jin Yuanding witnessed the terrifying power of this. Immediately scared and shouted, Master, hurry up and save me. However, Zhang Xian did not take any action on this matter, but at a very fast pace, spread the method of cracking to the other party's consciousness. Several cracking methods. Less than 10 breaths. Jin Yuanding has already received it, and operate according to Zhang Xian's method. So I saw his huge aura suddenly shake. Move 3 points to the left. We won this blow. When sword chi draped over his canopy. Like hitting a drum. Suddenly, a huge bang erupted. The golden dome is indifferent to the intense spiritual pain. Quickly opened the furnace lid. The huge body suddenly sank downwards. The sound surging from within the skull is like thunder, rushing straight towards Song Xian. In an instant, his eyes were dazzled by the shock. Finish these. The golden dome sinks down again. The floor on the high platform was suddenly smashed into a big hole. This high platform is constructed, not a delay casting, so there are pillars supporting it below. Many places are hollow. After the golden circle descends, the energy with viscous space emitted by Song Xian, it's about to lose its effectiveness. Immediately after, I saw him shake his body again. We arrived at the location mentioned by Zhang Xian. I bumped into Song Xian's flaws. However, upon seeing this scene, Song Xian's face changed. Immediately sealed both hands, blocked the incoming flying attack. The attack was just something he didn't expect. The opponent's tripod kicked back again. He can't prevent or stop it now. The sound of an egg cracking echoed. Song Xian fell to the ground on the spot. The intense pain made him scream uncontrollably. Not long after, he trembled all over. I just gritted my teeth and roared angrily. I'm going to kill you, Super White. Just haven't waited for him to get up yet. Zhang Xian's face darkened beside him. 2 steps to reach Jin Yuanding. I scolded you, you guy. Why is it so small? It's neither big nor small. It's not a big deal. If it weren't for Master Song, he would be a quasi-8-star adult. There must have been a lot of reconstruction for you. Then he came to Song Xian's side. With a look of grievance on his face, he said, Oh my, I'm really sorry. Master Song, this skull top has spoiled me. That's why he's so insignificant. There's no sense of propriety in taking action. You see, I've already finished scolding him. You don't remember petty people, do you? After apologizing, I just glanced at his crotch. Just let out an unbearable sigh on his face. Why don't we just cut it? Song Xian heard the words, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood, immediately passed out on the spot. However, in his coma, he, like falling into a bottomless abyss. As a renowned 8-star teacher, he, arriving at the weakest titled imperial city, according to his idea, it should be with absolute authority. One word in 10,000 people are right. As a result, all the famous teachers not only disobeyed, instead, he even took action against him. It's alright now. Surprisingly, one of his skull tips was invalidated. The most infuriating thing is, the other party still looked innocent and gave Lu Ding guidance, although the action is small. But as a fighter and quasi-8-star master, is it still easy to tell? Guiding weapons. You hit yourself so badly with your hands, but pretending to be ignorant and naive. It seems like it has nothing to do with you. Can you be a little more shameless? Meow, you're even going to cut me. Although it has been abolished, it's better than nothing. Okay, but Zhang Xian really fainted when she saw the other person. Helplessly shaking his head, he put away the dagger. Then he grabbed the other person and woke them up. Then he turned his head to look at the golden yuan ding beside him. I shouted angrily with a displeased expression on my face, it's really ridiculous. I haven't come over yet to apologize. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuan Ding, with a sincere expression on his face, he dragged his plump body, bounced over. Apologize, Master Song. It's all my fault. How about I let you kick your feet back? After speaking, immediately spread the with a face full of grievances, it seems like you're capable. You can come. However, upon seeing the other part, Song Xian spewed out another mouthful of fresh blood. He meowed me to kick you. You have a hair. Give me a kick, you super white. Besides, I, a dignified and accurate 8-star master, have been kicked in the vital spot. Then have someone chop their legs and wait for me to kick them back. Do you still want my face? The more Song Xian thought about it, the angrier he became. He broke free from the other person's support. With a fierce roar on her face, Zhang Xian let out a roar. You openly officiate at the ceremony, disregarding the punishment and rules of renowned teachers. Show no respect to elders and superiors. He even instructed weapons to attack me. I will definitely report today's incident truthfully to the headquarters. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian responded with a disdainful look on her face. Since that's the case, I will hand over the Song family to you, Jin Yuanding. Take good care of him, okay? Upon hearing the command, the golden cauldron, I responded with an excited look on my face. The master immediately lifted his leg and prepared to kick it hard. Upon seeing this, Song Xian's body couldn't help but shake. Subconsciously took a few steps back. I am about to activate my true chi. When the fish dies and the net breaks with the other party, I heard a holy beast's cry coming from the sky. This sound echoed through the clouds. Immediately after, I saw a cloud of fire flying from afar. After the holy beast sees clearly, Song Xian's pupils involuntarily contracted. What came to mind immediately afterwards? So he exclaimed with excitement on his face, Holy! The holy beast of Domain 6, Fire Halo Holy Bird. Isn't this Yao Mantian and Yao Shi from the Earth City Alliance? Upon hearing the words, Zhang Xian lifted his head and looked up into the air. With the eye of reason, only then did I realize that you were standing on the holy back, hanging the emblem of an 8-star spiritual master on his chest. I couldn't help but be shocked. However, just as everyone was shocked, at the time of this sacred beast in the 6th level of the holy realm, the holy bird of fire cloud has arrived above the square, and this Yao teacher's body shook. He also stepped down step by step from the beast's back, stepping on the void. At this moment, I saw him taking high strides in the air. Speaking at the bottom, the Earth City Alliance has 8 stars and is evenly matched with Yao Tian. Upon orders from headquarters, we have come to investigate. The owner of the dog hall was killed. The fatherless lord of the first Qingyuan imperial city can be found here. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. With that, my heart moved. I just realized, after successfully breaking into the hall on one's own, the owner of the dog hall has applied to the headquarters once. At that time, we sent the quasi-8-star Song Xian over by our side. Later, the owner of the dog hall passed away. Several 7-star masters have died again, due to the significant involvement of the matter. Wuxia replied again. I can't make the decision to rush to the underground city this time. The report states that the City Alliance has only invited this person, due to the time difference. The flying holy beasts that the two of them were riding on were both very fast, exceeding the distance that ordinary communication jade cards can convey, so they didn't know that the other party was coming. However, just as Zhang Xian was thinking about the reason behind this matter, beside him, Song Xian looked as if he had seen a treasure. He welcomed her with a face full of joy and excitement. With a wave of punches, he spoke of the 7-star master of the imperial city in the rock. Song Xian has met teacher Yao. Yao Tian saw someone coming. I asked with a puzzled expression, why are you here? And why did your little chicken fall off? Just listen to the pervert's words. You will discover. Turns out perverts can only talk people to death. He can still talk about people. You clearly have 30 cents in your pocket, but it can make you think you have 30 million. Same feeling. Just now, Jean. After hearing Zhang Xian's instructions, Yuan Ding. I just lifted my leg to kick the old boss to pieces. Immediately after, I saw a big girl in the air, riding the holy beast and stepping into the air. However, Song Xian saw someone coming. It's Yao Man, the 8-star master of the Earth City Alliance. I quickly stepped forward to greet you. Just this big girl made it clear that she saw the other person's situation. I can't help but wonder in my heart. Just asked, didn't you rush to the Imperial City before? How did you come here? And what about the injuries on your body? Upon hearing the inquiry, Song Xian gritted his teeth. Just take everything that came here. I explained it in detail once. After speaking, make sure the other party makes the decision for him. However, Yao Mantian, who had a clear understanding of the situation, frowned. Just look at Zhang Xian. Asking is Zhang Xian. Is what he said true? At this moment, as soon as Zhang Xian clasped her fists, she responded by saying that I was the one who robbed the person. That's right, it was also my weapon that injured him. Jin Yuanding heard the other party admit it in person. Big Sister's face darkened as she continued to ask Songshur. He was ordered to come here. Regardless of their identity, they are all envoys. It also represents the headquarters. You did not comply with the envoy's decision to resolve the issue and injure people. Do you know the severity of this charge? At this moment, Zhang Xian bowed and explained to report back to Master Yao. This is highly involved. As a renowned teacher of the 7 stars, one naturally knows the charges. But I was also forced to do so out of helplessness. I don't want our renowned teacher hall to be deceived by others, being ridiculed by others. After speaking, seeing the puzzled expression on the big girl's face in front of me, just continue explaining that Vice Hall Master Tian Cheng is a member of the alien clan. The idea of the Qing Tian Emperor, who is from the Qing Tian lineage, has been reincarnated. Essentially, they are members of the alien race. He and Zhongqing Wang. Also, Emperor Qing Yuan's visit to Chu Tian. There has always been an undisclosed collusion, disrupting the stability of the human race recklessly. It quickly took more than 10 minutes, except for the recent ruthless part. Media to Tian Cheng. All things related to the alien race. I explained everything in detail once. However, after listening to all of this, Yamantian, I am extremely shocked at this moment. After a moment of trance, he looked at Zhang Xian. Ask if this matter involves a great deal. What you said has evidence. Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Xian, a faint response to this matter. Wu Shi and others have reported to the Alliance branch. If you don't believe me, Master Yao, you can contact them. There is the body of Emperor Qing Tian as evidence. Upon hearing these words, after a moment of contemplation, the young lady just nodded. I will contact the headquarters for detailed inquiries regarding this matter. A clear answer will be given on right and wrong. Just that even if there are problems with Chu Tianxing, it is also necessary to report to the headquarters in advance. Let the Master Teacher Hall take action. Your student will kill it, and colluded with the Poison Master to stun the entire palace, even if sentenced to public execution, despite being biased, but also to stabilize people's hearts. This is not a big deal. As soon as you arrived, let the weapon severely injure it. This is a bit too rude, isn't it? However, Song Xian beside him heard him speak for the other party. I gritted my teeth and retorted, Master Yao, this Zhang Xian is truly arrogant and martial. Not only is it impolite, even more unrecorded. I didn't even pay attention to the rules of Mingshi Hall. This person must be severely punished. How else can we please the public? But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Zhang Xian's face darkened and she angrily scolded me, shut up. Yao sure didn't let you speak. When is it your turn to interrupt? Facing the casual insertion of 8-star famous teachers. You're right now. Songshur heard the other party say so. Suddenly, I was so angry that my face turned pale with iron, so he spoke up to refute it. Just Zhang Xian hasn't waited for him to speak yet. Just keep talking, Teacher Yao. This matter is not as described by Master Song. There must be no hidden secrets. He kept saying it over and over again just now. Sunshine collaborates with the Poison Master of the Poison Hall. Assault on the Imperial City. Actually, Elder Suyu and his team are no longer the Poison Masters of the Poison Hall, but rather the warriors of the War Hall. After speaking, I saw the other person's face full of disbelief. The explanation of righteous words is that, actually, Elder Su and others used to be Poison Masters, but wholeheartedly pursuing goodness. It has been incorporated into the Qingyuan Imperial City War Hall. This matter has already been reported to the headquarters of the War Hall. Wish Shanzi has also agreed to this matter. You can go and verify it. However, the big girl who listened to the words, just look at Song Xian on the side. Ask Master Song, have you investigated this matter thoroughly? Upon hearing the inquiry, old Song's face turned red. I quickly explained that they had joined the war hall. But Jiangshan is easy to change. It is hard to change one's nature. Quietly refining poison is proof. Upon hearing this, Jiangshan coldly snorted and said that his true nature is hard to change. As a renowned teacher, how could you say such a thing? Song, when you were a child, you had to breastfeed. If your true nature is hard to change, then, are you still eating now? Upon hearing this, Song Xian was instantly furious and flew into a rage. With a face full of murderous anger, he shouted, "You're so reckless." Zhang Xian is not used to him at this moment either. Raise your eyelids. He scolded us, saying that our famous teachers should lead by example, influence character by environment, encouraging people to learn knowledge while also changing their mindset, developing towards a better direction. If we follow what you said, everyone's nature is hard to change. So what's the use of having a renowned teacher? You are denying Master Kong's philosophy, deny the existence of the famous teacher hall, right? Upon hearing this, Song Xian quickly responded that he didn't mean it that way. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian continued to rebuke, saying that it was not what she meant. So you are denying Zhanzi and Zhanshi Tang. Do you think their decision was wrong? After finishing speaking, the other person still said that's not what they meant. Zhang Xian looked at him with contempt on his face. What do you mean by that? Is it difficult for the world to be murky? I am poisonous and clear. Everyone is drunk, and I wake up alone, right? Listen here. Song Xian's face turned red with suppressed anger. If this guy continues to speak, he will know. It's definitely going to fall into the ditch. So he quickly looked at the big girl and clasped his fists. Speaking of Teacher Yao, the actions of the drug master. As renowned teachers, we are all well aware of it. Their cultivation techniques are vicious, not to mention, some even use human blood in sheep bones. Extremely cruel. These guys, for some unknown reason, admitted into the warrior hall. But based on my speculation, it should just be a disguised detention. Prevent wrongdoing. Not really acknowledging their identity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow. Interrupted him again. They say their techniques are vicious. As a renowned teacher, you must seek truth from facts, instead of opening your eyes and telling lies, intentionally deceiving an 8-star renowned teacher. What crime do you deserve for doing this? Upon hearing this, Song Xian gritted his teeth again and retorted, "Don't talk nonsense here. When will I open my eyes and tell lies?" At this moment, Zhang Xian also ignored the other party's attitude. As soon as he turned his head, he looked down at Elder Su and others. Speaking to everyone, please operate your martial arts. Let this Master Song take a look. Are you using villains? Everyone heard this. Immediately activate the true chi in the body. Immediately after, I saw their breath rising into the sky one after another. These breaths are dignified and upright. Not only is there no trace of een or strangeness, on the contrary, it gives people a warm and comfortable feeling. However, Song Xian, who witnessed this scene, the whole person was stunned in place. As a quasi-8-star renowned teacher, I have seen many poisonous masters. Each one is highly toxic. It gives people an indescribable sense of strangeness. But the things in front of us not only don't have this feeling, but also, still full of warmth. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Zhang Xian ignored his shock. As soon as he clasped his fists, he said to the big girl, "Excuse me, Master Yao. They practice a vicious method." Later, I received a positive answer from the big girl. Just keep saying that they have already abandoned evil and turned to good. Become a member of the warrior hall. But Songshur still regarded him as a poison master. One bite, one malice. Now I want to ask. What is malice? Is it subjective on your part? Upon hearing this, Song Xian, my body couldn't help but tremble. The whole person seems to have fallen into infinite darkness. After a while, I just regained my senses now. Reply with one sound. Even if the techniques they practice are no longer bizarre. But once you make a move, poison everyone in the entire palace to death. This is the truth. Even if you say more, it cannot be changed either. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, with a wave of his hand, he retorted, "If that's the case, then I will explain the matter in detail. It's good to make you die with this heart." After speaking, he looked at the big girl and said, "Master Yao, I want to recount the ins and outs of this matter in detail. Then you can help me and everyone comment." However, after receiving the opponent's shadow, Zhang Xian continued by saying that the situation is as follows. This Qingtian emperor from the Qingtian lineage, he not only has a profound cultivation, extraordinary strength, he is a powerful soul wizard. He possesses a special secret technique that can gather people's souls. In other words, no matter how strong you are, as long as it doesn't surpass the other party, and within a certain range, the soul can be easily captured and refined. becoming the nourishment for his cultivation. Speaking of which, I flipped my wrist and threw the altar out. Then he said, "This is one of the formations he used. Yao, if you don't believe me, you can take a look." Big girl sees what's in front of her. His expression became increasingly heavy. After carefully examining it, I just responded that although I have never seen such an altar before, but the witch soul master is eerie and unpredictable, relying on devouring other people's souls. The secret to advancing oneself does exist. That's exactly how it is. At that time, it was not tolerated by the righteous path, completely wiped out by the famous teacher hall. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that the other party knew one or two things. Just keep explaining that you're right. This method. To be honest, not only Qing Tian Huang possesses it, Chu Tian's filial piety. Finally, he also learned after that. After speaking, unfortunately, the two of them still need evidence. Zhang Xian turned her head without changing her expression. Order Elder Bai. Could you please go and pick up Qin Jie and the dog master, and bring over the bodies of those 7-star masters? However, when Bai Changlao in the audience heard the instructions, with a nod, he stepped back. I soon saw him come back. Just walk up to the high platform. With a flick of the wrist, a row of corpses were placed on the ground. At this moment, the young lady finished examining the corpses on the ground. I have also discovered it. They all share a common trait of having their souls killed to death. Zhang Xian saw that he understood the reason behind it. Just keep explaining. These are all souls that were captured and killed after being erased. And before these 7-star masters died, they all have one characteristic. I just had contact with Chu Tianxing. You can check this at the famous teacher hall. As soon as these words are spoken, many famous teachers in the audience have seen Chu Tianxing before. Things that have been in contact with these deceased individuals, rising up as a renowned teacher to prove. However, hearing so many people prove this matter, the big girl also knows that everyone doesn't know how to play games. So he looked at Zhang Xian with a puzzled expression on his face. What do you mean? This Chu Tianxing uses secret techniques. Killed so many famous teachers. At this moment, Zhang Xian responded that even if it wasn't him who did it, it must also have a great relationship with it. Although Wu Shi and I speculated that he had a problem, but I dare not take action either, because once it is killed, the Qingtian Emperor hidden in the spine swamp, it will inevitably escape. It will be difficult to find it again when the time comes. So the two of us went into seclusion in the name of seclusion. Secretly gathered 9 experts. Go to the swamp and kill the enemy. Despite the numerous dangers, but it also succeeded by luck. I have mentioned this before. Although we went very secretly, but as the lord of the city, a few days later, I still realized something was wrong. I guess I also guessed that my identity was leaked. I just want to plan a battle of trapped beasts. According to my speculation, Chu Tianxing is highly likely to use this arrest. The secret of the soul. Sacrifice all the creatures of Qingyuan city. Help them improve their cultivation. It's impossible to kill so many strong people at once, but people below the Holy Land. It shouldn't be difficult to slaughter millions or tens of millions. If this is successful, the entire imperial capital will suffer greatly, become a hell on earth. When everyone in the audience heard Zhang Xian say this, immediately causing an uproar, everyone was discussing with disbelief on their faces. After all, this news is simply too shocking, completely beyond their imagination. However, upon hearing various discussions, Zhang Xian, a straight face, he coldly snorted and said, "What will be the consequences of betraying the human race? I don't think I need to say much. Everyone knows. Once exposed, will become the enemy of the entire continent. Life is better than death. Doing anything extreme is possible." Speaking of which, seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of everyone in the audience, just keep talking. It is precisely because of this concern that I specifically instructed Sun Chang and Lu Yang before departure, and Su Changlao and others. As long as there is a change, even at the risk of being misunderstood, we also need to save lives. This is our explicit obligation to fulfill, responsibilities to be fulfilled. So that's why Lu Yang infiltrated the palace and pretended to be arrested. And Sun Chang, Elder Su, and others poisoned all the guards. Although it looks reckless, but it is the best way to solve the problem, can reduce the impact, can save people again. So I think not only are they innocent, but also, and he has made great contributions to saving lives. Such a hero, but he was rejected by the indiscriminate Song army, sentenced to public execution. How can I stand idly by? I really want it to happen. Where is the court of the master teacher hall? Where is the reputation? However, Lao Su and others who heard all of this in their ears, everyone was stunned for a moment. This is saving the people from fire and water. Why have we suddenly become so great? And what this zombie said. How come I have no memory at all? Do you remember him? When did you say that? The pervert drowned the old man into a eunuch at the slightest disagreement. What he didn't expect was, The old man actually called the big girl next to him, assist him in drowning the pervert. Just now, Zhang Xian saved Sun Chang and others. Just keep dealing with Song Xian. Also take care of everything. It's said to be told to the big girl of this 8-star famous teacher. And he also took care of his own students and butler. And a group of poisonous masters stormed the palace at night and killed the emperor. Succeed in negotiation. It's to save the lives of millions of people in Qingyuan. Specially instructed him, even if it may be labeled as misunderstood. I also have to fulfill my obligations and responsibilities. However, Lao Su and others who heard all of this in their ears. Suddenly, I also feel great about myself. They just can't remember. Zhang Xian. When did I explain these things to them in advance? Lao Su only realized after calming down. Then he looked at Zhang Xian. His eyes were filled with admiration. Can it be done in such a short time? Analyze the psychology of Songshi and Yaoshi. Know about the Master Teacher Hall and the entire Qingyuan city. The thoughts of all practitioners, and find the most suitable reason. One move of fighting overnight to solve the problem. But this skill is beyond the reach of many people. Thinking of this, I glanced at Zhang Xian. Then I looked at Sun Chang not far away. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, as Su, how do you feel that this Zhang Xian is the real benefactor? He was full of doubts. Just as I was about to go up and test it out, I just saw Sun Chang suddenly walking together and took a few steps forward. Yaoshi said calmly with a calm expression. Below is the Sun Chang who is about to be beheaded. We are unwilling to speak out about this matter. I'm afraid of causing unrest. Make everyone panic. Since the young master said it, then I'll admit it. Why did young master Liu Yang and I kill Chu Tianxing? It is precisely seeing him doing evil. I plan to offer sacrifices to all the people in the entire imperial capital. Although our strength is not great, not very famous either. But if we could trade our lives for the entire city, although dead, still glorious. After saying these, Sun Chang has already appeared in front of everyone. Back and waist straight. A pair for the sake of the human race. The expression of being brave enough to die at any moment but not being understood. However, after listening to the explanation, I saw with my own eyes the indomitable spirit of Sun Chang, who would rather die than surrender, even if they are beheaded. The great sentiment of not wanting to cause panic among everyone. Each one is full of emotion. They all fought against him for having such an execution. After listening to these words, Lao Su beside him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. I lost it. It was clearly unintentional that he killed her. Okay. The most crucial thing is that you even used a knife to castrate them. The only evil one is you. When did you become a Chu Tian? And these days, besides eating, you also sleep. When did it become heroic employment? Oh, my God. How could the water be so lawless? It's just that Lao Su glanced at Sun Chang's expression. It seems to be somewhat similar to Duke N again. Now he can't distinguish either. Who is truly my benefactor? And at this moment, the big girl Yao Mantian learned about the situation. He responded with a serious expression on his face. I didn't expect Chu Tianxing to be so disgusting. Since the truth has been revealed, I will request a reward from headquarters. Treat everyone well. Make up for previous mistakes. After hearing the verdict, Song Xian on the side, he shouted Master Yao with a pale face on his face. I think there's something suspicious about this matter. Need to investigate carefully. Big girl heard this. My face immediately darkened, and shouted sternly, enough is enough. You still feel embarrassed and haven't lost enough, right? As a quasi-8-star renowned teacher. If we don't investigate thoroughly, we'll just proceed with the trial. Almost made Zhongliang feel cold. How to live up to the rights granted to you by naming Master Hall in the future. You did not perform well this time. I will report in detail to the headquarters. Wait until you go back and receive punishment. Upon hearing these words, Song Xian was immediately so angry that his whole body trembled. So my wrist rolled over. A famous teacher badge falls in the palm of my hand. Fingers up. Drops of fresh blood are suspended on top. Immediately after, a loud voice echoed around. Zhang Xian instructed many famous teachers. Take action against me. Like my dignity. Even more so, let my weapons destroy me. I, Song Xian, in the name of his new renowned teacher, apply for a master teacher challenge from Ming Hall headquarters. Immediately proceed now. Do you dare to agree? Immediately after, the badge appeared. A ray of light flies into the sky. Big girl Yao Mantian saw this. His face darkened. He didn't expect it. This old guy is actually unwilling to be punished. Directly presented the challenge of being a renowned teacher. So he shouted loudly at Song Xian. How dare you? But he hasn't finished cursing yet. Zhang Xian nodded and agreed to the other party's challenge. At the moment when Yao Mantian was trying to dissuade him in classical Chinese, I saw the same one or two big characters appear in the sky. He can't help but worry about this matter. Song Xian saw that the headquarters agreed. Leave the challenge project to the other party to decide. Zhang Xianjian knows the rules of the challenge. so there wasn't much nonsense. Just respond directly, then challenge test Tianshou. Upon hearing this, Song Xian, I immediately became anxious, because he knows the other party is adventuring. Let all the famous teachers in the Qingyuan City Famous Teacher Hall. Everyone is willing to become a disciple. This mental state scale is definitely stronger than oneself. Think of this. A movement in my heart. Just respond that I promised. I'll just decide on the specific content. After speaking, I saw that the other party did not object. I just looked at the big girl beside me and asked, may I ask, Master Yao? Can I borrow your Tianyin pen? Upon hearing these words, Yao Mantian was initially taken aback. Immediately, his face darkened. Just look at the other person. I'm asking if you want to challenge me. He is the most difficult lion among the Yin Tian beasts, Tianyin. However, upon hearing the lion's heavenly sound, Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned. Later on, I remembered that I had read related books before. I also understand it. The difficulty is just, when Yao Mantian thought of it, the contrast between heaven and earth consumes a great deal of mental energy. A slight carelessness may lead to a breakdown of mood. Years of cultivation can also be destroyed in an instant. He looked at the other person again with a puzzled expression on his face. I asked, do you really want to despise Zixianyan? After speaking, I saw that the other person's gaze was firmly determined to be more than. I looked helplessly at Zhang Xianquan beside me. Speaking of Teacher Zhang, what is your opinion? If you find it too difficult, you can completely refuse. Immediately afterwards, he whispered to him using phonetics, Song Xian. He has studied specifically about lions and eagles. He also achieved a good score of 8 words. And you have never come into contact with the eagle pen. If it really doesn't work, then directly refuse, using a different method of contempt. After being persuaded by the young lady, seeing the other person's indifferent expression on their face, they said it's okay. I had no choice but to give up. So my wrist rolled over. A celestial eagle pen appeared in front of them. At this moment, Yao Mantian looked at the two of them. Who will come first? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, he responded with a humble expression on his face, saying, since the content of the competition was proposed by Song Shi, then let him start first. However, upon hearing what the other party said, Song Xian did not refuse. 2 steps up to the front. Immediately after, the mouth moved. At this moment, he did not make any sound. But it's the transmission of true qi to the heavenly voice in front of me. Not long after, the stable brush suddenly shook for a moment, soon accompanied by the movement of the pen. A big character appeared in the air. As the word count increases, Song Xian's face became increasingly pale. It seems to have caused great emotional distress to him, even showing a state of overdraft, until the brush swayed in the air for a moment. When writing the 9th word, Old Song also exhausted all his strength. The whole person collapsed and collapsed. Zhang Xian saw the situation. He also shook his head helplessly. Sigh, why are you suffering? Upon hearing this, Song Xian gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up from the ground. Subsequently, with a cold snort and a face covered in bruises, there's no need to sell accounts here. I won't appreciate it. At this moment, Yao Man nodded beside him. You wrote a total of 9 words. Although it did not break the record for the highest literacy rate set by an 8-star renowned teacher, but it's also rare for 100 years. However, Song Xian saw that the other party admitted to him. After thanking the other party, he looked coldly at Zhang Xian not far away and said, Teacher Zhang, now it's your turn. At this moment, Zhang Xian also nodded in response to the other party. After all, the other party was just performing the lion's heavenly sound. He saw everything in his eyes. The current assessment method for this oath beast, already mastered in the chest. At this moment, he came to the floating Tianyin pen. Hands behind your back, also using true qi to transmit sound. Open and close your mouth one by one. No one knows what he's talking about. And the brush was still swaying in the air. Accompanying his transmission, he remained stiffly in place. It seems like it's nailed to it. It stopped motionless for half an hour. Once, it was just the crowd in the audience. It has been such a long time since then. Not a single word came out. I also started to worry about Zhang Xian. So everyone was accompanied by a sense of urgency. An hour has passed by. Everyone saw that the brush still didn't move. Everyone began to lose their composure and discuss it one by one. What the hell is going on here? Is it difficult to become Dean Zhang's unbeaten myth? Did it end here? And Lao Su also looked at Sun Chang with a worried expression on his face about this matter. Excuse me, sir, is Zhang Shi really going to lose? I heard the other person say that. Sun Chang's face was indifferent. Just wave your hand in response and say don't worry too much. My young master has never lost such a challenge before. However, the big girl saw him standing in front of her, still using true qi to transmit sound. Just explain one sentence, Teacher Zhang. Sure, Zitian has no time limit. It's determined by the number of words, Zhang. Xian also felt that it was almost done when she heard the words. so he responded that the other party knew. So much has been said now. You should be able to beat him too. Big girl heard this. I almost choked on saliva. I've been talking about this for a long time. The Tianyin pen didn't even move a single movement. How could we possibly win? Song Xian on the side heard the other person say so. He also sneered coldly. I haven't written a word yet. Just thinking about winning. How big is your heart? I dare to say such words. Then he turned around and looked at the big girl, hugging and saying, Master Yao, the result has been released. You also witnessed it with your own eyes. This Tianyin pen was brought by you. Please also announce the results. Yao Mantian hesitated for a moment in classical Chinese, not in a hurry to announce the results, but instead, look at each other. After asking, I don't know if Song Shi will win. What kind of punishment will be given to teacher Zhang? He has just made a huge contribution to the human race. He is also a super genius who has successfully navigated through challenges. Song Xian, who can hear inquiries. With a fierce cold voice on his face, he forcefully said to Master Yao, don't worry, I won't kill him. Just that he entered my dignity. Bad for my reputation. This must not be taken lightly. I'm going to depose him. Let him be like me. Then he injured the top of my skull. We also need to destroy spirituality. And also publicly apologize to me. Big girl heard this. The corners of the mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. Thinking to myself, this guy was hit by Zhang Xian's skull, forcefully kicked into eunuchs. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes. But it can also be seen. Now we need Zhang Xian to be like him. Doesn't it mean we also have to castrate the other party? But I thought about it for a moment. Although this condition is strict, as long as you can buy intermittent pills, it can still be restored. At most, it's just about enduring some pain and shame. Think of this. He looked at Zhang Xian with a helpless expression on his face. Comforting Zhang Shi's victory or defeat is a common occurrence among soldiers. You don't need to worry either. As long as it doesn't harm one's life, there will always be a chance to turn the tables in the future. After speaking, he turned around and looked at the crowd to announce the result. Just not yet. Wait for him to finish speaking. Zhang Xian waved her hand and interrupted Yao Shi. Isn't this not over yet? Why are you in a hurry to announce the results? Song Xian burst into laughter as soon as he heard this, but it wasn't over yet. Under your vow of longevity, the Tianyin pen. I haven't written a word yet. The victory or defeat is already very clear. Why haven't we ended up with you yet? At this moment, Zhang Xiankai shook his head and explained. Isn't there no time limit for Lion Tianyin? The Tianyin pen hasn't moved yet. It doesn't mean intentionally not writing. After finishing speaking, seeing the other party constantly mocking and questioning, just as I was about to explain a sentence, I heard the big girl next to me also say that she lost. So he let out a helpless sigh on his face. I said, Yao Shi, didn't you see it too? Then I saw the other person's silly expression on their face. Just look at the brush in the air. Give me a scolding and hurry up to write. What are you pretending to be dead here? Everyone was stunned at the words. No one expected it. This guy actually cursed directly at the brush. The big girl was so scared that she almost fainted. Tianyinvi has always been proud, even if it's there and the masters. I dare not speak to him in such a tone. This guy is really good. If you feel unhappy, just curse directly. Now it's like completely offending someone. Don't talk about writing. It's good not to paint your face. Think of this. The big girl's face was full of sadness. When I don't know what to do. I heard a commotion and screams from the audience, so he turned his head and looked up. You can see the scene in front of you. The big girl is completely foolish. This pervert in front of me. I just said something to the pen in front of me. The next second, everyone in Qingyuan City will worship him as their teacher. Just now, Zhang Xian accepted the challenge of becoming a renowned teacher initiated by Song Xian. The two of them also shared the most difficult character in Shiyan Tianshou, Shirin Tianin, the predetermined challenge content. And it took Song Xian half an hour to reach it. A once-in-a-century 9-word achievement. Unfortunately, Zhang Xian took an hour. The brush suspended in mid-air didn't move even a moment. So I saw Song Xian mocking him in various ways. Until the big girl is about to announce the results. Zhang Xian looked at the brush in the air and cursed him. Just the big girl on the side didn't expect it. This guy will directly curse. I was almost scared to death. After all, this Tianyin pen is very proud. Even there and the master dare not speak in such a tone. However, just when he didn't know what to do, I heard screams from everyone in the audience. So I looked up and saw. Only then did I discover the originally motionless Tianyin pen suddenly started shaking. The entire pen instantly changed from gold to white. Immediately after, a vortex appeared in the sky. Soon, spiritual energy gathered here for hundreds of kilometers around. Who would have thought that only this immense spiritual energy could be seen? Inject into the Tianyin pen, simultaneously emitting bursts of roaring sound. However, the young lady witnessed this scene. Suddenly, a look of fear appeared on his face. exclaimed in surprise, how did it break through? You should know that although this Tianyin pen is not a sacred artifact, but there is also a distinction between high and low. It's like inside a brush. The difference between wool and wolf hair is the same. Developed by nurturing 9-star and 8-star renowned teachers, it's also completely different. His pen is just the most ordinary Tianyin pen. Write the teacher's character for an 8-star lower grade master. Tianyin is not a big problem. But if the level is too high, it cannot be completed. If we follow the normal situation, the breakthrough of Tianyin pen requires higher level renowned teachers, nourished with the warmth of a renowned teacher. But this guy only taught for a while. How did he break through? And the commotion is so loud. However, just when the young lady was amazed by this, I just saw the Tianyin pen that had just broken through suddenly shake, immediately began writing in the air. Immediately after, lines of handwriting appeared in front of everyone. How many words were written in the blink of an eye? Due to writing too fast, everyone can't even count it. I just wrote it for a while. The whole pen is starting to smoke. Everyone who saw this scene in front of them was shocked. He meowed and remained motionless just now. Now that we've made a breakthrough, it's like releasing a flood. It even collapsed directly. And only then did Yao Mantian beside him exclaim in surprise. But it's not broken. But it's the cloudy sky and wolf smoke. Song Xian was very puzzled when he heard this word. Although he is a quasi-8th spiritual master. But I really don't know what the situation is. So he asked the big girl with a puzzled expression, what is this? Upon hearing the inquiry, Yao Mantian. At this moment, he excitedly explained that, although Tianyin pen cherishes words like gold, I won't easily start writing. But once encountering a powerful embellishment, Tian Shao, it will write like light smoke. That is to say, Tianyin wolf smoke. This kind of writing can convey all the subtleties told by famous teachers. Record it in detail. Upon hearing these words, Song Xian's face was full of disbelief. Looking at the other person and speaking in detail. How is this possible? Swearing for longevity, even if it is correct, there will inevitably be interspersed language as well. These words are completely meaningless. It definitely won't be recorded. At this moment, the big girl forced a bitter smile and said, yes, you're right. Many words are meaningless, but you also need to know. There can be cloudy skies and wolf smoke. This proves that every word is precious. However, upon hearing the explanation, Song Xian was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? He's just a 7-star teacher. Only 9-star renowned teachers can achieve the mastery of every word. But it was during the conversation between the two of them. The handwriting above the high platform is increasing. And there were also phantom after phantom appearing. There are thousands of words in total. At this moment, Song Xian suddenly felt a critical strike damage of 10,000 points. The whole person was instantly scared and collapsed to the ground. And the Tianyin pen continues. In writing, write more and more. It's so many that Zhang Xian can't even count how many words there are. Then I asked the big girl next to me, does this mean you've won now? However, after receiving a clear response from the other party, Zhang Xian just breathed a sigh of relief. You can look up and take a look, discovering that the brush is still writing. No matter how Zhang Xian curses, she didn't even mean to stop. At this moment, the big girl saw the other person so angry. Just explained with a wry smile on his face, Teacher Zhang, this Tianyin pen is controlled by every word and every bead. You will write as many times as you say. I can't control myself or stop. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment upon hearing these words. Let the big girl take him back first. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to write like this. Upon hearing the instructions, Yao Mantian, also give the Tianyin pen to the storage ring for income. After finishing these tasks, I looked at the handwriting in the sky. Ask the other party how they want to proceed. May I ask the queen if she sees him looking very worried? So I took a step forward, hugging and saying that this set of techniques can write the Tianyin wolf smoke. Must be in line with the main road. I am willing to purchase at the cost of 2 medium-grade sacred artifacts. I don't know what Teacher Zhang thinks. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He didn't expect anyone to buy this thing. After hesitating for a moment, I just shook my head in response. Are you saying to exchange 2 pieces of medium-grade sacred artifacts? However, the big girl shook her head when she saw him. Just keep talking about Teacher Zhang. If you feel that the price is not good enough, I can provide 3 items. Perhaps. Zhang Xian has no concept of the value of these sacred artifacts. After all, he fights against others based on his strength and wisdom. Weapons are rarely used. Moreover, with the golden yuan ding, no matter how many mid-range sacred artifacts there are, they are still a waste. But what he doesn't know is, I can't find many pieces of intermediate-grade sacred artifacts in Qingyuan Emperor. If it were a high-grade spirit stone, each item is worth tens of thousands. At this moment, Zhang Xian waved his hand in response to the big girl and let out a sound. Actually not in the middle. That's all for the matter of the sacred artifact. Just look at everyone. Lang Lang said that Chu Tian committed heinous crimes. One's crime deserves more than death. But all the servants in Qingyuan City are innocent. They almost suffered a reckless disaster. And there is a famous teacher hall guarding the area. But let the alien race sneak in quietly. Ultimately, it's all the fault of us famous teachers. So in order to compensate, I have decided to donate this poem, Tianyin, to everyone for free. Let everyone know about our master teacher hall. Something needs to be changed. Punish those who make mistakes. However, upon hearing his decision, all the people of Qingyuan City, everyone clenched their fists tightly, looking at Zhang Xian with reddened eyes. This is the true master teacher. Even priceless mid-grade sacred artifacts are scorned. Just give it away. After all, the people in Qingyuan City knew just now. The deputy hallmaster and the lord of the city have both betrayed the human race. Although everyone doesn't say anything, I still have some grievances in my heart. However you put it, such a big problem has arisen. Ming Tang didn't even notice. The credibility will naturally drop to freezing point. The carelessness expressed by Zhang Xiangang restore the confidence of the entire city once again. Then I heard it in the crowd. Various voices of admiration resounded one after another. However, Yao Mantian, who listened to all of this, just went up and clasped his fists, saying Zhang's high righteousness, I'm being narrow-minded. After feeling emotional, just shook his head and came to the front of the high platform. Zhang Xian won this famous teacher challenge. After the results are announced, I saw everyone in the audience cheering in unison. Song Xian, who just witnessed this scene, his face suddenly turned pale and powerless. He really didn't expect it. In such a short period of time, this guy is revered by the whole city. But just when he felt angry about it, the big girl next to her looked at Jing Xian. I wonder how Zhang Xian wants to deal with Song Xian. At this moment, Zhang Xiankai waved his hand in response and said, the Song family intends to kill meritorious officials such as Sun Chang and Su Changlao. I was deceived. It's not what others intended. I have no personal conflicts or grievances with him. If I really have to say something, or is my weapon too heavy to handle? So let's just forget about punishment and the like. Yao Mantian explained in classical Chinese that, although Zhang is magnanimous, but as a special envoy, Song Xian, not carefully investigating the root cause of the accident, making decisions based solely on one's own source, almost caused a major disaster. Crime is indispensable. I will truthfully report this matter to the headquarters. Let the headquarters make the decision. However, upon hearing the execution, Song Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he bowed and thanked the two of them. At this moment, Zhang Xian saw that everything was going smoothly. After responding to the other party, Jian, just look up at the many selves above. Immediately after, the finger stretched out and went towards the empty space, accompanied by a roar. The first font carries a strong spiritual energy. It also suddenly dispersed, covering the entire capital of Qingyuan Emperor. At this moment, all the lives in Qingyuan City heard it. A loud and resounding sound, like echoing deep within the soul, can't help but immerse oneself in it. Immediately, the fonts exploded one by one. The sound is also getting louder and louder. This sound can only be heard by everyone present at the scene, even the people and things in the entire Qingyuan City. Listen to the chorus in your ears. All of them were greatly inspired and helped. The scene of a deserted alley with thousands of people has reappeared. However, the big girl stood on the high platform. Seeing everyone in the audience bowing to the ground, call out to Zhang Xuanqi, teacher. I also secretly sighed and said that one word can convince thousands of people. One language Kyushu. This is the true master teacher. Think of this. The big girl's heart stirred. I quickly looked at Zhang Xian, asked teacher Zhang, do you want to go to the Imperial City Alliance for further studies? There is a way over there to quickly enhance one's strength. After speaking, I saw that the other person didn't understand. Just keep explaining. There are the best cultivation techniques and resources there. As long as you promise to be my student, I can bring it. You gave the best way and techniques in the past. What do you need? Guaranteed to ensure you within 50 years. Become a true 8-star teacher. Zhang Xian was speechless when she heard that it had been 50 years. Then he responded with a tone of disinterest. Later, through the explanation of the big girl, Zhang Xian finally understood. The City Alliance is an organization of alliances. Subordinates not only have 8 major titles, but also the Imperial City. There are also some mediocre sage sects. These forces are united together. The overall alliance formed. That's precisely why. The interests among major powers. It will also lead to the division of several factions in the Master Teacher Hall. If you can't figure it out in advance or join one of them, it will inevitably be difficult in the future. So just now, the big girl said she wanted to take him as her disciple. Not intentionally taking advantage, but rather act as a guide. Can help him better integrate into it, get recognition as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how powerful it is, without a guide, it's useless. After all, sage sects and alliances, the least lacking thing is genius. After understanding these, Zhang Xian also nodded in response. He wants to divide a famous teacher's hall into so many factions. I'm also very puzzled. At this moment, the big girl explained. Confucius once said when he established the master-teacher hall, "Want to promote rapid development of the human race? We must liberate our nature. And there should also be competition and struggle within the organization. Otherwise, how can everyone surpass other professions if they are comfortable?" Hold. After listening to these, Zhang Xian also understood the truth behind them. Just in his opinion, this kind of struggle gives him a headache. Later, I learned from the big girl that this kind of factional struggle is also unavoidable. Unless they are elders from the Alliance Master Hall. Otherwise, they will all be subject to various constraints and sanctions. Zhang Xian suddenly felt a little tempted upon hearing these words. So I asked the other party how to become an elder. Big girl heard him say he wants to become an elder. I was speechless immediately. How whimsical is this guy really? I am a prestigious 8-star master teacher. It's impossible to become an elder. This guy is just a 7-star person. I was thinking about this before I even went. Do you think too much? So I suppressed the displeasure in my heart. Explain that you want to become an elder of the Alliance Master Hall. Firstly, one must achieve the status of an 8-star renowned teacher. The cultivation level has reached 7 levels of victory and reputation. The most crucial thing is, we also need the approval and consent of the hall master. Otherwise, there's no need to even think about it. Just let out a sigh at this point. My teacher is an 8-star mid-range renowned teacher. I have been applying continuously for 30 years and want to become an elder. Unfortunately, it hasn't been successful until now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian awkwardly scratched her head and responded with a nod. It seems really difficult. At this moment, the big girl Yao Man nodded and said, yes. Being in the hall of famous teachers, it is impossible to escape from the dispute of the famous teacher hall. So we can only stand in line early and join one of them. Although my teacher is not an elder, but it is one of the many managers in the master teacher hall. If you become my student, it's like joining our camp. It can also save a lot of trouble at that time. Just haven't waited for the big girl to explain yet. I heard a cry in the air. Immediately after, I saw a few figures slowly flew down from the back of a huge holy beast. Zhang Xian looked up and saw. It was discovered that it was wizards, hall leaders, and others. They quickly approached and exchanged a few pleasantries. At this moment, the wizard smiled and said to Master Zhang, I have reported the matter in detail. We have arrived at the Mingshi Hall of the Alliance. Lord, he also imposed certain bans. After speaking, the palm raised a beam of light and shot it into the air, accompanied by a roaring sound. The light seems to activate some formation. Immediately, a vast force enveloped all directions. Then a grand voice sounded from Qingyuan Imperial City. Famous teacher Hall Zhongxian Zhangshi. Destroying the conspiracy of the alien race. Kill Qing Tian. The 10 meritorious achievements of the Emperor and the 10 great kings. Infinite appointment as a specially appointed elder of the Alliance famous teacher hall. The strength of these two young people in front of us can withstand thousands of troops and horses. With just a gentle lift of the hand, a city can be destroyed. They have the power to move mountains and fill seas together. Even though they are so strong, in the eyes of perverts, they are also like flies. With a backhand lift, he can be thrown away. Just now, the big girl is mocking Zhang Xian for her wild ideas. When I still want to apply to become an elder of the Alliance famous teacher hall. The wizard and the lord of the hall come from the far north city. Hurry over with the wind reward from the hall master. As the wizard lifted his palm, a beam of light shone towards the nearby renowned teacher hall. Immediately after, I heard a grand sound coming from the sky. Qingyuan Empire famous teachers hall. Zhang Xian, teacher Zhang, destroying the conspiracy of the servant of the alien spirit. Kill Qing Tian. The 10 meritorious achievements of the Emperor and the 10 great kings. Infinite appointment as a specially appointed elder of the Alliance famous teacher hall. The big girl next to me almost didn't cry when she heard these words. Just now I mentioned how difficult it is to apply for an elder. It's better now. A 7-star teacher doesn't understand anything. Just become a specially appointed elder directly. However, upon hearing this award, Zhang Xian was also momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe it. I became an elder for no reason. So he clasped his fists at the sky and thanked him. After finishing work, during their conversation, Zhang Shi and Wu Shi, I just heard him say that Chu Tianqing will die. The Qingyuan Imperial City is now leaderless. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian also suggested to the other party. Xu Xiang has a good character. It's still possible to become a city lord. After the suggestion is finished, I won't say more. With a flick of his body, he jumped in front of Sun Chang in the audience. Find him and retrieve the letter left by Liu Yang. I also learned from it. Zheng Yang's becoming a warrior had a great impact on him, so everyone didn't have to go looking for him anymore. When he wants to come back, he will naturally come back and explain everything. Later, Zhang Xian brought Sun Chang and others along, returned to the residence of Zhanshi Hall, also from the new hall master, received half of the reward from the last exchange meeting, 60 gold spirit stones. So it took a few hours. Also broke through from the holy domain triple embryoine realm to the origin spirit realm. After completing these tasks in the midterm, I feel that the overall strength has doubled. He just walked out of the room. Just walked out. I saw Sun Chang welcoming me up. Say nothing and invite him to meet at the Mingshi Hall. Not long after, on the side of Mingshi Hall, Wu Tang noticed Zhang Xianlan, just welcomed it up. And with a smile, he introduced himself to him. The person behind is the shadow messenger of the Holy Sun Temple. Zhao Shi is fast. Under Wu Shi's introduction, the two of them got to know each other. At this moment, Zhao Xingma also looked at the few people beside him. Since everyone has arrived, let's get started then. Upon hearing this, Wu Shi looked at everyone and introduced them to each other. This is Teacher Zhao. I'm sure everyone knows that he is the messenger of the film, responsible for the selection of the Holy Sun Hall this time. So now let's ask him to explain it to us. How to assess. What needs to be prepared. At this moment, Master Zhao waved his hand back and there was no need to prepare. I will directly state the requirements. If it's not qualified, there's no need to waste time. I'm sure someone who can come over for assessment. I already have some understanding of the Holy Sun Hall. I want to enter it. The first mandatory requirement is, before the age of 30, he was a renowned teacher of 7 stars, attained cultivation level of Holy Land triple embryo English or above. Everyone present looks suitable. Just from my perspective, the higher the cultivation level, the better. Currently, there are 2 individuals who have reached the 4th level of Holy Land. Everyone else can return except for that. Everyone heard this. Suddenly, a look of mutual gaze appeared. They really didn't expect it. This has already ended before it even started. After all, in their eyes, this is too childish. At this moment, everyone involved in the teaching incident frowned as such a god. In response, the Holy Sun Hall is not a renowned teacher academy. As long as it meets the requirements, he will be accepted. It is the highest academic institution in the entire continent. The existence dedicated to cultivating saints. If you don't have the strength, don't waste your time here. Upon hearing this, the head of the hall looked embarrassed and asked, cultivation directly determines. Is it too arbitrary? Zhao, would you like to take another look? Some famous teachers may not have strong cultivation skills, but it's not weak in other aspects either. Upon hearing this, Zhao waved her hand and replied, no need. I'm only a beginner here today. We need to repeat our studies again when we arrive at Xinchong Imperial City. Entering the Holy Sun Hall requires a final assessment. If one's cultivation level cannot even reach the realm of elemental gods, I can't even pass the double selection. Bringing it along is also a waste of time. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Xingtong shook his head. Give a bitter smile. Okay, but don't be discouraged, everyone. If you cultivate well, there will be significant progress anywhere. You don't necessarily have to go to the Holy Sun's Hall. However, more than 10 geniuses who heard comfort. I had to shake my head in response. Just turned around and left. At this moment, after Zhao Shijian and the others left, only then did he set his gaze on Zhang Xian and Zhou Xiao. Tell them, the selection of the Holy Sun Hall is made by the top elites of the human race. In the future, we need to lead aside, becoming a good brother. Want others to submit. No matter how much you say, it's useless. Strength is the most important thing. Therefore, strength is the biggest criterion for evaluation. After speaking, the two of them understood the meaning behind it. Point to the 2 young people behind you. Tell them, these 2 are auditing students from the Holy Sun Hall. Although not prominent or weak, and cooperate with each other, can form a special combination formation. Among you, who can withstand 3 trillion with their joint efforts? By saying this, 2 young people took a step forward at the same time. The true chi released from the body, instantly enveloping the entire hall. However, feeling this powerful force, Zhang Zhouxiao and Zhang Xian, I couldn't help but exclaim how strong it was. After all, in their eyes, at present, neither of these 2 partners has a leader in their alliance. This kind of person who has survived the thunder tribulation, it's not necessarily an opponent either. This kind of strength is only for auditing purposes. If it were a true student of the Holy Sun Hall, how strong should this strength be? After introducing the 2 of them, Zhao only spoke up and asked who would come first. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zhouxiao shook his head and gave a bitter smile, saying to Zhang Shi, I didn't know you were also planning to enter the Holy Sun Hall. Since you're going, I'd rather abstain. After all, there is only one spot available for this selection. How could I possibly be the perfect match for the renowned master of the Heavenly Blade? Instead of bringing shame upon oneself, it's better to quit voluntarily. After seeing the other person's expression, Zhang Xian, I also know his thoughts. So he looked up at the old man beside him. Asked Zhao Shi, Who did you just say could catch 3 moves with their joint efforts? Can pass the assessment, right? After receiving a positive response from the other party, just keep asking. If both of us can catch it, is it Qingyuan Imperial City? You can have 2 spots to enter the Holy Sun Hall. Zhao sure couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, and he could catch it with just 1 sound. Yeah, but maybe none of you can get in. If both of you can withstand 3 moves, I will take the exam. Their 3 moves are not so easy to handle. Zhang Xian smiled with satisfaction at the words and said, just think about it. Can you stick to the 3 moves? Then it depends on our own strength. After speaking, I saw his body shake. Release the strength within your body. Just came up to the 2 young people. The young man said to the other party that he would come first. Just give a cold laugh with a big breath. Then let's take a look, brothers. What kind of strength can you have? Accompanied by laughter from both of them, it fell. The true qi instantly blocks the surroundings. It gives people an inescapable sense of oppression. Zhang Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon seeing this. The mentality of using it before making a move. Suggestion and pressure do have some strength. Just want to compare my mood with mine. You guys are still a bit weak. At the same time as speaking, I saw Zhang Xian walking towards the 2 of them. I haven't seen any movements from him yet. The 2 young people in front of us. I felt a huge mountain pressing down from the sky. Make people flustered. Unable to cope with. Immediately after, a roar appeared in their minds. I just exerted the pressure I gave to the other party. Immediately counterattacked. Both of them felt dizzy at the same time. I feel like I'm falling to the ground anytime. The perpetrator on the side couldn't help but furrow his brow when he saw the situation. I thought to myself that this guy was actually a profession that was lost by Jinghong. It looks like it's just a simple step forward, but they could be caught off guard by the 2 of them. Performed soul attack. So he waved his big hand. Let's start with a calm and cold voice. As soon as these words are spoken, the true chi around was as if it had been blown apart. To outsiders, his voice doesn't sound too loud, but in reality, it sounded like a thunderbolt to both of them. Immediately lift them out of their dazed state. Pull it out. After realizing it, they finally realized that they. So his face turned red. Suddenly, I was so angry that I let out a roar. Immediately after, I saw the 2 of them raise their palms. Immediately chopped it down. However, Zhang Xianjian and the other 2 flew towards each other, one behind the other. I'm still not in a hurry about this. There is a special charm in the voice. Just say you got the wrong number. As soon as these words are spoken, 2 young people's bodies couldn't help but tremble. Immediately after, I saw. They were supposed to hit Zhang Xian's palm, but suddenly changed direction, falling onto their respective chests, accompanied by 2 muffled sounds. I saw them flying backwards at the same time. However, standing still, the perpetrator saw Zhang Xian using magic music. The immortal envoy was stunned. After all, he shouted just now, release the 2 from the coma of being attacked by Jinghong. Regain consciousness. Although it is done in secrecy, but Zhang Xian definitely saw it. That's why the same magic sound technique was used. Let them kill each other. That's why Zhang Xuanji did this. His purpose is simple. It's a demonstration against Lao Zhao. It can also be considered a warning. Don't try to interfere with contempt. Zhao also understands the meaning behind it. So at this moment, he wasn't angry. On the contrary, he had a curious heart towards this Zhang Xian. Then I couldn't help but sigh. Being able to become a spectator of the Holy Sun Hall. None of them are fuel-efficient lights. I suffered a loss once. It's like exposing the trump cards of Main and Jinghong. If you want to stick with the remaining 2 moves, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. However, the 2 people who were knocked upside down, flying in midair, I have already regained consciousness. At this moment, their killing intent instantly boiled over. The 2 of them shook their bodies. Stabilize the soul. Be prepared to prevent the soul from being attacked again. Immediately after, one of the young people shouted loudly. Suddenly pressed the palm forward with a forceful push. The surrounding space immediately froze. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian also secretly praised it. I really didn't expect it. The other side is just the strength of Genshin impact in the mirror. Surprisingly, he was able to perform beyond his physical abilities. The air that only the strong can unleash solidifies. Then the footsteps moved forward simultaneously. Gently tap your finger forward. The solidified space is like a punctured balloon. Several streams of air immediately surged fiercely in all directions. However, the 2 young people were counterattacked by this force. I took a few steps back before stopping. They really didn't expect it. The newly arranged solidification technique, instantly cracked by the other party. Zhang Xian saw the situation. He said with a calm expression, you've already made 2 moves. Now it's my turn to take action, right? It's just that you'll get hurt later. I feel a little guilty, so I apologize to you in advance. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them were instantly infuriated. Accompanied by their roaring sounds, 2 strands stacked together. Power immediately. released like a shell tearing open air. It seems like we're going to shatter the entire hall. Then I saw them pressing down on Zhang Xian and stopping, facing fierce attacks. Zhang Xian remained calm and composed. I won't avoid it either. No weapons or tricks were used, just a palm gesture. He slapped the two people like a fly, accompanied by two crisp sounds. The steam shell formed just now. In the blink of an eye, everything vanished into thin air, as if it had never appeared before. Immediately after, I saw them flying backwards, tightly adhered to the wall. A big mouth with a pale face spat out blood. However, upon seeing this scene, Zhang Zhouxiao's face turned pale. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he meowed. At this moment, Zhang Xian turned his head to look at Lao Zhao. 3 moves have already passed after asking a question. Is it considered approved? Then I saw the accident and nodded in response. In the same level of situation, an easy move can break the joint attack of 2 people. You passed. But he was very puzzled in his heart. This guy's first 2 moves. It's obvious that they have already shown mercy. But the final move. Why did they have to be severely injured? Is it because I can't control my strength in the face of combined attacks? However, just when he was puzzled about it, Zhang Xian thanked him. Let Zhang Zhouxiao on the side. Go up and challenge them now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhouxiao was also stunned for a moment. He not only suffered serious injuries, but also, still pasted on the wall. Is it too unfair to challenge now? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian laughed and said to the 2 of them, we are also 2 people. I just fought a battle. It's not unfair for you to go up there. Go up, don't overthink it. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zhouxiao finally understood at this moment. This guy is here to help himself, still intending to severely injure them. This way, I can easily pass the 3 moves myself, so I no longer hesitated. I clasped my fists and made a request for guidance. Immediately rushed towards the other party. This pervert in front of me. As soon as you make a move, you have to take away their lifeline. This scared the old man so much that he couldn't even pee. Just now, Zhang Xian's preliminary selection in the Holy Sun Hall obtained the qualification with the strength in the middle of Genshin Impact, quickly passed the opponent's first strength test as well, easily resolved the opponent's 2 attacks, and in the final move, he also severely injured 2 idiots. However, Zhang Zhouxiao also understood. Zhang Xian injured them. It's 4. Enable oneself to easily take on their 3 moves. So he clasped his hands together and said, please advise. But the 2 young people heard each other's conversation. Seeing Zhang Zhouxiao just rushed over like this, wanting to continue the challenge. Suddenly, he was angrily cursed with a face full of red anger. At this moment, Zhang Xian remained calm and composed. Look at the 2 people stuck on the wall. Zhao sure said it himself. As long as you can withstand the 3 moves of the 2, we will consider giving more to the Qingyuan Empire. Add 1 more spot. If you cannot overcome it, it's like giving up. Zhang Zhouxiao has won. As soon as these words are spoken, 2 stunned youths were so angry that they jumped off the wall. Roar loudly, Liang Guangpu. You actually have a beautiful idea. Even if we both risk our lives, we won't let him hold on to 3 moves in our hands either. After speaking, he suddenly rushed towards Zhang Zhouxiao. Zhao Shi, who was standing beside, waved his hand and said, okay, you 2 should rest in place first. Just let me personally assess him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhouxiao, the whole person immediately panicked. After all, Zhang Xian took action to injure 2 people for him. I want him to pick up something cheap, but who dares to think? This Xiao Shi actually disregarded his identity. I need to personally conduct an on-site assessment. As a result, who else can pass the exam? At this point, Zhang Xian couldn't see it either. So he took a step forward and responded with a sound of accident. As a messenger, you take action against Xiao Bei. Is it a bit of a big bully? Xiao, but Lao Zhao doesn't agree with this. Instead, I feel that as long as I lower my cultivation level, it's the same for anyone who goes up. Seeing the other party being resolute like this, after pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian also asked the other party, is it the same? Even if you hold on for 3 moves, you win. After speaking, he also obtained the other party's consent. So let them wait for about 10 minutes first. Can you share with Zhang Zhouxiao yourself the combat experience just now? Lao Zhao heard him make this request. Without much consideration, I agreed, but just when he was about to say something, suddenly felt a blackout in front of me. A huge skull suddenly smashed over. Zhang Zhouxiao on the side saw the scene. Everyone is stupid. He meows. How could this pervert do such a thing? Even if it's to give oneself a chance. Enter the Holy Sun Hall. We cannot launch a surprise attack on the opponent either. Just haven't waited for him to think too much about it yet. I saw Zhang Xian transform into a sword aura. Just rush straight towards Lao Zhao. I feel like I need to tear it in half. Lao Zhao saw the situation. The true chi in the body immediately rolls over. Point forward with both fingers and make a sword. Just the sword energy hasn't reached the opponent yet. I saw Zhang Xian's body shake and jump into the sky. I caught the skull with one hand. At this point, Lao Zhao was a bit confused, so, this is clearly a surprise attack. Why did it suddenly become a rescue? However, Zhang Xian, who took over the skull, at this point, put him in the storage ring, just apologized awkwardly and said sorry, Zhao Shi. My skull has always been spoiled by me. Be reckless and brainless in doing things. The sudden attack just now. I was also scared. That's why he rushed over to save people. Did it hurt you? Can you hear this explanation from old Zhao? He also looked dumbfounded as he watched the other person transform into a sword. Strength like a dragon. It's also full of killing intent. What kind of rescue is this? Is it clear that they are here to target the head? He meowed when I was 3 years old. Children are so easy to deceive. However, Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. Continuing with an apologetic expression, he said that Zhao Shi was unaware. I am the dean of Hongyuan Imperial City Famous Teacher College. This Confucian cauldron is the treasure of the academy. Always protect me. This dean. He felt Zhao Shi's strength. I feel threatened by it. I should think it's not good for me. That's why we took action. I hope you, Master Zhao, have a large number of them. Upon hearing these words, Lao Zhao's face was also speechless. What does this pervert want with his meow? Surprisingly, he pushed everything away with just one bite. So I let out a sigh and let it go. You should quickly share your combat experience with them. I only give you 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately nodded in response. Then, when the other party made a move just now, obtained information. I have summarized several major defects and organized them. I used phonetics to tell Zhang Jiuxiao. However, while the two of them were communicating, it's not that Lao Zhao's complexion doesn't look very good. He came up to apologize to him and said, Zhao Shi, please calm down. Zhang Shi's skull cap is indeed a bit reckless. This morning, Song Xian and Song Shi, who came to charge towards the imperial city, were just brought in. He was labeled as a eunuch, so he told him what had happened before. After understanding the situation, Lao Zhao was also very speechless. He really didn't expect this Lu Ding to be so protective of the master. So reckless too. And that's when they were discussing the golden cauldron. Zhang Xian also provided detailed information, analyzed for Zhang Jiuxiao to listen to, and taught him a set of coping strategies. Then he approached the other party and greeted Zhao Shi. We're done here. You can start any time now. Old Zhao Classical looked at him with a slightly puzzled expression. I thought to myself, this guy has done so many things. Surprisingly, for these few minutes of time, what valuable experience does this teach? So I just spoke up and said, very good. I really want to see what you shared. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiao also gave Zhang Xian a helpless look on his face. Then he came to Lao Zhao's side, hugging and saying Zhao. After a while, if there is any offense, looking forward to Haihan. As soon as the words fell, I saw his body rush towards the other party immediately. As soon as he lifted his foot, he kicked between Lao Zhao's legs. However, Lao Zhao did not expect. When the other party comes, they attack their own crotch. Just heard Wu Shi say. This Zhang Xian's skull has been smashed to the ground, but now he is being taught this despicable way to deal with oneself. My face darkened at the thought of this, but just flashed this blow. When I am about to take action, I saw the other person's hands and sword making. Just tap under your armpit. Seeing this scene, old Zhao's heart suddenly panicked. I didn't expect it to happen in such a short time. Just be seen by the other party for their flaws. So my brow furrowed. Flash this blow again. Body turning. As soon as I lifted my palm, I slapped the other person. However, Zhang Jiuxiao, who failed 2 consecutive moves, watching the opponent instantly counterattack. And the power of the attack is so immense. My body couldn't help but shake a little. But due to excessive nervousness, he was about to run away. When this palm flashed by, the leg accidentally hit the body, but the head met the palm. Old Zhao was shocked to see this scene. He knows the other party is in this situation. If I get hit on the head with this palm of my own, definitely doomed to death. So he immediately pulled his palm back with one hand. Unexpectedly, this was his hand. Zhang Jiuxiao's shoulders. At the same time, it also hit his chest. Old Zhao didn't hesitate when he saw the situation. I flipped my palm and immediately slapped it down. This palm is like a big sun falling to the ground. A powerful force came crashing down. But just as Lao Zhao guessed, when the other party will step back, suddenly, I felt a numbness in my armpits surge into my heart. At this moment, the power of the whole body suddenly faded away. At the same time, there is weakness in all 4 limbs. It feels like it's about to collapse at any moment. However, after succeeding, Zhang Jiuxiao did not continue to attack at this time. Instead, he quickly retreated. Shumi stopped. Apologizing on his face, he said, thanks to Zhao Shi's mercy. 3 moves have passed. Upon hearing these words, Lao Zhao was suddenly so angry that his face turned red, glared at the other party. At the same time, I was so depressed that I couldn't say a word. Zhang Jiuxiu continued to apologize upon seeing the situation. If Zhao Shi really wants to kill me, I died in the second move. I had no choice but to use the rogue method. I hope Mr. Zhao has a large number of them. Upon hearing this, although Lao Zhao was very unhappy, but in the end, the other party not only persisted with 3 moves, he even took action to subdue himself. So he shook his head helplessly and responded with a sentence. Winning means winning. No matter what method, it doesn't matter. Now I can give you Qing Yuan the opportunity for 2 spots in the Imperial City. It's just a preliminary test. It's time for the interview. I hope you can tie this quota up. Otherwise, it would be in vain. After saying these, just turned around and looked at Zhang Xian. Are these all your experiences? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian knew that she couldn't hide it from the other party. So he clasped his fists and responded, making Zhao Shi laugh. I just came up with 3 random moves just now. Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao just laughed. You were just thinking about it casually. I can deduce that my previous posture will use Qi Yi, and I also know that my flaw is under my armpit. I also calculated that I wouldn't take action to kill someone. After exerting force, the body will take half a step back. However, it only gave Zhang Jiuxiao the opportunity to hit my doorstep. This is a precise calculation. Zhang Shi has such strength. I don't know if you dare to fight me. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Then I asked a question about fighting with you. Are you planning to lower your cultivation and fight me? After speaking, I received a positive response from the other party. I quickly shook my head in response, but I think it's better to forget about it. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. There will be damage to the elderly. Zhao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He didn't expect it. This guy is actually worried about getting hurt because of it. So I comforted you and said, don't worry. Once I feel like I'll hurt you, I will stop immediately. I absolutely guarantee that you are safe and sound. However, Zhang Xian heard the other party say so. He returned to teacher Zhao with an embarrassed expression on his face. I'm not saying I'll get hurt. I'm just worried that you might lower your cultivation level. I won't be able to withstand my attack. As soon as these words are spoken, Lao Zhao was suddenly filled with anger and sadness. So he snorted coldly with a displeased expression on his face. You don't have to worry about me getting hurt. My strength. It's also difficult for you to hurt me. Okay, you can rest assured. Take action. Even if your strength is not weak, no matter how strong the talent is. But in the eyes of the true masters of the Holy Sun Hall, it's not worth mentioning at all. After that, the strength of the body in the middle of the Genshin impact state suddenly released. Go on, let's get started. Zhang Xian also reminded the other party once upon seeing the situation. Then I'll start. As soon as the words fell, I saw Lao Zhao's body shake and he rushed up. At this moment, Zhang Xian, who was standing still, saw the situation. I raised my palm and slapped forward. Immediately after, countless palm strikes crushed and stopped, rushing forward like a raging torrent. Lao Zhao frowned at the sight. I was just about to dodge this blow, but his body hasn't started moving yet. Countless palm forces have been instantly pressed down. As the sound of collisions echoed, I saw him spray a mouthful of fresh blood. The whole person flew backwards, smash a huge hole in the wall of the main hall. Just stopped. However, standing still, Zhang Xian saw the other party doing so. He also said with a helpless expression, I lost it. I thought you were really amazing. You flew away with less than 1/5 of your strength. He keeps bragging in front of me. Upon hearing these words, old Zhao felt a pain in his chest, suddenly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. After all, as a messenger, although it's nothing in the Holy Sun's Hall, but after so many years of assessment, there is no genius yet, being able to beat him so badly in the same level. The most crucial thing is, not only was he beaten up, still being so despised. The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. I feel like I'm about to explode with anger. But still rational, he took a few deep breaths, just suppressing the depression in my heart, flying out from behind the wall, looking at the other person again and saying, you're really amazing. I am no match for you at the same level. Are you all from the sage Zhang family? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook her head and responded with a nod from Zhang Jiuxiao. He belongs to the sage Zhang family. I'm not saying it after finishing. I suddenly froze for a moment, thinking about traveling back in time. The original owner of this body had no father or mother. I have been living in the unknown Tianxian Wang city all along. In theory, there's nothing strange about it, but it has more than 8 stars planted on it. Innate fetal poison that can only be administered by a toxicologist. Can it be that I am truly a saint of the Zhang family? After being poisoned since childhood, it was abandoned in this small place. Think of this. Zhang Xian became increasingly curious. Is it difficult for oneself to meet Zhang Jiuxiao? There is a kind of desire to do his rush. It's because I have the bloodline of the Zhang family. Did it cause it? If that's the case, we must find an opportunity. Just study the other person's bloodline carefully. However, just as Zhang Xian was pondering over this, the old Zhao next to him spoke up and responded, "Right. I thought you were also from the sage Zhang family." After finishing speaking, I changed the topic and asked correctly, "You two have passed now. Now I'll give you 1 hour to prepare. Come ahead with me and charge towards the imperial city. People selected from other imperial cities, they have already gathered there. I'm waiting for the interview." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to be so anxious. I just passed and said I was leaving, so he looked at it with a serious expression. The other party asked correctly, "Teacher Zhao, I would like to consult with you about something. This is very important to me. I hope to receive an accurate answer." After speaking, I got his shadow, just staring nervously into the other person's eyes. After pondering for a long time, he spoke up again and asked a question. "A priceless glass of fine wine. A feud caused by the martial arts world. It seems that the pervert is going to be played to death this time." Just now, after Zhang Xian successfully passed the preliminary selection of the Holy Sun Hall, the messenger in front of us, old Zhao, just let them prepare. We're leaving in an hour. Upon hearing that Zhang Xian is about to depart, he looked at the other person with a serious expression on his face. Ask if Ruwashi is also in the Holy Sun Hall. After asking, the other party responded saying they were there. I just breathed a sigh of relief, so the two of them had a brief chat. The situation of Ruwashi in the Holy Sun Hall. After Zhang Xian said goodbye, just turn around with Zhang Jiuxiu and fly to the war hall. However, upon returning to the war hall, he picked up Sun Chang. Say goodbye to the Lord of Xingtong and the members of Xianxian Society. An hour passed quickly. How many people have reached Shoubei? Zhang Jiuxiu just started introducing himself to Zhang Xian. The situation of charging forward to the ground. Among the master of the Master Teacher Hall is also a prospective 8 new Master Teacher. His strength has reached the level of half a step in the field. After understanding these, Zhang Xian didn't ask too many questions. Instead, they are worried that the other party will rush to the front ground. It will be due to insufficient strength. I'm afraid I won't be able to enter the studio of the Holy Sun Hall. Let him make a drop of blood for himself. Assist him in researching. See if we can enhance his strength. So that's it. Zhang Xian successfully obtained the opponent's blood. After just observing for a while, I don't feel any snoring. Only then did I understand. I am not a member of the Sage Zhang family. Just that makes him even more curious. I am not from the Sage family. So what exactly did this poisonous master smoke? Only for a child from an ordinary family. After understanding these things, this ruthless person. No more worries. So I continued to observe the blood. Guide Zhang Jiuxiu. Cultivate quickly on Shoubei. I memorized it for 7 days. At this moment, Zhang Jiuxiu's strength has greatly improved. Old Zhao on the side saw his changes. I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhang Xian's vision can be described as terrifying. Quickly, a few people arrived at the Master Teacher Hall in Qianchong Imperial City. At this moment, an old man saw them arrive. Just welcomed it up. I greeted Lao Zhao. After a brief introduction, several people followed suit. Both sides got to know each other for a while. At this moment, Lord Yu led a few people into the Mingshi Hall. However, Zhang Jiuxiu behind him saw that the hall master was him. Also using phonetics. Make this hall master a relative of the previous Song Xian. The ceremony said to him. After understanding the situation, Zhang Xian didn't pay too much attention. So that's it. A few people quickly arrived outside a large hall. Just arrived here. I saw many famous teachers coming to greet me. All of them are at the peak level of the 7 stars. The strength has reached the peak of the Genshin impact state. I was also shocked by this. And Zhang Jiuxiu next to him saw his expression. Also use voice transmission to tell him why the Qianzhong Imperial City is so powerful. It's because it's backed by phosphate mines. Its spirit stones are abundant. In addition, with the support of the famous Teacher Hall, it took countless years of development to reach such a scale. That's why it attracted countless experts to follow suit. Thus, a virtuous cycle was established. The establishment is becoming increasingly prosperous. Listen here. Zhang Xian couldn't help but see a glimmer in her eyes. So I quickly asked about the abundance of snacks you mentioned. Does it refer to premium snacks in gold yuan? Later, I heard the other party's explanation. I just found out that most of the circulating currency here uses it. And the gold yuan snacks used in each imperial city, they all float out from here. Therefore, I was overjoyed and asked Zhang Jiuxiu about it. Quickly through communication. I also know that there is an underground trading city here. You should be able to earn snacks there. Afterwards, I also had a direction in my heart. Not long after, the two of them followed the hall master and quickly arrived at the grand hall. At this moment, Lao Yu arrived at the main seat. Just turned around and smiled, gesturing for everyone to sit down. At the same time, I also gave an order. Bring over the many renowned teachers selected through selection. However, upon hearing the instructions from a renowned teacher, he left. Soon a group of famous teachers walked in. At this point, Yuetong's opinion was that everyone had arrived. Just laugh and say that Zhao Shi is rushing back and forth across the land. Working hard for you. I specially prepared a banquet to welcome you today. Just take a day off. We will have another interview tomorrow. What do you think? After speaking, with the other party's consent, instruct the renowned teachers in the hall to serve the dishes. Not long. I saw a group of apprentices carrying various delicious and embarrassing dishes. Place it in front of the table. Yu Tang's dishes are all ready. He also brought a pot of fine wine and introduced it to others. Just Zhang Zhuoxiu listened to the other party's introduction. This wine is brewed by the wine saint. My breathing has also become rapid. It can be seen that Zhang Xian on the side is not familiar with this. Just explain that this wine is absolutely valuable but not marketable. Just this one cup. I'm afraid you'll need 10 gold coins for high-quality snacks. You may not necessarily be able to buy it. Zhang Xian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth as soon as she heard it. Only crazy people would buy it, right? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Zhuoxiu shook his head and explained, don't not believe me. Gold dollar premium snacks, although rare, as long as there are mineral veins, they can still be obtained. But the Tianqian old man's Tianqian crime. It's not something that can be bought with money, and it also requires luck. If you're unlucky, I may never see it again in my lifetime. After explaining, seeing his disapproving expression, just keep talking, Teacher Zhang. You don't like drinking alcohol. He's not a foodie. It's normal to know little. But look at their reactions. I already know how powerful it is. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian turned her head to look at the crowd. Only then did I realize. They all seemed to be going crazy one by one, staring at the fine wine in the master's hand. I wish I could grab it right away. The expression of drinking all at once. Not long after, I saw a young scholar stand up and say, Lord Moon, so many of us, there is only one glass of fine wine available. It's not good to give it to anyone or not, is it? I think it's better to establish a charter. Who can drink it by their own abilities? What do you think? As soon as these words are spoken, everyone began to harden their minds one after another. Various discussions and debates are constantly ongoing. However, I heard everyone wishing they could take it for themselves. Master Ye's room attendant smiled and said to everyone a week later, quiet down for a moment. You're all right. There's only one glass of wine. Naturally, it should be given to the most powerful people to drink. Of course, there's no need to draft any articles of association. Don't worry about it either. Who is this drink for? I already have the answer in my heart. He is the strongest in my heart. The most capable one. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at the hall master. Ask who this person is. To be able to receive such positive recognition. Only in October did the master continue to speak. This person's fame is not too prominent, but all the way from Longchang, successfully navigated twice in a row. It also led to a change of dynasty in Qingyuan Imperial City, accept countless renowned teachers as disciples, not long since becoming famous. But everything they do is famous. Impressive. When everyone heard this, they all coincidentally looked towards Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhuoxiu. After all, they both came last, so everyone knows that. Is he the genius who came from Aohara? Yuetong's statement of opinion. Just reach out and point. I just said that everyone guessed correctly. This genius is Zhang Xian. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang and Xian Zhang, my face immediately darkened. I thought to myself, this guy actually wants to use a knife to kill someone. On the surface, it's praising, intentionally elevating oneself. In fact, it has fueled the hatred of others. It caused everyone's resentment. I didn't expect this glass of wine from him. It has attracted countless enemies to oneself. That's really cunning. Just haven't waited for Zhang Xian to speak yet. The Lord of the Moon Hall sitting above gave a gentle smile. Suspend the fine wine on the table. Get up and deliver it to Zhang Xian. Speaking of Teacher Zhang, Song Xian is my seventh brother. Being somewhat reckless, when I went to the Qingyuan Empire to deal with the situation, maybe I did something wrong. Thanks to you helping him correct it. This is the only way to avoid causing a major disaster. At this point, I am very grateful to you. Being able to identify the problem in such a short amount of time, and handle it in an orderly manner. Save Qingyuan Imperial City from turmoil. The prestige of Ming Tang has been re-established. Even I can't do it. I am very impressed by this. This drink is for you. However, Zhang Xian listened to all of this in her ears. His face became unusually embarrassed. But just as Zhang Xian was considering it, do you want to take this glass of wine? I saw the wine cup pen flying towards me. At the same time, a strong sense of oppression also came from the wine glass, so I gently lifted the chopsticks in my hand. He suddenly clicked forward. The speed of chopsticks is not fast, but carrying an invincible gun. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the wine glass. He pierced a hole in the true chi surrounding him. Immediately after, I saw the wineglass fall straight down. At this moment, Zhang Xian's chopstick shook in her hand. Just clamp the wineglass tightly. After finishing these, look at each other. Thank you very much for Lord Yu's kindness. You can see a series of actions in this flowing stream of clouds and water. Lao Yu's face immediately turned pale, although nothing can be seen in the eyes of others. But he himself is very clear about it. The force surrounding the wineglass just now. Even if you are a strong person at the peak of the Genshin impact state, they may not be able to resist either, but he can easily kiss it. At this moment, although he was very unhappy in his heart, but as the head of the church, At this moment, Zhang Shi responded with a smile on his face. After speaking, please raise your glass and drink it all in one gulp. Zhang Xian also smiled at this. Just as I was about to say something while holding my glass, I heard the Cloud Master just now suddenly. I got up and shouted, wait a minute. Upon seeing this, Lao Yu turned his head and glanced at it. Ask him what happened. At this moment, Master Yun clasped his fists and responded with a shout of Master Yu. Everyone just said it. This glass of wine is for those with strength to obtain. Now you say this zombie is the strongest among us. Although I strongly agree with your statement, but I still don't quite admire it. I want to challenge myself. I don't know if it's possible. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone immediately joined in with hostility. However, hearing various provocative words, and their attitude, Zhang Xian also felt helpless. He didn't expect it either. The power of this locust wine is actually so great. At this moment, Lao Yu saw that the fire had already started. Just respond with a gentle smile. I have already given the fine wine to teacher Zhang. How to handle it is his business. Just don't hurt the harmony. Upon hearing this, Master Yin sneered and said that Zhang Shi dared to compete with me. I won the last game. Fine wine belongs to me. Zhang Xian responded with a smile and said it was okay. What if you lose? Just Zhang Xian finished speaking, I saw the other person confidently saying that they wouldn't lose, so he continued to ask if he would lose. It's not up to you the final say. Even if my strength is weak, there is also a chance of winning. I won the wine for you. I won't take anything out if I lose. Would this be too advantageous? After speaking, the other person remained silent. Just keep talking about the value of this Tianshan drunken drink. Everyone knows. Just the name of the product on a gold coin. I'm not betting 10 now either. You just need to take out 5 as a bet. This is fair and reasonable. After speaking, I noticed that the other person hesitated a bit, so I didn't bother to talk nonsense to him either. Pick up the glass and prepare to drink it down. He just picked up his glass. I saw another famous teacher standing up. Let's have a big drink and wait. If you don't have the courage, Lao Yun, this glass of wine belongs to me. After speaking, the wrist. As soon as you flip through a box, it appears in your hand. Immediately after, it was thrown over. Zhang Xian took the hand and took a look. Confirmed this item. I agreed to the other party's gambling agreement. Just heard the other person say, gambling through martial arts competitions. Carefully ask him how high his cultivation level is. However, Lu Shijin, this genius, had a fearful expression of death. I couldn't help but laugh. So I pressed my cultivation level to be the same as yours. Zhang Xian also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. So I put down the wineglass in my hand and I got up and went to the open space in the middle. Look at each other, hugging and saying, please show mercy. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi, just sneer with disdain on your face, don't worry. I can do it, so let's start now. As soon as the words fell, I saw his footsteps lift. The whole person rushed straight over. At the same time, grab your palm forward. Zhang Xian was immediately aroused by the situation. With a loud shout, he raised his hand and greeted her, accompanied by a loud bang. I only saw the moment when my palms touched each other. I saw Zhang Xian's face turn pale. The whole person exited several tens of meters before stopping. The palm was even deformed by being hit, trembling uncontrollably under the sleeve. However, seeing the loss of this scene, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I thought you were so powerful. Even with this little effort, I still want to drink. Dream it. Zhang Jiuxia next to you saw this. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily a few times. Zhang suddenly became so weak. I thought about it for a moment. My eyes were full of sympathy. Look at this. Still immersed in the joy of victory, Lu Shi. After all, he knows that Zhang Xian always does this. Someone will have bad luck. What kind of wine is this? He can actually trigger a bet worth billions of dollars. It can also make perverts pretend to be crazy and foolish in front of everyone. It even forced him to disregard the identity of the head of the hall. We're going to have a big fight with him. Just now, Zhang Xian promised someone to bet on a value competition in 5 commercial streets, but as soon as he started, he was slapped by someone. My own hand is deformed, still trembling under her sleeve. I am extremely excited to see this scene of loss. In his eyes, the other party is just a scumbag. I don't deserve such high praise from Lord Moon at all. Zhang Jiuxiao and Zhao Shi who can be on the side, and the two famous teachers who were responsible for the assessment earlier. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Master Lu. After all, Zhang Xian's abnormality. They know it very well. No matter how strong this apprentice is, it's also impossible to be compared to a pervert. But now he has been beaten up like this ghost. It seems that something big is going to happen. The expressions of other famous teachers and geniuses are different from those of the three of them. Seeing the other party being so uncooperative, everyone's face was filled with regret. I didn't go up and have a fight just now. Otherwise, this cup of Tianqian drunken belongs to them. However, in the middle of the hall, Lu Chongxin, watching the other person still standing in place, trembling with fear. So my body shook. As soon as he raised his hand, he immediately swung a palm and hit him. Zhang Xian saw her opponent suddenly unleashing such a powerful force, scared and pale-faced, subconsciously hugging their heads and curling their bodies together. I planned to use my back to resist the opponent's attack. The Lord of the Moon Hall who witnessed the scene, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. I thought the other party had great abilities, can turn Song Xian into a eunuch. I didn't expect to be so weak, so he ignored it no longer. Continue eating and drinking. After all, based on the current situation, it seems that there is only one result. He was severely injured by Lu Chongxin, but he hasn't finished his drink yet. I saw Zhang Xian curled up into a ball due to excessive panic, causing a slip under the feet. A hunting concubine rushed forward. Immediately after, I saw his head directly hit the opponent's palm wind. Everyone saw the situation. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Zhang Xian. This mistake is undoubtedly fatal. Just Lu Chongxin rushed over when he saw the other person like this. I feel anxious. Just as I was about to step back, it was already too late. Zhang Xian's mind relied on inertia. Directly hit his chest. At this moment, Lu Chongxin's face changed. With a mouthful of fresh blood spewing out, the whole person also flew backwards, fall hard to the ground. I fainted directly. However, Zhang Xian, who knocked down the person. It looks like I'm dizzy and my brain is spinning. Not long after, he struggled to stand up, simultaneously rotated twice in place. I just couldn't believe it on my face. Watching the opponent lying on the ground. What's the situation with the exclamation? I won. Everyone saw the situation. Everyone stared blankly at Zhang Xian. Immediately afterwards, everyone was discussing with disdain on their faces. What kind of dog poop luck is going on? A martial arts competition that can be won with just one sliding angle. After Zhang Xian over here realized it, with an excited expression, he picked up the gold yuan snacks on the table. Received storage ring. Immediately after, he picked up the wine glass. With a smug expression, he looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, my strength must be evident to all of you, right? Since it is so, I continue to enjoy this fine wine." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately exploded. Everyone was so angry that they were furious. They were all clamoring to hit Zhang Xian. Immediately after, I heard the sound of tapping the table coming from the crowd. Then I saw Yunshi standing up in front of me. "Throw out a box." Lu Zixin shouted angrily. "He lost, but I haven't lost yet. These are 5 high-grade spirit stones for gold coins. If I lose, I'll give it to you. Winning, the wine belongs to me." Zhang Xianwen immediately shook his head and refused the other party. And with a frightened expression, he whispered, "Forget it. There was a battle just now. You also know that I have suffered a lot of losses." Yunshi saw the situation. Wrist flip. Take out another jade box and throw it onto the table. And he said there are a total of 10 high-grade spirit stones in gold coins here. I lost, it's all yours. If I win, give me the blame for Tianqian's wrongdoing. Now I'll give you some rest time too. How about this? Is it okay now? Is it difficult to be such a genius that Master Yu highly praises? Just a coward. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian looked at the snacks on the table with a conflicted expression on her face. After pondering for a moment, I took a deep breath. It seems, an expression as if making a significant decision. Bite your teeth before responding with a good word. I promise to fight with you. You also need to lower your cultivation level to the same level as me. Yun Shijian agreed. Continuing, it was said that lowering one's cultivation level is not a problem, but I need to use weapons. After speaking, a meteor hammer immediately appeared in my hand. Zhang Xian saw him using weapons. I hesitated for a moment. Then he looked at the other person with a shocked expression on his face. I asked, "Are you sure you want to use it?" However, after hearing the other party's affirmative response, Zhang Xian returned to the middle of the main hall. Some of them looked at him for a long time. When it comes to weapons, I also have them. It just seems quite heavy. During battles, one may not be able to control their strength. Upon hearing this, Yun Shi, I almost died laughing. I wonder if this guy has a problem with his brain. I'm using a meteor hammer. What else can be compared to me? Go down with a hammer. Whether it's a long sword, a big sword, or a long spear, they can only defend passively. I have lived for so many years. I have also fought countless times. I've never seen a weapon heavier than mine before. Just respond to the other person at this point and rest assured. My favorite is heavy weapons. If it's not heavy, then it's not very interesting to fight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I reluctantly nodded in response, saying that since that's the case, let's get started then. Master Kuyun heard the other party say to start. Shaking of the palm. The meteor hammer immediately suspended. And let's laugh out loud. Show me your weapon and let me take a look. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Zhang Xian responded that it had already lit up. Upon hearing these words, Master Yun was initially taken aback. Then his face turned strange, strangely looking at the other person with empty hands. Where did the weapon come from? But just when he was puzzled about it, the renowned teacher beside shouted, "Be careful of your head." Upon hearing these words, Master Yun immediately looked up. But this look immediately scared him, causing his pupils to contract. A huge skull head descending from the void rushed over quickly, so he shook his body and immediately rushed to the side. Just haven't waited for him to take 2 steps away yet. Just heard a loud bang. Immediately after, I saw Yunshi being smashed to the ground tightly, constantly convulsing. At this moment, Zhang Xian shook her head with a helpless expression on her face. I let out a sigh and said it. My weapon is really heavy. After speaking, put the gold coins into the ring. Then he turned around and came to the table. Put away the box containing 10 snacks. Just looked at the ground. Yunshi, who was convulsing and spitting blood at the same time. I told you not to use weapons anymore. You think this is a loss, right? Upon hearing this, Yunshi was immediately so angry that he spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood again, and fainted on the spot. Everyone saw the situation. He shouted loudly, full of resentment, that he came from Qingyuan Imperial City. How could there be such a powerful skull top? Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid the strength of this skull cap has an out-of-body diameter, right? This guy is really shameless. The first time was luck. The second time relying on the powerful skull crest. However, at this moment, Zhang Xian ignored the voices of everyone's discussion. A few steps back to the table, holding the glass with a satisfied expression. Shake it and look at everyone. I have already won 2 consecutive games. This is enough to prove my strength, isn't it? If you have no objections, I am the strongest among you. I won't be polite about this drink. So everyone was provoked by Zhang Xian. 2 more people have emerged to compete with him in martial arts. A snack consisting of 15 pieces, being used by Zhang Xian with the ability of a startled lion, pretending to be foolish one. Another one was captured by Zhang Xian with 20 spirit stones, defeat with a half-strength sword move. After watching the 2 matches, Lord Yu's face was also full of depression. I originally planned to use the hands of everyone. Give this guy a good lesson. I never dreamed of it. Not only did he fail to achieve his wish, instead, it made it stand out. So he waved his hand and said, okay, Zhang Shi has strong strength. Everyone can see it clearly. Put an end to the contempt. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. Zhang Xian's eyelids lifted beside her. Just look at the other person. With a furious rebuke, it's over. After bullying me, I'll be fine. Where is there such a cheap thing? In Qingyuan Imperial City. Zhang Xian wants to challenge the music hall master who rushed to the Imperial City. I still hope for your guidance. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone was stunned at the same time. Everyone looked at Zhang Xian with disbelief on their faces. The commentator is addicted to fighting. Even Lord Lian Yue dares to challenge. He is a superpower in a semi-domain realm. However, when Lao Yu heard Zhang Xian say these words, I was also stunned for a moment. Then his eyes narrowed. Just look at the other person. I asked, do you want to challenge me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a gentle smile and said, that's right. I will challenge myself. Are you afraid to answer? I haven't waited for Master Yu to speak yet. An old man behind him suddenly stood up, glared angrily and said recklessly, Zhang Xian, please pay attention to your identity. You are just a 7-star master from a first-class city. The Lord of the Moon Hall is a quasi-8-star renowned teacher who surpasses the realm of exorcism. You directly challenge. Do you think you are qualified? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian immediately laughed and talked to me about qualifications. Then the wrist rolled over. A badge immediately suspended in mid-air. Just keep talking. I am a specially appointed elder of the City Alliance famous teacher hall. I don't know if I have the qualifications. When everyone heard this, everyone was startled. One by one, they looked at each other in disbelief. After all, they all know how powerful is the teacher hall of the Earth City Alliance. Being able to become a guide among them is the master among masters. Its status is respected without exception. Specially appointed elder. This is an unattainable existence. However, it was not only Sun Lian who was scared. The Yutang master beside him couldn't help but stare blankly in the original place. It's obvious that his brother-in-law Song Xian. I didn't pass on this message. If Lao Yu had known in advance, even if you give him 10 courage, I dare not deal with the elders of the alliance like this. The old man who spoke just now. I just trembled all over and responded with a sound. Zhang Xian is qualified to retract the badge upon seeing the situation. Looking at Lao Yu at the same time, shouting coldly to the master of the hall. Do you dare to agree now? You intentionally drank this cup of tianjin while intoxicated. Everyone challenged me. The purpose is only to avenge my nephew Song Xian. That's right, there's no need to say it so grandiose. Everyone is a renowned teacher. You can still see this little trick. You shouldn't have angered an elder of the Dungeon Alliance. Just want to back down. As soon as these words are spoken, many talented people came down one by one to make a brilliant salad. Just look at the master not far away. They originally thought, this hall master is a bold and daring person. A person with extraordinary aura. Now it seems like just a small person. This kind of transparent and practical method is really clever. However, the master felt that the eyes of the crowd were not right. As soon as I squint my eyes, they disappear. Since Elder Zhang wants to compete with me, I promise. Just that as a specially appointed elder of the alliance, you, respectful status, I can compete with you. It can also be considered a learning process. There shouldn't be any need to suppress the repair, right? When everyone heard this, it's all thanks to his meow. This old guy has to be shameless to some extent, right? This is almost 2 levels off. It's shameless to say that one's cultivation level is not lowered. What they didn't expect was, Zhang Xian actually agreed. The October Master's gaze flickered. I also responded with a slight smile. Thank you, Elder Zhang, for your guidance. After one's words, I saw the true chi inside him immediately boil up. The whole person's aura is like a giant dragonfly soaring straight into the sky. This is half of the field. The strength of the realm has surpassed that of the far north. This moment, the surrounding space seems to have been completely frozen, make people unable to move. But just as his momentum reached its peak, I saw him pull out a long sword and hold it in his hand. Zhang Xian ignored everyone's concerns even when she saw the situation. Instead, he chuckled and took out the weapon. So, in that case, the meaning of Lord Yu is, you can use weapons for combat. At this moment, Lao Yu also nodded in response. I am best at swordsmanship. Naturally, I hope to receive guidance from Elder Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I politely asked if that's the case. I can also use weapons now. Really? After finishing speaking and obtaining the other party's consent, just nodded in response. Immediately after, he made a wrist gesture. More than 100 puppets appeared in front of us in an instant. Then he continued with a smile on his face. This is my weapon. After finishing speaking, give a command to join us. Give me a hard hit. After his many puppets were ordered, he meowed. With a roar, he crazily rushed towards the escape group. Kalaue saw that the other party had sent so many puppets. Suddenly scared, his face turned pale, so he swung his long sword into the air. Just as I was about to split open one of the puppets, I feel like there are 2 completely sealed areas on my back. This creepy guy, what kind of terrifying existence is it? You can tear a person in half with your bare hands. This pervert suddenly turned into a pervert. Just now, Zhang Xian arrived at Qinchong Imperial City. This is where Lord Yu uses methods of openly praising and secretly throwing. Make him the enemy of a group of famous teachers. But it's not a big problem for Zhang Xian. Easily deal with these hateful people. At the same time, he also won dozens of spirit stones. But Zhang Xian also couldn't stand it. This old man's way of bullying himself. So he also challenged him. However, Master Yu Tang was impressed by Zhang Xian's strength. 2 levels lower than oneself. What he also didn't expect was, the opponent will send over 100 puppets to fight. So just as these puppets rushed over, Lao Yu swung his long sword into the air in his hand. Just as I was about to split one end open, I feel like my back is completely sealed. Just haven't had a chance for him to turn around yet. Many forces rushed up, down, and down again, accompanied by the sound of fists entering the flesh. Trained by over 100 professionals under the guidance of Zhang Xian, every move hits the opponent's flaws. 5 minutes later, Lao Yu was beaten until he had a bruised nose and swollen face, crying and shouting, if I had known, I wouldn't have used weapons anymore. After all, just now he confidently believed that, as long as cultivation is not suppressed, the other party will inevitably suffer a big loss. But he never dreamed of it. They can easily bring out so many puppets. Besides, these puppets are also a type of weapon. Upon careful calculation, there was no violation. So now he's been beaten up like this. It's also a hardship that cannot be expressed. But everyone saw the scene. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Fortunately, they didn't let the other party continue to use weapons to compete just now. If that's the case, then, even if so many of them go together, I'm afraid I can't hold on for 5 minutes either. The elder who was speaking in front at this moment. Seeing the hall master being beaten so badly. Just look at the old man beside me. Urgently speaking, I hope Xiaoshi can take action. Please save Lord Moon. Zhao Xingmao lifted his eyelids. He responded with a disdainful expression on his face. All of them were promised by the Lord of the Moon Hall himself, and it was also a rule he set himself. I can't help either. I thought even if I could save him, I wouldn't take action. Selected students from the prestigious Holy Sun Hall. If bullied on the head, I can't even fight back. What else is there to do, a renowned teacher? Besides, I've been beaten up like a pig's head. Isn't causing trouble equivalent to seeking death? However, the elder saw no way to seek help. I couldn't help but glance at Lord Moon lying on the ground. Not a single part of the body is good, and he was convulsing and spitting blood at the same time. It looks like I'm almost out of breath. But Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. I was fortunate enough to have the puppet stationed there, and put them all into storage rings. Immediately after, he approached the other party, pinched one of his people. After waking it up, he looked at him sincerely and said, Master, you used a weapon. I also used it. Everyone is fair and just. You probably have nothing to say now that you've lost, right? If you think it's unfair, Lord, I can compete with you again without weapons. I just competed in 4 consecutive matches without taking a break. Although you only fought one battle. Taking advantage. But I don't mind. Upon hearing this, the master immediately spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. But Zhang Xian watched the other person only focus on spitting blood and not responding. I shook my head helplessly and said, Master, do you mean tacit approval if you don't speak? Since it is so, I'll reluctantly fight you again. After finishing speaking, clench your fist tightly and you're about to smash it. Yu Tang immediately responded to the statement and said no need. Can't I just give up? Zhang Xian stood up and said, just give up. As the head of the renowned teacher hall, I don't want to contribute to the revitalization of the human race, but only concerned with personal interests. Fly camp go. If my strength is not strong today, I'm afraid it's not just about making a fool of oneself. Maybe I'll get seriously injured. Difficult to leave this place. I will report this matter to the Alliance today. How to handle it is up to them to decide. After saying these, Zhang Xian no longer paid attention to him. Turning around and looking at everyone, he said, you guys go ahead. I'll go back and rest first. Subsequently, Zhang Jiuxiao and Sun Chang followed him, returned to the pre-arranged accommodation. At this moment, Zhang Xian returned to the room, looking at the 50 freshly harvested snacks. My heart is filled with joy. So he walked into the beehive. When he comes out again, my cultivation level has only increased by a small level. Helplessly, he knew he needed to improve his strength. More snacks are needed. So he walked out of the room and found Zhang Jiuxiao. I told him about my idea of earning snacks quickly. Afterwards, Zhang Jiuxiao thought for a moment and took him to the black market, and introduced him along the way. The only way to make quick money is through gambling. There is a life and death arena in the black market. Although the reward for winning on stage is not much, but if you bet right, you can earn a lot. Quickly. Zhang Xian also knows about the 10 consecutive championships in the life and death arena. At this moment, they also arrived at a huge estate town. Just haven't gone in yet. I was stopped by 2 young people and asked for a warrant. Zhang Jiuxiao saw the situation. I flipped my wrist and handed something over. Subsequently, the 2 young people employed special techniques. Cover their eyes and senses. I don't know how long it has been. When they opened their eyes again, I just realized that I have arrived at a shopping mall. There is a surge of people here. There are countless rare treasures of various kinds. This crystal is very rare outside. You can see it everywhere here. What Zhang Xian didn't expect was, there are still so many workshops here that have been banned. Although the price ranges from 1 to 10 refined spirit stones. But these are not a problem for Zhang Xian at all. After all, he only needs to take a glance. You can collect all the content in the book into the library. So that's it. Zhang Xian quickly presented hundreds of dry fabrics in front of her. The technique of using an out-of-body mirror. All income from Shanghai. After finishing these tasks, I went to the front desk with Zhang Jiuxiao. Zhang Xian selected the top 10 kings from the Qingtian lineage ahead. Various treasures seized. Monk snacks are thrown in front of me. Tell the waiter to exchange snacks. Just this pile is just too much. It's foolish to see Zhang Jiuxiao and this waiter. Shortly after, it was counted by the waiter. Zhang Xian also knows. This pile of things is worth 130 gold yuan snacks. I won't say much about it anymore. Let the other party exchange directly. Just an old man in charge on the side. Seeing the other person change so many snacks at once, he was also given a token representing VIP status, and introduced it to Zhang Xian. There will be treasures for auction later, and invite him to attend. It's just that these are not important to Zhang Xian, so he wanted to reject the old man's kindness. But I haven't waited for him to speak yet. I heard the old man say. The final item of the auction. It is the ancient book of the sage Luo Tianyun, the ancestor of the Luo family, so I agreed to participate, and ask him to reserve a spot for himself at night. After explaining, Zhang Xian and Zhang Jiuxia walked towards the direction of the arena. Soon, the two of them also arrived here. After Zhang Xian took 2 snacks and paid the registration fee, just hand over the remaining snacks to Jiuxiao, and make him suppress all the snacks in every game. After explaining myself, walk inside. When passing by the arena, just heard from the audience. There were waves of excited roars coming in. This passionate shout caused a surge in hormones. Immediately after, I saw a strong man on stage tear the opponent in half on the spot. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Xian furrowed her brow. He didn't expect this place to be so bad. However, the young man leading the way ahead, seeing his face turn so ugly, I couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. What's happening? It's still possible to quit now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook her head and waved her hand. I responded with a nod that it's okay. Can you take me there? The young man didn't say much when he saw the situation. I quickly took him to a lounge. Just explained once. I'll call your name later. You just need to come on stage. Zhang Xian nodded in response to the words. I found a place to sit down. Just sat down. I heard someone shout that this is your first time participating. When you hear this, follow your reputation. Immediately after, I saw a scarred man looking at me. So I asked him how he knew. At this moment, Scar couldn't help but laugh. People who have participated in arena competitions, their eyes are as fierce as wolves. Otherwise, going up would only lead to death. You're like a sheep. How could it not be seen? Zhang Xian shook her head helplessly and sighed upon hearing this. Wherever I go, it makes a scene that turns the world upside down. It's extremely headache-inducing. Now he has become a sheep in the other person's eyes. It seems that my temper is still too good. Then the two of them had a brief chat. But just as Scar confidently introduced himself. When I won 6 consecutive games myself, I saw the door open again. Immediately after, Zhang Xian felt a killing aura rushing towards her. Look up. I just realized that this person was on the arena just now. The guy who tore a person in half. At this moment, Scarman saw Zhang Xian's expression. I just introduced him to Black. It is currently the most powerful existence. His name is Yang Guang. He is also known as the King of 100 Battles. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was immediately stunned. Immediately asked him about his 100-game winning streak. At this moment, Scarman showed a fearful expression. The response is that they didn't win 100 games. But instead, they defeated 10 actual Battle Kings consecutively. And the guys who challenged him were all torn to pieces. I can't die anymore. After understanding all of this, Zhang Xian looked at the other person again. At this moment, I realized that the other person was just like me. All of them are due to the calm energy of the primordial spirit. However, the killing atmosphere on the other side is powerful and intense. We haven't fought yet. It gives people a strong sense of oppression. So the words of fame and fortune were opened up. I plan to investigate the opponent's strength. Unexpectedly, the other party suddenly looked up. He suddenly looked at himself. At this moment, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He really didn't expect it. The other party actually has such strong sensing ability. Just take one more look at this guy. You will find yourself observing him. So I secretly speculated. What kind of existence is the other party? I heard someone shouting coldly for the newcomer. Get out of here. Is there a place for you to sit here? Upon hearing these words, I looked up and looked up. Only then did I realize that 2 people were standing in front of me. Then he responded coldly with a sentence. It seems that your name has been engraved on this location. Am I right? This is the person shouting, seeing Zhang Xuanfei but not getting up. I still need to refute myself. So he said with a smile on his face, carve my name. Hee, since you want to. Then I'll engrave it on you now. Immediately after, the wrist rolled over. A dagger appeared in the hand. Full of murderous intent, he stabbed Zhang Xian's forehead directly. Zhang Xian's face darkened when she saw this. It's okay if you want to have a life and death grudge and pull it down so fiercely. I just didn't allow myself to take the position and started directly. This is like a child's play with human life. So as soon as he lifted his finger, he rushed up to meet him. Instantly shattered the dagger into 2 pieces. However, upon seeing this scene, Shen Su was initially stunned. Immediately shouted with excitement on his face. It turns out to have some strength. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. He thought the new guy was a vegetable chicken. You can take your life at will. It doesn't seem that simple now. So the wrist twitched. Retrieve a few daggers again. Instantly split into 3 directions, up, down, middle, and attacking towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian couldn't help but secretly exclaim in admiration when she saw this. Truly a life and death veteran. The skill of killing can be considered highly skilled. Up, down, middle, and third routes, no matter where they block now, they will inevitably be attacked by 2 other places. If it were someone else, they might have suffered a big loss this time. But this kind of attack is detrimental to him. It's not a fatal move. At this moment, I saw his palm stretch out. A semicircle slid out in mid-air. 3 daggers tremble. After a moment, it stopped directly in mid-air. The prelude to seeing this scene. I didn't expect the other party to be so casual. Blocked their own attack. A murderous intent flashed through his eyes. The body's true chi surges wildly. When I really want to kill someone. I heard a primordial mirror coming from the hall. Later on, Zhang Xian fought against Meng Fuxian of the same level. Please come to the arena and prepare. Upon hearing the passage, Zhang Xian no longer paid attention to the other party. Let's walk towards the door together. Please continue to check if the other party is leaving. Just shouted angrily and made me want to leave. It's not that easy. After speaking, he held 2 daggers in his hand. Shot straight towards Zhang Xian's back. The wind howls loudly. A cold wave swept before my eyes. This pervert only needs to make money. Don't let him pretend to be a grandson. Even if we make him pretend to be dead, he doesn't even breathe. Just now, Zhang Xian arrived at the underground black room. Collect the treasures collected earlier. Replaced with 130 gold spirit stones. Afterwards, I registered to participate in the life and death arena. Someone came to pick a fight as soon as they came to the room to rest. So I don't want to have any extreme behavior with the other party either. After easily resolving 2 attacks, when I heard the announcement to prepare for going on stage, ignoring the other person, he got up and left. Unexpectedly, this guy named Xian Su, seeing Zhang Xian ignore her and feel ashamed, so he used another move towards his back. This move comes out. The people in the lounge couldn't help but look serious. After all, they know the severity of humility. Every year he dies from this trick. There is no 100, there are also 80. Although he is far inferior to Yan Yang, but it is also well known in the entire underground black market. So now in the eyes of everyone, newcomer Zhang Xian has now been sentenced to death. However, the scarred man who just chatted with Zhang Xian, he's not even looking back. Keep walking forward with all your might. He was full of anxiety and was about to remind him. Suddenly, I felt a daze in front of me. I saw Qian Su fly out completely. Everyone saw the situation. They began to discuss the strength of this newcomer one after another. It's not simple. The promoter on the side glanced at it. It's also interesting to sigh with emotion. Immediately close your eyes again and rest. After all, that scene just now was nothing to him. One punch won't kill you. If it's a big deal, just give me another punch. However, Zhang Xian also ignored everyone behind her. As usual, he walked out of the lounge. Quickly arrived at the arena as well. At this moment, the person in charge of the arena came up to him. I just took out a contract and handed it over. Ask him to sign a death warrant. Zhang Xian glanced at it. I also signed the words on it. I soon saw a young man. He walked up with a proud and indifferent expression on his face. Zhang Xian didn't want to talk nonsense when she saw the situation. I punched the other person and said something that offended them. Then the palm suddenly leaned forward. The whole person rushed up. But we haven't waited for the other party to react yet. Just knocked him unconscious on the camera. I just waited for half a day after finishing it. Did anyone announce the results? Just look up and say, did I win this game? But even after he shouted, no one spoke. However, the audience watching the excitement. At this moment, there were no cries of surprise. Instead, each one seemed to have seen a ghost. And Zhang Jiuxiu in the crowd. He kept shouting with a speechless expression on his face. It's just that the arena is obstructed by formations. No sound from outside could be heard. But Zhang Xian was wondering why she had one. When no one came out to announce the verdict yet, I saw a young man walking over. So I asked him, are you the second person to compete with me in martial arts? The young man looked at the person lying on the ground. I looked at Zhang Xian in front of me again. What did the second person say with a speechless response? I am Meng Fuxing, the person who wants to compete with you for the first time. I heard the other person say that. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. Then a silly expression appeared on his face. I asked, are you Meng Fuxing? Who was the person I just fought with? Meng Fuxing heard the words. The corners of the mouth twitched uncontrollably. He just responded that he is a referee. Zhang Xian was completely dumbfounded when she heard this. What the hell is there a referee in this game? Upon hearing this, Meng Fuxing is speechless again. So he looked at him like a silly dog. How fresh it is to say. There is still a competition now. Is there no referee? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian is completely foolish. What's going on with his meow? The referee was knocked unconscious before the game even started. So I won't be disqualified, will I? At this moment, Meng Fuxing saw the other person's silly expression on their face. Once again, I am speechless and unable to explain. There are no such rules here. Alright, let's start now. As soon as the words fell, I saw him charging straight towards Zhang Xian. People in the air. Hand shadow repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, it blooms like a lotus flower. Zhang Xian no longer hesitated upon seeing the situation. I opened my 5 fingers and grabbed it. This move is the same as the one used in the previous game against the referee. Like the sky falling, smashing the other person head on, accompanied by a loud bang. At the moment when two powerful forces collide, Meng Fuxing's face turned pale. I took several steps back in a row. I collapsed and fainted directly. The audience cheered repeatedly upon seeing the situation. In their view, the ability to knock out opponents with one palm. At worst, we can still win 5 levels in a row. Soon after, accompanied by the announcement of the arena, the second young man also walked up. Although this guy's strength, slightly stronger than the one just now, but still not a match for Zhang Xian. The same move on the face, still lying on the ground and passed out. So that's it. Zhang Xian won 5 consecutive games. It all ends with a slap. At this moment, he showed a tired expression. Sweat is streaming down my head. My arms are constantly trembling. Shake tightly and continue. I heard a sound coming from above the arena. You have already played 5 games. Do you want to continue challenging me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian nodded in response and continued. After all, betting can only begin now, because the rules here are, newcomers are not allowed to participate in the first 5 games of gambling. In other words, the next game is when Zhang Xian officially earns money, so he can't give up quitting it this time. So the opponents who will appear in the following matches, they are all people who have won the same number of games. Only then can we engage in competitive duels. However, these rules, before entering the venue, Zhang Xian, just get a clear understanding from Zhang Zhouxiao. So after he agreed to continue, the 6th battle will soon arrive. At this moment, I saw someone with a murderous aura all over their body. A young man named Kuiqing walked up. After taking a glance at Zhang Xian, just say I watched your game. There's only one move to fighting against everyone. The strength is indeed good. Just the move I used just now. It consumes a lot of steam, right? I want to see how many more times you can persist in using it. But he just finished speaking, not waiting for Zhang Xian's response. The long spear in my hand has already pierced through. Zhang Xian saw the situation, shaking his head helplessly. Cyan dare to play with me with guns. I am an ancestor who uses guns. You're such a silly guy. Immediately after, he didn't take out his weapon. Instead, a flick of the finger forward, palm landed on the tip of the gun. A tremendous force. It rushed towards Kuiqing along the barrel of the gun. However, Kuiqing felt this power. My face immediately turned red. I couldn't help but take a few steps back. After stopping, I exclaimed with disbelief on my face. Can you see through my tricks? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xian coldly smiled and said, the shooting technique. I am the ancestor. You have to use a gun in front of me. It's still a bit tender. After speaking, his body swayed. As soon as I raised my hand, I patted it over. This palm is out. A force as strong as a shooting star falling to the ground. The quantity overturned and fell. Kuiqing quickly stepped back when she saw the situation. He thought the opponent would fight 5 consecutive battles. Even if there is no injury, I am already exhausted. I can no longer use this trick. Thinking that cooperating with a long spear can easily lead to victory. I never dreamed of it. This guy not only knows so much about marksmanship, but also, this trick can also be used effectively. So he lifted his hands. Just as I was about to block this blow, I just feel a force so powerful that it's irresistible. Move your hands away. I just smashed it all over my face. At this moment, Kuiqing felt a blackout in front of her. Then he fell to the ground and couldn't get up. That's how Zhang Xian easily won this match. Accompanied by the announcement above the arena, the 7th round has also begun. At this moment, a figure slowly walked up. This person was in the lounge just now. Scarman chatting with Zhang Xian. Guan Yongfeng. At this moment, Scarman looked at him with a bitter smile on his face. I thought you were a sheep after saying one sentence. I didn't expect it to be a giant wolf. I just want to give up if I don't stand up. I still can't do it. Come on, let's see who can stand on stage all the time. However, Zhang Zhouxiao, who was holding the bet here, after winning a game with over 100 snacks, just happily holding the snacks that were welcomed, continue to press down on this game with both capital and interest. However, the odds for Zhang Xian in this match have decreased significantly. There is no one to compensate anymore. In less than a moment's time, the 7th game has also ended. At this moment, Zhang Zhouxiao ran excitedly to the window again. Take off the snacks. There are now over 300 accumulated assets. Therefore, just keep pushing all the snacks to the 8th round. However, Zhang Xian did not win the opponent with a single palm in this match, but it took 30 or 40 moves to barely win. In the eyes of everyone, he has reached his limit. But Zhang Zhouxiao smiled happily and said, this hurts the elderly. He's really good at pretending. Meanwhile, I also ran to the window with a happy face to get the snacks I just won. Now there are a total of 720 pieces. So many premium snacks from Jingyuan. He couldn't help but drool all over the floor. So that's it. The last two games of Zhang Xian are also similar. Various narrow victories. Zhang Zhouxiao. I also had over 1,800 snacks in my hand at once, in the eyes of the audience. He's really lucky to win like this. At this moment, the voice above the arena sounded again. Congratulations to Zhang Xian for becoming the new 10-time champion. Now you have two choices. The first challenge continues. Fight again after the second break. You can also compete for the 100 crown. My opinion is to take a break if necessary. This may give you more confidence in the upcoming matches. After all, the 10 crown is a dividing point. Once successful, you can choose to rest. After replenishing your energy, come back to battle. It can also impact higher ranks. And now Zhang Xian looks so tired that she can't stand steadily. It makes people feel like he could faint at any moment. That's why the authorities suggested he rest before fighting again. Just hearing persuasion from Zhang Xian, I looked up at Xiong Fong with difficulty, and shook my head in response, saying that I choose to continue. After all, in terms of Decoration 13, he has never subdued anyone. It's hard to be here. Pretend without clearly stating the rules of the matter. Can still make money. How could it be so easy to let go? However, the authorities still insist on persuading him with good intentions, but to no avail. Just introduce the next step. You need to continuously defeat 10 10-time champions. We can successfully challenge the 100 Saints King. Just haven't waited for him to finish speaking yet. A grand voice echoed through the entire arena, me and him. As long as you can defeat me, he is the new king of 100 battles. Immediately after, I saw a huge figure walking towards the arena. After everyone saw the person clearly, everyone shouted in unison. After all, in their eyes, the one in front of us is the true king. As long as he makes a move, no one can survive. At this moment, we arrived at the stage. Hong Yongkai looked coldly at Zhang Xian. How about laughing? Don't you dare to answer. After finishing speaking, seeing the other person's constipated expression on their face, it seems like I'm so scared that I can't lift my head. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Although you look very tired now. But the strong who died in my hands. I don't know how much can be seen. You're pretending to be such a nice guy, continuously defeating 10 opponents. You still have the intention to hide your strength. Successfully sparked my interest. So do you still want to continue pretending to show me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was almost so angry that she cursed loudly. I was originally planning to try my best to pretend to be like a vegetable chicken. Continue to fight against the 10 crown king. Can earn more bets. I didn't expect this guy to notice it. So there was a somewhat displeased response on his face. You're joking. However, many viewers heard the words spoken by the promoter. They all exploded in anger. He's still pretending to be silly with his meow. Mr. Delay's head. I put all my money and power on your father's back. I've been making a fuss for half a day. You're actually pretending to be a big kid. You accompany me to press your high guy temporarily. Zhang Xian on stage. At this moment, he still appears weak and powerless. A pale face. Look at the other person and say, even if you want to hit me, you can't make false accusations against me, can you? I have defeated 10 people in a row. The great loss of power. Anyone who is a cultivator knows. Not to mention anyone else. If it were you, do you think you have won 10 consecutive victories? Do you still have the strength to pack here? Upon hearing these words, if it were me, I would nod in response to the promotion. I also have the strength to continue pretending for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, my face turned green with anger. After all, in this black market arena of life and death, the most taboo thing is to falsify. So he doesn't want to get into trouble because of this now. So he looked at the other person with a powerful and lifeless expression. Shake your head. I wish I had your level of strength. Now I can hardly hold on. I can't fight you anymore. Hong Yang's expression became solemn upon hearing this. I just shouted angrily, but I couldn't help you anymore. Who do I, Hong Yang, want to fight against? Until now, no one has been able to stop it. As soon as the words fell, I saw the violent aura emanating from him. Immediately covered the entire arena. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Raise your eyebrows. With a look full of anger in his eyes, he shouted at you, hey buddy, deceiving others is too much. Otherwise, I'll die to show you. The perverted behavior in front of us. Not only did it cause everyone to lose, but it also left no wife. And it also brought about the disaster of death. Just now, Zhang Xian wanted to win more snacks. After winning 10 consecutive games, it was disguised as a powerful weapon. The appearance of fainting at any moment. Continue to challenge for 10 consecutive championships. Unexpectedly, his actions were witnessed by this 100-time champion. So he also disregarded the rules of the arena. Just go on stage and challenge Zhang Xian directly, and expose his disguised ceremony. However, Zhang Xian never admitted that she was pretending. He also refused the other party's challenge. Hong Yang was displeased upon hearing this. so the true chi in my body surged wildly. You can't let go of your illness and anger now. I, Hong Yang, can fight whoever I want. It's not your turn to refuse. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, with a face full of anger, he retorted, you cheated too much. Upon hearing this, Hong Yang shook his head and responded with a deceitful remark. Don't pretend anymore. Hurry up and take action. If you don't give it your all, I guarantee that you will die here. As soon as the words fell, I saw his true energy circulating in his hands. A light cluster converges in the hand. However, the audience below the arena heard these words. They were discussing excitedly one by one. Promote a few moves that can kill the other party. How long will it take to tear it in half? And Zhang Jiuxiao saw this. Immediately run to the betting spot. The odds for the first few games are basically the same, and this time the odds for Zhang Xian are almost explosive. The stake has already reached 10 times higher, so he excitedly took out the storage ring, handed over to the person in charge of the bet, and he said, I will put 1800 high-quality Jingyuan coins inside. Temporary detention of Zhang Xian, just the person in charge of starting the game. Seeing Zhang Jiuxiao actually trying to suppress this guy, he also shook his head in disbelief and let out a sigh, but soon he also completed the betting procedures for him. However, the promoter on stage told Zhang Xian to take action, but I kept getting a rejection response, so I sneered and couldn't let you go anymore. As soon as these words are spoken, I saw the body swaying vigorously. The huge fist, with a roar, crushed and stopped. Zhang Xian saw the situation. If you don't know how to resist, you might really get beaten to death with this punch. His body swayed and moved one step to the left, just managed to dodge the opponent's attack. What he didn't expect was, he flashed like this. The opponent's straight punch suddenly turned into a sweeping punch, chasing towards me. But at this moment, Zhang Xian, who had no time to move, had a thought in her heart. Immediately retract your body backwards. Just managed to avoid this punch. However, the promotion saw the attack fail again. With a fist drawn as his palm, he suddenly pressed down on Zhang Xian, the opponent's palm. The distance from the chest was already quite large. Once hit, the heart will be punctured. Be killed on the spot. Everyone saw the situation. Knowing this, the other party will definitely find it difficult to dodge. I saw him weak and powerless. The chest that was previously contracted suddenly bounced back. The moment of touching and promoting the palm, I just bounced it back. Immediately after, I saw Zhang Xian moving at an extremely fast speed. Strike a palm and smash it towards the opponent. Promote the appearance of individuals with different facial features. He really didn't expect it. This guy can still make a counterattack in this situation. So when he raised his hand, he was about to block this move. Suddenly, he saw the corner of his mouth widen as he was close at hand. A smile but not a smile appeared on his face. Then my body couldn't help but shake. Immediately, a feeling of dizziness appeared in my mind. At this moment, the pupils cannot help but contract. I feel very scared in my heart, because he understood. Come here. The other party's smile just now. It is the most famous move in Jinghong's poetry, by Mei Shang. However, I feel increasingly dizzy as the promotion continues. After realizing it now, I quickly bit through the tip of my tongue. Just when I feel a little clear-headed in my mind, I saw the other person's palm already in front of me. Like the palm of a mountain. It gives people a way to hide no matter how hard they try. It's impossible to escape, generally. Immediately after, a crisp sound was heard. A palm print suddenly appeared on the face of the promoter, and it became red and swollen. At this moment, he was about to go crazy. As the champion of the underground underworld, he has come up with several moves in a row. I didn't hurt the other party and they were unhappy. Give them a public slap. This is simply a shameful companion. With a roar, he suddenly raised his hand and threw a punch at the opponent. But this punch hasn't been delivered yet. I just saw Zhang Xian's body shake. I took 7 or 8 steps back in a row. The whole person looks like they have exhausted their strength, trembling uncontrollably all over the body. And there is a feeling of falling at any moment. I said it all. My body can no longer hold on. I really can't fight you. He might as well forget it. I'm really not a match. How about I give up? Can it be done? Promote and listen to the words. I was instantly infuriated and furious. He's meowing. Hi, old man. After finishing the face, I thought it would be over. Look, I won't tear you in half alive. I'll take your surname. So I saw his palm lift. A surge of true energy surged out. This powerful force that seems to stir up wind and rain. A palm power that feels like it's going to destroy heaven and earth. Just smashed it over. However, Zhang Xian felt this pressure. Immediately exit a few steps back. Immediately after, the body turned around, dodged the opponent's strongest blow. Afterwards, extend both palms simultaneously. I slapped him back again. What Hong Yang didn't expect was, the opponent can not only flash a blow. I actually thought of the same trick. Use it twice for yourself. This is simply looking down on people. Think of this. Anger in my heart. Just let out a roar. Immediately after, I saw him raise his hand and greet him back, but we haven't waited for the two palms to touch yet. Suddenly seeing the other party once again showed a sinister smile. This smile is even more brilliant than before. So Yang Guang suddenly felt a blackout in front of him. Feeling dizzy again, the palm that greeted him also stopped. The whole person seems to be stiff in the air. Immediately after, a crisp sound was heard. After the same person spun several times in mid-air. Just stopped. At this moment, he seemed to have gone crazy as he regained his senses, roaring desperately. Then he suddenly rushed towards the other party. But Zhang Xian saw the other party like this. Pull back again, pull back a few meters. He said with a helpless expression on his face. My body can no longer hold on. I really don't want to fight anymore. I am not your opponent either. Can you spare me? Upon hearing this, Hong Yang was so angry that he trembled all over his body. I thought to myself, this guy really dares to pretend like a cat. I couldn't hold on and even smoked myself twice in a row. If I could persist. Don't you want to beat yourself to death? The more he thinks, the angrier he gets. Accompanied by a roar. Immediately seal off the primordial spirit inside the body. After finishing these, I rushed straight over. I didn't use my fists or palms this time, but it's close combat. Not yet in front of the other party. Both elbows and knees attack simultaneously. Like a storm. Difficult to resist. However, Zhang Xian stood still. At this moment, he still looks powerless, seeing the attack coming towards oneself, gently contracting the body. Take a look like this. He will definitely be beaten to the point of spitting blood and dying. What's surprising is that his body is so delicate. All attacks fail to hit at once. At this point, the whole person was dumbfounded by the promotion. He didn't expect the other person to look scared, curled up into a ball. But it can perfectly dodge all its attacks. So I was thinking about how to hit the other side. I just saw this. Hi, old man. Slowly extending his palm again. I slapped my face and wanted to pull it over. Then he sneered and said he was meowing. Good things are only three. Lousy has blocked the primordial spirit. Your Dinghong incapacitation won't be able to harm me. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. Just heard one sound, stop blocking. You can't stop it. Upon hearing these words, promote the involuntary softening of the whole body. My muscles couldn't help but relax. However, the moment one feels a change in their body, immediately bite through the tip of your tongue again to sober up. But he hasn't had a chance to resist yet. Zhang Xian's palm has already appeared in front of her. The next second, a crisp sound echoed through the entire arena. Hong Yang was hit by this palm. Immediately started spinning in circles in place. Just haven't waited for him to stop yet. I heard a plea in my ear again, asking you to believe me. My body really can't hold on. I can't fight you anymore. I can't beat you anymore. Can you spare me? So that's it. Zhang Xian repeatedly dodged the opponent's attacks, using both the technique of magic sound and the technique of startling the enemy to bewitch them, and he slapped him in the face one by one. After finishing, repeatedly stating that he is not his opponent. After more than 10 rounds of turmoil, promotion can no longer be sustained. In the end, I just felt a blackout in front of me, directly collapsed to the ground with weak limbs, fainted to death. Until this moment, he still has a sense of unwillingness in his heart. I have been in the arena for so many years. He also fought so hard for the first time, so there's no dignity. Before falling into a coma, I watched the other person constantly on the verge of collapse, like falling down at any moment, until the end. Hey, this guy still hasn't arrived yet. However, below the arena, the people also took action to promote it. Many people were scared. The big bet is that he is currently lying down and unable to get up. All the people who were scared were crying uncontrollably. These not only have their wives, coffins, etc., even putting down the wealth accumulated throughout one's life, but now they have lost everything. So this story tells us, seeing is not believing. Don't think it's right. Often, people dig good pits. It just makes you think. And then I buried you. Stay away from gambling. Caring for oneself. 10 breaths have passed. Promote still motionless. There was a sound coming from above the arena. Congratulations to challenger Zhang Xian for winning. As soon as this message is released, the cries of the crowd below the arena grew louder and louder. Just, one of the voices suddenly sounded out of place. I'm getting rich. I'm really going to make a big fortune this time. Follow reputation. I saw Zhang Jiuxiu excitedly jump up from the seat. After all, the odds for this game are as high as 110. That means as long as Zhang Xian wins, the 1800 snacks he pressed down became 18,000. If we add the principal, it's already close to 20,000. So many high-quality snacks in gold coins. As a member of the family, he has never seen it before. Before they came to the black market. I don't have a penny on me. This is less than an hour's time. We already have 20,000 pieces. So Zhang Xian is in his eyes. It's like a walking spirit mine. And it's still the kind where someone sends it directly without digging. After getting excited, he immediately ran to the exchange counter. I handed over the voucher in my hand, and let the other party deal with snacks. The person in charge of betting hasn't spoken yet. I heard a cold and gentle sound coming from the side. You are suspected of cheating. This bet doesn't count. Zhang Jiaoxiao's expression immediately darkened in classical Chinese. As soon as I turned my head, I saw a middle-aged man greet me. So I shouted angrily and said, this time I suppressed it, it doesn't count. What do you mean? Thinking at this moment, the middle-aged person also responded coldly, saying that our bet here, all based on fairness. You and that Zhang Xian pretended to be weak and confused everyone. One intentionally placed a bet. This belongs to cheating behavior. I have already violated the rules. So you're so scared that not only will the bet be withheld, compensation is also required. Speaking of which, I saw the middle-aged man wave his big hand. Just say hello to someone who has come. Someone is disrupting the order of the market here. Malicious poisoning. Capture this guy for me. As soon as these words are spoken, more than 10 guards immediately rushed over from all around, surrounding Zhang Jiaoxiao in the center. He didn't expect the grand underground black room. Unexpectedly, I lost and refused to accept the debt. So I saw him flip his wrist, immediately hold the long sword in hand, put on a readiness to fight at any moment. Just haven't waited for them to take action yet. Zhang Xian on stage saw them like this. He shouted loudly with displeasure at such a large business. If you lose and can't afford to pay, you'll have to arrest someone. This is your style, right? A middle-aged man heard this. Shake your big hand. Just respond with a cold voice, you guys work together to make a game. I have already violated the rules. If no punishment is imposed, everyone is a business like you. How to do business in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I laughed instantly. A black market is now negotiating rules with me. Okay, since you're going to talk about rules, let me tell you what rules are. I asked you, anyone can bet on the arena competition. Zhang Jiaoxiao is my friend, with expectations for me. Bet on me to win. Is there no problem? After speaking, the other party responded without any problem. Just keep saying that since there's no problem. The odds are set by you again. How much pressure do you accept? Why do we say we violated the rules now? Middle-aged man heard. Just refute that you can easily overcome it, but disguised very weakly. This belongs to deception. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a displeased expression, saying that she had cheated. The so-called deception is deception and confusion, profiting through improper means. You can ask everyone present. I have been fighting with Hong Yang and saying that I can't hold on. Not his opponent. Tell him not to continue. He didn't listen to dissuasion. You insist on fighting me. I was forced to make a counterattack. Is this also deception? If I really want to profit from this, just promise to fight him directly. There's no need to reject him more than 10 times in a row. At this moment, middle-aged man knows what to say to the other person again. I must be at a loss myself. So I stopped talking nonsense to him. Just shout angrily, don't bother to nitpick with me here. This is the black market. I am Feng Zhu. What I said is the rule. Someone here, put down these two troublemakers for me too. Zhang Xian saw the situation. Raise your eyebrows. Just shout loudly, and if you can't find a reason, you'll arrest the person directly. I want to see who dares to touch us. A strand of hair. He hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw a bunch of guards at the peak of the Genshin Impact state. Rushed over. The pervert in front of us only uses 2 moves. I took away the entire wealth of the black market. Just now, after Zhang Xian won 100 championships, Zhang Jiaoxiao excitedly went to the exchange center outline. Won nearly 20,000 spirit stones. Unexpectedly, everything he and Zhang Xian did, they are all seen by the black market owners. However, after a round of conversation between the workshop owner and both of them, only then did I realize that if I continued speaking, I will be knocked out by this Zhang Xian. So I stopped talking nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the group of guards began to take action. However, the leading guard rushed towards Zhang Xian first. With a long sword in hand, he slashed through the air. This sword is fired. The air feels like it's about to be split in half. Half of it, Zhang Xian doesn't care about it. Shake your body and take a step forward. Finger out and click. In an instant, the sword aura of the guard's attack shattered. Immediately after, a true chi enters the body. He suddenly felt a violent tremor in Dantian. As soon as the body softened, it collapsed and fell to the ground. He looked at Zhang Xian with a frightened expression on his face. Startled, let out a cry for you. You have ruined my cultivation. At this point, Zhang Xian ignored the other party's question. But instead, he lifted his leg and kicked at the dozen or so guards who were attacking. A series of violent sounds rang out. I saw everyone lying on the ground. After feeling the abandonment of Dantian one by one, All of them showed a look of fear. The Lord who witnessed this scene. Suddenly, I was so angry that my eyes turned red. Immediately afterwards, he lifted his palm. A powerful force surged out and struck over. However, Zhang Xian still had no intention of dodging this. With a movement of his feet, he clenched his fists tightly and immediately rushed forward. After all, he has advanced to the late stage of the Genshin impact. I haven't really dealt with anyone yet, since the other party is causing trouble for him now. He doesn't mind practicing well with the other person either, accompanied by a loud bang. I only saw the moment when two powerful forces collided. Suddenly explode. The aftermath emitted. It also caused chaos in all directions. The audience who used to watch the excitement were also scared and fled around. And Zhang Jiuxiao, also shaken back by this force, dozens of meters away. At this moment, as the leader of the Exorcist realm, I didn't expect the other party's strength. Only Genshin Impact Mirror can compete with itself. I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, how could you be so strong? Who exactly are you? Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhang Xian, I just said my name out loud. At the same time, with just one flip of the palm, it splits towards the other person. Upon seeing the situation, Lord Fong raised his fist and greeted him. Just the two haven't touched yet. I just saw Zhang Xian, I don't know when. He has already arrived in front of the other party. With just a click of his finger, Fong Zhu was shaken to the point where blood spurted out uncontrollably. Directly flying backwards, he fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, his face turned pale and powerless. However, after two moves, Zhang Xian, seeing that the other party is not my opponent, I'm too lazy to continue taking action. So let's just say hello and go. Make him disabled for me. As soon as these words are spoken, in a room below the arena, immediately, over 100 different types of long knives flew out. He swung straight towards the master in front of him. These big knives are in front of Zhang Xiangang entering the arena lounge. When a young man took him to choose weapons, it was touched by Zhang Xian. I just didn't expect this moment's effort. All of them were awakened by him. Now, even though these are just some inferior artifacts, but the quantity is just too much. Hundreds of simultaneous attacks on him. In an instant, the knife's aura crisscrossed. Help the person's mind not be affected by the constriction of the pupils. Before even having a chance to fight back, he was chopped until he was bleeding profusely. At this point, he knew that if he continued like this, he would. I'm sure I'll be chopped to death alive in less than 2 minutes. So he shouted, stop. I am willing to return the spirit stone you won to you. Zhang Xianwan extended his palm. Countless large knives immediately returned behind and floated in mid-air. The sky is tight, continue. Just see each other. Put a ring with 20,000 snacks inside. Lost it over here. Take over the investigation of the Divine Clan. After confirming the quantity of snacks inside, just put away the ring. And said that these bets were won through my battles. You made a move against me and my friends. Can you see how to compensate? Upon hearing this, the workshop owner, suddenly, he shouted with a pale face on his face. I've gone bankrupt. Here's some snacks for you. And compensation. After shouting, see the other person nod and confirm. So he gritted his teeth and asked how to compensate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, I thought about it for a moment. I just responded that I heard. You just got a Taiyan ancient book on the black market, right? Master, listen to this. Immediately send someone to fetch it. Soon, this ancient book will be too hot. Someone put it in a box and brought it over. After Zhang Xian took over, confirm the book. Just put it in the storage ring. Just say hello and fly out. Zhang Jiuxiu and many big knives followed closely behind. Quickly left the black market. Zhang Xian will retract the many long knives following behind. Just look down. Only then did I realize. The previous location was not an underground wilderness. It has nothing to do with that estate, but hidden inside a big mountain. The estate is just a cover-up. No wonder you have to cover your eyes when entering it. I guess the black market is also worried that the famous teacher hall cannot tolerate it. Will directly take action. Quickly, the two of them returned to the vicinity of the renowned teacher's hall. Zhang Xian took out 1,000 snacks and handed them to Zhang Jiuxiao, and let him improve his strength as soon as possible. Let's go through the interview first. Zhang Jiuxiao initially refused upon seeing the situation, but Zhang Xian insisted that he accept it. He also gratefully accepted the gift. So the two of them had a brief chat. Zhang Xian returned to her residence, entering the billion-dollar trend again. I took out the snacks. 2 hours later. Just take the witch soul and one's own cultivation. We have all reached the peak of the Genshin impact realm, and the clone now has enough snacks. I also quickly reached the realm of being out of my body through cultivation. Even with strong players in the domain, one can still engage in battle. After finishing these tasks, Zhang Xian knows that she still cannot break through the out-of-body world. So let the clone return to the storage ring. Just take out the Tai supplement you just got. Just glanced at it. I don't think it's useful. I thought about it for a moment. I just realized. This is the technique of performing the sky script left by the ancient sage Qiu Wu. The second one has many similarities. A movement in my heart. Just try to merge the two martial arts. The two books that he didn't expect can really blend together. The second shuttle technique that originally had many flaws. Now it has become perfect and flawless. It quickly took several hours to cultivate. Although I didn't make the second shuttle of the iSky book, cultivate to the peak, but I also gained a lot of understanding about space. Previously, his strength was almost the same as that of a half-field mirror. And now even if, in the early stages of the real field mirror, perhaps we can also have a battle. However, Zhang Xian's spirit moved as she perceived the changes. Within a 1-meter radius around the body, immediately a thin layer of aperture appeared. The space within the aperture seems to be completely controlled by him, so he called out the golden round top. Let him use all his strength to launch an attack on himself. Quickly in the experiment, also mastered outside the body, the control power of the aperture at a distance of 1 meter. In other words, he is invincible in this 1-meter field. Although the power of this move is very strong, but the consumption of true qi is high, it is also very dangerous for oneself. We still need to use it less in the future. Unless it's a matter of life and death. I took a break for a while. After recovering the consumed true qi, Zhang Xian suddenly remembered something, so my fist clenched tightly. I've been under pressure from my clone all along. Now I understand the ability in a similar field. You should be able to easily win by fighting against it, right? Think of this. Immediately call out the clone. After the two met, there was no unnecessary talk. The battle begins immediately. Its explosive power is extremely strong. The golden dome hiding on the side also trembled with fear. Time for 3 breaths. Zhang Xian had dark circles under her eyes. After taking 5 breaths, I started spitting blood in big gulps. After 10 breaths, already lying on the ground and unable to move. At this moment, Zhang Xian waved her hand and instructed the clone to return to the storage ring. I hurriedly activated the true energy of the heavenly Tao myself. Restore injuries and strength. He thought he had grasped the domain's abilities. It can be abused to the point where a clone cries dad and mom. As a result, the other party still beat him up in an extremely miserable manner. Quickly arrived the next morning. Zhang Xian just walked out of the room. I saw Zhang Zhouxiao, who was full of joy, running over. Said that he had broken through to the late stage of the Genshin impact state. So the two of them had a brief chat for a while. Just walked towards the main hall. Not long after, the perpetrator on this side of the main hall looked at Zhang Xian. Both of them also arrived. Look around the week. I also noticed that everyone is here. Just say that since everyone has arrived. Let's start the interview now. The rules for the interview are very simple. It's the Dragon Cave. Just eliminate your opponent. You can pass through it. When everyone heard this, everyone was in an uproar. They all know about this way of competition. In ancient times, when the alien race ruled over the human race, I often find pleasure in this way. Lock a group of people in the same cage and kill each other. The final winner can survive. Otherwise, there is only one path to take, that will be eaten. Extremely cruel. It even poses a great test to human nature. Close relatives and friends survived for themselves. Everyone will attack their own flesh and blood. This method is an evil and heretical way, always abandoned by the people-oriented teacher hall. Why would Fuji and the Holy Sun Hall use this? At this moment, the envoy looked at everyone's shocked expressions on their faces. Also explained that everyone should not be nervous. This so-called Dragon Cave is not a bloody killing, but it's an elimination system. I will exile you all on an isolated island at the same time. Find a way to find someone else within 3 days. And only by eliminating 13 of them can we pass. Of course, eliminated. It's about finding a way to crush the jade talisman on the other person's body, instead of killing the other party. If someone is found to have killed their companions, just cancel the qualification directly. Upon hearing this, everyone showed solemn expressions on their faces one by one. To crush the jade talisman, you can't kill your opponent either. This is too difficult. After all, those who can participate in the interview are geniuses, even if there is some gap in strength. But the ability to escape and the means to save lives are almost the same. If we talk about sneak attacks and killings, perhaps we can still achieve them. But just crushing the jade talisman cannot harm one's life. The difficulty of it can be imagined. At this moment, I saw everyone's constipated expressions all over their faces. The perpetrator's gaze flickered. Let's talk about this island again. It's not just you guys. There are also holy beasts and those that have already been arranged. Traps and special natural dangers. While wanting to eliminate others, we also need to protect our own safety. If you just hold it in place and don't move, the plan to eliminate others, I can tell you now, this approach will inevitably be eliminated. The Holy Sun's Palace will not take in Novi and evaders. Also, within these 3 days, if we can't eliminate 13 of them, everyone will lose their eligibility. Upon hearing this, Everyone fell silent individually. This cage hole sounds simple. Actually, it's even more cruel than being put in a cage. Overall planning ability of an individual. Strategies and many other means have comprehensive tests. Far beyond simple combat. Truly worthy of the assessment of the Holy Sun Hall. The difficulty was felt with just one move. However, the envoy saw that everyone understood. Wrist flip. Just throw over 30 jade talismans to everyone present. Just urgently said. This jade talisman represents the identity of each and every one of you. You can put it on your body. You can also hide it. It can be placed anywhere. But the premise is that it can only be placed on islands. As long as it's not crushed, it means they haven't been eliminated. Upon hearing this, everyone has become even more foolish. You can also hide it. So even if we catch someone, it's useless. Yeah, even if you kill your opponent. Without jade talismans, it is impossible to eliminate the opponent. What should we do about this? However, Zhang Xian and the chaos of the crowd were different. Because he knows it's a psychological assessment. After all, his state of mind is high. There is not such an urgent demand for the Holy Sun Hall either. As an observer, it's easy to see where the problem lies. The other party intentionally said that you can hide the jade talisman. Actually, it's an assessment of everyone's mentality. To be honest, it's safe. Where can be safer than oneself? Hiding it clearly means not believing in oneself. If you really have to do this, it will definitely be on the other side. Fight right and wrong in front of you. Of course, he won't say these things either. At this moment, I saw him extend his palm. Just hold the jade talisman that flew over in your palm. This is a special type of ink feather. On the reverse side, write your own name. The front is carved with strange patterns. It seems to have a communication function. As long as it is crushed, it means the corresponding identity disappears. Will be completely eliminated. However, just when everyone was at a loss, a genius named Ma Minghai looked up, asked Zhao Shi. If someone uses powerful weapons, we don't even have the power to fight back, do we? Will be directly eliminated. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone present, all eyes are focused on Zhang Xian. In their view, this guy fought against the Lord of the Music Hall back then. You can throw hundreds of them all at once. Half of the field mirrors were beaten to pig heads. If you really want to use it against them, I can't resist it at all. The perpetrator only explained upon hearing the words. The assessment of Long's Hongdu is fair and just. It is not allowed to use weapons to snatch jade talismans. Do things that are beneficial for oneself to eliminate opponents. If there is any violation, directly eliminate. If there are no issues, then, let's go now. This pervert in front of me. I have always felt like I have a golden fingernail ruler. How invincible it is. And now he has just realized. Hundreds of old men here. Choosing anyone is better than oneself. Just now, inviting envoys. More than 30 students who participated in the re-examination of the Holy Sun Hall with a group. After finishing the assessment of Dragon Fight, everyone knows that Zhang Xian cannot use weapons. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, how can we play with throwing him over 100 puppets? Therefore, many interviewees are covered with a special veil. Not only can't the eye see, even the divine stone cannot be placed outside. Under the leadership of teacher Zhao, it was like this. Everyone sat on the holy beast. I don't know how long it has been flying. After everyone heard the arrangement, just one by one from the back of the beast, jumped down. And Zhang Xian also received instructions at this time. So my body shook and I jumped down. However, he fell to the ground. After pulling off the covering thing, only then did I realize that I had arrived in a dense forest. This place is spacious. I can't even see anyone. Can look around in a week. I just realized that there's no end in sight here either. If it weren't for knowing in advance that this is an island, I almost thought this was a mountain range. Just within 3 days, capture others on such a large island, and escape. It seems that finding someone for Dan is a difficult test. Think of this. Zhang Xian is also very puzzled. How did Zhao and his team do it? Being able to be on such a large island. What about understanding the actions of these contestants? I thought for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. So I stopped thinking too much. Flip your wrist and take out a compass. Find a direction with strong spiritual energy. Just dart it over. Just ran out not far. I just saw a fox beast. 3 times, 5 times, divide by 2 to solve it. Just as I was about to take his tiger skin and gallbladder, I heard a voice from the sky, Zhang Jiuxiao. Pre-father damage. There are still 32 people left in the first elimination. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhang Xian immediately revealed a pair. A face full of disbelief. Isn't this guy just breaking through his strength? Why were you eliminated so quickly? I am very curious about this. So he took out what he had previously taken out. The blood essence used by the other party for testing before. Place it on the compass. Get guidance on direction. Zhang Xian flew away without any hesitation. We soon arrived at a forest. I noticed that there was a very heavy sword aura in one of the places, so he came up to check. Halfway through the exploration, a few drops of blood were found on a stone. Take a closer look. I just confirmed that this is Zhang Zhouxiao's blood. Just what puzzled him was, it is clearly stipulated here that the use of weapons is not allowed. What exactly are these sword chi? What's going on? Thinking of this, a frown opens the eyes of reason. Continue chasing along the sword chi. But we haven't gone far yet. Just heard it. The second eliminated person's cry came from the sky again. Zhang Xian paid no attention to this matter. Continue moving forward. Just took a step forward. I feel a powerful aura burst out from the ground. So I turned my head and took a look. I just realized that a long sword had jumped out from the ground. Zhang Xian was immediately stunned when she saw this. He thought, which famous teacher is secretly hiding the scent underground? Attacking oneself. I never dreamed of it. Surprisingly, it's just a handle with spirituality. And it reaches the top level of the Genshin impact state. Then he reached out and grabbed it with a displeased expression on his face. A force surged forward. Control it. Just asked him. Did the first two eliminators be ambushed by him? At this moment, the long sword trembled before responding that it wasn't me. It was made by Zhao Yujin. So Zhang Xian only learned about it after communicating with the other party. This sword is called a wooden fish. They came to Jianqi many years ago, and there are spiritual swords here, with over 100 of them. Assault the two people in front. Mainly because they are all equipped with jade talismans representing their identities. Because once they devour this thing, the spirituality of swords has great benefits. After understanding these, Zhang Xian let him take himself to the sword pool. After flying over 100 kilometers quickly, Nomad Cloud sword leading the way, we arrived near a huge rock, but Zhang Xian stopped. I was startled by the sword inscription on this rock. Although I don't know if this character has gone through a lot of calligraphy, but from a distance, it's like someone holding a long sword and stabbing into the air. No matter how you dodge, go straight to Messi. Like a soul locked by the other party, unable to escape. I was shocked by this. Later, I learned from Mu Yunjin, it was left behind by an elderly person. The character couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I really saw the Grandmaster. At this moment, Mu Yunjin pointed forward. Just say to Zhang Xian, look, those people under the rocks. They are all practitioners who come here to gain insights. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian turned her head and looked around. Only then did I realize there were over 100 people. Stare at the sword characters above one by one. Keep gesturing in your hand. Delude one to folly. Like madness. I watched for a while. I saw several people standing aside one after another, waving the long sword in his hand, gesturing swordsmanship. And all of them have comprehended the realm of swordsmanship. So he opened his eyes of reason. I checked these people below. You can see that even the whole person is stupid. They have all reached the level of swordsmanship. He walked all the way. I haven't seen anyone with swordsmanship surpassing mine yet. I didn't expect everyone here to be so strong in cultivation. Later, I learned from Muyun's sword. These people have been practicing here for a long time. And the person who stayed for the longest time has already exceeded 900 years. After understanding these, Zhang Xian also knows. These sword cultivators have all reached the point of being possessed by demons. Because of the sword carved on this rock, it contains the sculptor's ideas. Silver hook ironization. The scent is terrifying. Each stroke seems to be a different type of swordsmanship, several types fused together. Grand and magnificent. The more one looks at it, the more it feels unfathomable. After all, Zhang Xian only looked at it for a while. Everyone feels emotionally charged. I also had an irresistible urge to cultivate, so his eyes slowly closed. I noticed that stone walls appeared all around my consciousness, and it is also filled with densely written self. Immediately after, wherever the eyes went, just put these techniques in the library. I quickly accepted over 1,000 swordsmanship manuals, so they gathered it into a book called Tian Dao Sword Art. However, just as Zhang Xian was planning to practice, when the strength is further enhanced, suddenly, I felt a surge of spiritual energy around me. Ground forward convergence, like a hurricane sweeping across. Immediately after, I heard Muyun's sword exclaim in surprise. The master then opened his eyes. Ask him what exactly happened. At this moment, Muyun's sword's whole body kept shaking. Someone has learned swordsmanship. As a sword spirit, I will automatically submit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned. Then he looked towards the direction of spiritual energy. Immediately after, I saw a young man sitting cross-legged on the ground. Swordsmanship runs high and low on the head, like a peerless sword. As long as the long sword is unsheathed, it's like tearing heaven and earth in half. After seeing this person's appearance clearly, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. This person is right in front of the Mingshi Hall. Ma Minghai, who fought with him before. What puzzled Zhang Xian was, why is he here? Most important of all, Everyone here is worried about being eliminated, or thinking about eliminating others. And this guy is sitting here practicing directly. It seems like they've been here for a long time too. I thought for a moment before realizing it. This guy is already skilled in swordsmanship. Perhaps I sensed this as soon as I came in. However, just as Zhang Xian was lamenting about this, I just saw that the other person's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The suggestions from all around kept pouring into him. Seeing this scene, these people were all shocked before the cover-up. Not long after, one of the old men couldn't help but feel emotional excitement, shouting loudly for 700 years. I didn't expect to see it again. Someone has comprehended the true essence of swordsmanship. At this moment, the old man beside him responded by saying, "This is not a true swordsmanship solution. The true essence of swordsmanship lies in the return of 10,000 swords to the sect. Now, looking at these sword meanings, they are just surrendering. If you read it correctly, it should be a half-step solution." Another old man also spoke in agreement at this moment. "You're right. It's a half-step solution. The world only knows. Swordsmanship is divided into two levels, sword intent and sword heart. But I don't know if there's anything else up there. A sword to a real sword. Understand the realm of returning to the sect with 10,000 swords. As long as the strength of the sword does not exceed oneself, will unconditionally obey. And the young man in front of us, just make the cultivation lower than his submission. I haven't reached unconditional obedience to orders yet, so this is just half a step." However, after listening to the discussions of the crowd, Zhang Xian, he also nodded secretly, truly deserving of the opportunity to enter the Holy Sun's Hall. Indeed, his talent is unparalleled. But just as he was lamenting about it, after absorbing the sword aura from the sky below, Ma Minghai, slowly open your eyes as well. When I stand up and stretch a bit, I found Zhang Xian not far away. Immediately recalled the scene of fighting him earlier. And now he has broken through and comprehended what he has seen. Confidence is already overflowing. Don't say you want to win against the opponent. Even killing him would be more than enough. So his gaze flickered. With a cold smile on his face, he murmured to himself, "Since I met you at this moment, then you can only be considered unlucky." Immediately after, the body swayed and flew towards the other person. Sneer at Zhang Shi. "We meet again." After speaking, I saw that the other person didn't think much of it. I looked up and continued, "Although I was amazed by your strength, but I'm really sorry. We are conducting a second interview, involved in the quota for entering the Holy Sun Hall. So now you have taken out the Jade Talisman yourself. Or should I personally take action? If you take it out yourself, I don't need to make a move. It will make you suffer less pain. If I were to take action, even if the rules prohibit murder, let you suffer some skin injuries, it is still possible to remain motionless for a short period of time. But you should know that, if you can't move here, will they be killed by holy beasts? I can't guarantee it to you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian shook her head and let out a sigh. "You're threatening me." Upon hearing this, Ma Minghai sneered coldly. "You can treat it as a threat. You can also consider me stronger than you. Oppression on you, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian frowned. "Just responded that it seems like you think you have strong abilities. You can do whatever you want." After speaking, I saw the other person with a confident expression on their face. Having strength means being able to do whatever you want. So I sighed, "Since you have this kind of consciousness, then I'm sorry." While speaking, palm chi rolling, "Just push forward." However, Ma Minghai noticed that the other party did not take out their imperial axe. Instead, "I want to engage in meaningless struggles." I couldn't help but sneer. "You still want to hit me? See what you can do." Then, the finger moved towards a point. A sword aura immediately greeted him, but just because he thinks, when sword chi can easily pierce the opponent's palm. I only saw the moment when the two collided. The sword aura immediately disappeared completely. Then I just felt a blackout in front of me. The whole person was thrown backwards by a palm strike in front of them, accompanied by a loud bang. Ma Minghai hit a rock and stopped. Blood spewed out in large mouthfuls. I looked at Zhang Xianjin with disbelief on my face. "Shout out that your strength is only in the midterm, isn't it? Why did it suddenly become so strong?" Immediately after, he jumped down from the stone wall. Double finger gesture. The sword made a circle on the chest. The true chi is sprayed out. He formed a giant sword and stabbed towards Zhang Xian. "You should know that you have comprehended half of the true essence of swordsmanship, although it is not yet possible to make the long sword obey orders. But controlling the sword aura in the air can still easily cause tripping. Besides, sword pool is filled with sword cultivators everywhere. Sword chi condenses but never disperses. It can also activate their swordsmanship. It's like having so many experts to support you. The combat effectiveness has more than doubled." At this moment, even if you encounter a truly exorcist powerhouse, it can also be easily killed. However, Zhang Xian is not flustered about this. Instead, he showed a disappointed expression. "Just a little bit of the same finger. and responded with a sound, gathering sword energy, despite its strong power. But after all, it's not yours. After speaking, I saw a special light shining out. Immediately scattered the long sword that has been stabbed with a single shot. A powerful shock wave. Bullet Ma Minghai out on the spot. The whole person hit the rock wall again before stopping. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Xian not far away. A look of panic suddenly appeared in his eyes. I thought I understood the arrow but didn't lower my cultivation level. Can easily kill him. Unexpectedly, the other party only extended their finger. Just blow yourself away. So he was so angry that his face turned red and his whole body tightened. The true chi inside the body bursts out violently. Let's shout angrily again, even though I'm amazed at your strength. But I'm really sorry. We are conducting a second interview. It is a name involved in entering the Holy Sun's Hall. So you took out the jade talisman yourself. Or should I personally take action? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian responded with a disdainful expression on her face. Want to take my jade talisman? It can be possible. Just you have to kill me first.